Hello and
welcome to the number one
What are you doing?
What? What do you mean what I'm doing?
We're recording.
Yeah, we're recording my episode.
Don't cut here. We'll start again.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Hello
and what?
Hello and welcome.
You've literally never done this before. Stop it.
Yes, but this is the perfect time to try it when it's my episode. This is the perfect time to.
It's not your episode.
Who owns the episode?
I do. I play Saar, not you.
Yeah, but you don't play them very well. So it is my episode because I own all the data. If you were to speak to a Saar ganger and they said, who has all the data? They'd be like, well, they're the owner of that data, and henceforth I'm the owner of this data. So, hello and welcome to the number one law podcast, soon to be ruined by this episode.
That is terrible.
What do you mean?
No. You're the worst. We're starting again.
That was perfect.
All right. No. Cut here. 3, 2, 1.
Actually, folks, I'm going to get rid of him. I'll just hit this little mute button. Perfect. All right. Nice big stretch. Let's get into this. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers, the number one law podcast, soon to be ruined by this episode. Mainly because it's Saar, not because of anything else, like me being in control. As always, I am the best part of the hosting crew, Nathan. Probably the easiest to listen to, the most fun, certainly the most punny. But anyway, and to my left, I have the suspiciously simple subtech, Spamuel. I'll unmute him just to see if he wants to say anything to us. There you go, sir.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to start really letting you have it. 1, how did you mute?
Mute. Okay. I don't think he wants to tell us about the hobby he's been up to this week, so I'll try it again. Hey, buddy, what have you been up to? You got anything to say that's going to be positive and constructive for the episode?
You need to stop muting me.
Mute. Whoa. Okay, let's move on without him. So, folks, this episode we are delving into the tech masters themselves, the kings of techno, masters of the dance floor, the mighty, well, I say mighty, I don't mean it, Saar. Any thoughts on this gang, Spam?
I'm allowed to speak now, am I?
Yes.
You've unmuted me?
Yes.
Okay. How are you muting me?
It's a bit of Saar tech. Once I was writing this episode, I learned something, and I'm exploiting that knowledge.
I'm genuine.
Mute. That's 3 in a row. You'd think he'd learn. He is no good at this. So normally our intros go for a bit longer, but with me just running the show, it might be a bit shorter, who knows? But actually, folks, I can see the young Spamuel getting a little bit agitated, so we will unmute him and just see what he has to say. There you go, buddy. How you feeling? You good? Everything fine? No?
Okay. No, I'm calm. I'm calm. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
I've Googled how you've muted me, and I'm now turning that off.
I don't think you can.
No, I can. I can just change the
server
settings here. So that doesn't work anymore.
And mute. It worked.
No, it didn't.
Oh.
No.
Mute.
I'm choking on my own rage.
Mute?
I understand the audience can't see me. I'm... On a scale of 1 to 10, how angry do you think I look right now?
Mute?
No.
You really disabled it.
You just keep repeating the word mute. You sound like my wife.
I I would say you're a strong 3.2 out of 10.
3.2.
3.2, yeah. 0.2 just because there's a few little frazzled hairs hanging off you, so that's all.
That's just my regular hairline. Okay.
Apologies.
I'm leaving all this in. You know what? Fine. People are going to be able to see what I have to put up with your humour that apparently, like, Genghis finds so funny. Genghis, this is what entertains you.
You know what? I like to make upsetting you the dolphin of my life, right? So if I get some enjoyment out of it, I'm sure other people will as well. And if they don't, I'm still going to do it anyway.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm that excited for this episode. I'm going to let all of this, this is just gliding by. This is, water off a duck's back. So,
are you the duck?
I am the duck. I am the water. I am Samuel's choking, blinding fury.
Right. The way I look at you,
so angry that I've just become numb.
Well, the way I look at you certainly rhymes with duck. I'll put it that way.
Fire truck?
Fire. Damn it! How did you work that out? That was very clever. Maybe you are a little bit Van Saar.
Okay.
Right. It's still my episode, by the way. You've done something to my magical mute button. Can I ask you, what are you doing right now?
What am I doing right now?
Mute.
I'm attempting to get into an episode and not get into my car, drive to your home, and beat you with a bits box. But I need to remember, this is a G Plus podcast, and
have I muted you?
I can't actively threaten you because I'm pretty sure that's a crime.
That's right. And you bloody got people. You put a bounty on me and everything. This is. Do you know what? You deserve this.
Yes.
You deserve this.
I don't.
You did this to you.
I did. No, I'm not. I'm not rising to the bait. I'm not. I'm not. I'm stopping. I am going to take a breath.
And let me continue my episode. Right. So.
You know what? Go for it. Go for it.
So. We are still in agreement it is my episode.
We are not.
That sounds like we are. Okay, excellent. So normally I would ask you how you're going, what you're up to, but because it's my episode, I'm going to go into my favourite bit of this episode, and it is a Spamuel correction. Were you going to say something? That's right, you weren't. You weren't, because you understand it is my episode. And so, let me just cast your mind back many eons ago to a different time, a different life. And I believe it was our House of Faith episode.
That was like 2 weeks ago, but okay. Eons ago.
Not your episode. Not your episode.
All right. You're painting me a picture with your imagination brush. Go.
I actually do have a brush, but that's, I'm painting some miniatures at the same time. Because it's my episode and I do what I want. Right. So.
Okay.
We had a moment near the end of that episode where we talked about the release of Secundus.
You're a dick.
Shushies. Do you remember this moment?
Yes.
Do you feel foolish?
I feel
yes, you do.
Happy about being incorrect in regards to my assumption. I wouldn't call it a correction, though.
It is 100% a correction. There is no work around it. You said Secundus would be out on, I think you actually specifically said a date, September 19th. You said it will be
I don't think I said a date.
But you need to learn. Okay. So you set the date of September 19th and you said if it comes out any earlier than September 19th, Nathan, I will pay you $200 bucks. So,
okay.
No.
Firstly, if I had $200 bucks just laying around willy-nilly, we all know it would be spent on Warhammer. This is clearly fake. I will acknowledge the fact that I said we were most likely not getting Secundus till I think I said September.
19th. Yes, September 19th.
I don't believe I said the 19th. That's a ridiculous date. But no, yes, you know what?
You didn't give me a time.
Incorrect.
You said it was coming out at 2 p.m. September 19th. I thought that was very specific. But I let you go with it.
September 19th.
That was your...
It's not that's a Thursday.
Well, that's why I was.
Workshop don't release things.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was weird. But I didn't correct you because that was your episode, and this is my episode. So you know that box, get back into it, buddy. You know that lane, stay in it, buddy. Nathan Sode. It's a Nath-sode.
So
a Nathanosode.
We actually do have some Spamuel corrections, and there are two of them directed directly towards you.
No.
So
no. Wait. I can see only the release of Secundus as the correction. You've made a boo-boo. Acknowledge it. Wear it. Take it on the chin. Prepare for your butt tattoo.
Glad you've brought that back up. Firstly, there was a correction here actually sent to us from Hairy Bob.
If I do not have my mute button, I have another little button here. Delete.
I hate you.
I'm so good at computers. And did we have another one? Do you wish to tempt the delete button? Do you know what? Safety first. Delete.
Are we just adding them onto the next episode?
I don't know. They're deleted. They may never be seen again. Depends on who's in control of it.
I still have... Okay. So the only correction this episode is me getting the release of Secundus wrong.
Yes. The date, the time, everything. Horribly wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I've been corrected.
Yes.
Correct me, oh mighty corrector.
You owe me a gang box. All right. So, right. Well, normally we'd have a few chats about a few things, but I actually want to talk about Secundus. You know that thing that you got horribly wrong?
Yes, I do know what Secundus is, but
are you excited for it? Are you excited?
I am so ridiculously excited. Like, I'm not going to lie, I can't even wait to get my hands on that Caryatid Prime. And the number of people who are just like, oh, you're going to get a Caryatid Prime. What are you going to do with it? I think I threatened at one point to melt it down and swallow it. But no, right. I'm really excited for it. Really excited for it.
On a serious note, so am I. Everything that I've seen from the box, just the little tidbits of rules and the information that we're getting, all of it looks amazing. And I really feel like it's actually having this early release is going to drive us down the pathway of definitely having to explore the lore and the history behind the Malstrains.
Dude.
I almost feel like we need to explore the Gene Stealer cult as a whole as well. Do you know what I mean?
Think about it. Like, with that coming out, if we look at just the box, there's Van Saar, which we're obviously talking about now. But then you've got the Malstrain. No. Oh, no, I'm not getting drawn into this. I am stronger than this. You've obviously got the Malstrains, so we can do like a gang episode on the Gene Stealer cults and the Malstrains. Yeah. We can finally get some new lore in regards to Hive Secundus. That's Hive Life right there.
I think that's the Hive Life episode we've talked about for so much. Like, we've mentioned it in other Hive Lives that we really want to get the meat and potatoes of Secundus. And Secundus is it is an episode unto itself to talk about not only the history of it, but now that we're going to have all this new information to go with and the new characters that are being added, the new... even the new Van Saar stuff, but like having Lady Hera there as well.
Oh, dude, her new suit.
Yes. it is going to be absolutely crazy. And then the spires there, really sort of, we're going to see where those spires have been. So that there is a lot to, and I love this term, there's going to be a lot to unpack from this box set. Yes. And I think, hopefully, if our audience is looking forward to it, there's going to be a lot of content for you guys, because I think for me, realistically, I can see 2 to 3 episodes just coming about Secundus.
Just coming about. Well, look at it. You've got like a Hive Life Secundus. Then you got Spirers. Yeah. You've got the 2 different variations of Gene Stealer cults. Like, oh man, that's gonna be ridiculous. I'm so excited. But even then, even without the episodes, I'm excited for the box. Like,
you'll be stoked as well. That box actually comes out quite soon. Not September 19th. So
thanks for reminding me of that one. Yeah. But I cannot wait to add those Van Saar to my existing gangs. It's going to be what's the word I'm looking for?
Sorry. Yeah, no, go. What word were we looking for?
Yeah, but like the variation of the gear and equipment, the poses and that. And obviously, I've got a box of the regular Van Saar and the Archaeotech Neotechs here, and those Neotechs I started for last year's Necromunda that I changed to the Lorekeepers.
True.
Yeah, those new Van Saar the tech hunters are going to be such the miniatures look sick. I can't wait to see how they kit bash.
Yeah, it's just nice to see new miniatures being added to the range as well.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? So, whenever you get new miniatures, you're like, oh, booyah shuck, I can't wait to just have them. Maybe I don't use them for X amount period of time. But I'm seeing 2 things coming from this. And one is that, obviously, I think there's going to be expansions for every single house. So we're going to get some...
100%.
Yeah. It just feels like a given. You're going to get these additional bolt-ons. And I'm really excited to see what the Goliath will look like in Secundus, and also what House Cawdor will look like. I see them as really off-tap redemptionists, who've gone proper crazy. Xenos killers.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff I reckon will start coming out in the Book of Desolation. The next sort of campaign book coming out there. I'm really intrigued to see how the rules look for adding sort of like Malstrain corrupted gangs, but also on top of that, whether or not we will see updated rules for the regular Gene Stealer cults. Probably not, but I'd love to see how they get sort of folded in.
Yeah, I sort of feel like the Malstrain will become the Gene Stealer cult. You know what I mean? So
No, absolutely no. I have to disagree with you. I think they will be kept very separate, because we know, for example, the what's the word I'm looking for? The regular hive mind views the Malstrains as abhorrent, like they want nothing to do with them. So I can't imagine them being pushed together.
Yeah, but don't you think that the infection of the Gene Stealers on Necromunda would be the Malstrain infection? Or No. So you're saying there's the Gene Stealer cults and then there's the Malstrain cults?
Absolutely. They are 2 separate and individual identities that come from Gene Stealer infection.
That's a good fight. That is a good fight.
That's a fight where the rest of Necromunda needs to take a step back and go, no, we let them duke and then we get rid of the winner.
Yeah, exactly. I've got my money on the Xenos ones. Okay.
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy can kill my enemy.
Yeah. That is mate, we'll go into it deeper in I guess our Gene Stealer cult / Malstrain episodes. We're not 100% sure where that's going to fall just yet. But also the other thing I see coming from this, with the expansion of more specialists and so forth being able to roll into the gangs, I have a vibe, and it's based on nothing than just a feeling, that we're potentially going to start to see bigger gangs does that mean? Does that make sense to you? Do you know what I mean? Like, we're going to start to see campaigns and skirmishes and so forth that are just going to involve a lot more miniatures, because the fun thing about playing war games is getting your miniatures on the table. And it's not just about throwing miniatures on the table and just being like, oh, I managed to throw, 50 miniatures on the table. But it's about going, well, I've got, 20 different type of Van Saar here. If I can put 10 on the table, I'm a very happy camper. You know what I mean? So as opposed to, most gang size for Van Saar is 5, 7, that kind of deal.
On average, between about 5 and 5. Yeah, 5 and 7, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sort of getting this vibe, and again, folks, it's not based on anything other than a tingling in the gut, or that could be just something I ate. I'm not 100% sure. So
but when we get the box, I would love for us to actually do the campaign.
Oh in
the box campaign, because
yes, 100%.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to killing some mouse strains there. Oh,
what? No, I'll be taking the Van Saar.
No,
it's my episode. They're my house. I own them.
I'm not getting sucked
Listen.
in.
You got the date wrong. You've had so many corrections this episode already. It's very poor. I don't think you deserve them. So, yeah, I will be taking them.
Do you really want them, or do you just want them because you know it's going to drive me insane?
The second one.
No, you know what? Fine. I will be the bigger man. I will be the better man. You can have the Van Saar. You can have them. That is absolutely fine. I will buy another box and have the Van Saar from that one. And then you can have the mouse strains from that one. No, right. I'll keep the mouse strains. I want 2 mouse strain games.
So when you say the bigger man, you mean like the bigger mouse strain? The better mouse strain is what you're going to be?
Yeah. You know what? No, fine. You have the Van Saar. I will have the mouse strains. That's fine. Actually, yeah. You know what? I would like to paint some mouse strains. Done. I will paint mouse.
For a bloke who's only just been invited to this episode, you're getting pretty lippy. I would definitely be a despot if I had that much power and this much power as I currently do. I would just,
You currently have no power except for the ability to push my specific buttons, and you are 5 minutes away from creating death squads. Like, this is the type of like fascist dictatorship you are attempting to create.
Yes, I'm a guard player.
Let's move on before you actually cause me to snap. Do you want to read about our new Patreons?
Right. No. I'm going to do our read, and you do the Patreons. I'm flipping the tables here, buddy. It's my episode.
You are a tiny king, but a king nonetheless.
Exactly. Yes. Time to kiss the ring. All right.
Well, our new Patreons, since
if you enjoy the show and are interested in supporting the podcast, and when I say podcast, I mean me, please shoot over to patreon.com, the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. We are 100% funded by the goodwill of our audience, though we do this for the love of Necromunda. Each month we have a Patreon exclusive episode, as well as competitions, polls on episodes, and other bonus content. If you're looking for another way to support us, get onto our social media, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. A like and a subscribe helps us grow and get our particular brand of Necromunda lore out into the world. All of our links will be in the show notes, and don't forget to give us a 5-star review on your preferred podcast platform. Now, as I am a benevolent king, I shall allow you to speak. Would you like to tell us who our wonderful and fantastic Patreons are, who are certainly here to support me.
We have Christian, Jeff, my name is Jeff,
Yeah.
Damien, Adeptus Aquinas, Peter, James, Brian, and another Caryatid Club member, Chris. So despite the fury you can all hear in my voice, thank you very much for getting on board and supporting us. And that takes us much closer to the inevitable, and I'm hoping it's a butt tattoo. Because I'm actually enjoying this one here. So I said, what was it? I said 100 paid.
100 paid, yes.
Patreons, and I'd get the logo tattoo. I said to my butt, but then you're basically like, oh, they can vote where you get it. That's fine. Audience, a lot of you may not know this. I have been friends with Nathan's wife longer than I've been friends with Nathan.
What are you doing?
And
what are you doing?
I actually messaged her after that episode.
We don't talk about...
I said to her, this is something that's happened on our episode. How would you feel if Nathan got a tattoo of our podcast logo?
Mute.
And she is 100% fine with it. So...
No, she's not.
I've already said 100 paid Patreons, and I will get it done.
Just wait. Wait. I'm going to send her a text message right now.
That's fine. You can send her whatever you want, Chief. All right.
I'm done with her.
If you want... Because Nathan's very proud of himself. If you want him to have a butt tattoo, jump onto our Patreon. And I'll get it too, because I don't care. So, This has been... You don't have any tattoos. The first tattoo will be of our logo. All right? So I'll get 100. I'll get it at 100. How many do you think? And you can't say some just horrible number. But for Nathan's first tattoo to be our logo, 150?
150? Yeah, fine.
150 paid Patreons.
Yeah.
And your first tattoo will be our podcast logo.
I feel safe with that number. I feel very safe.
And at 200, he'll get the word Spamuel correction along his line. No, he won't.
No, I will never. I will never, ever get that.
So I'll get it. I will get it at 100. Nathan will get it at 150. If we hit 200, I will get a love heart with the word Ronti.
No. You'll get a love heart with a caryatid on it.
200 paid Patreons.
Yeah.
I will get a caryatid tattoo.
Yeah, with a love heart. The whole workout. Make it look like you're infatuated with it.
I will get pity. The Cupid caryatid.
Yes.
Done.
Yeah.
Done.
Lock it in.
Oh,
you're going to get inked up.
I hate this opening. I hate everything about it. But it doesn't matter. I'm the bigger man. I'm the better man. We are talking Van Saar.
Also,
let's do it.
It's my episode, so it doesn't matter what you claim as yourself. You're just the co-host on this one. Just the backup. Needed only if required. And you think this is the worst intro ever? It is about to get significantly worse. I'm going to do our House Van Saar read.
Do it.
The House of Artifice are not the children of Necromunda. They are the sons and daughters of terror, a terror long before the Imperium, and the ritualistic and dogmatic controls that curtailed the advancement of technology. It is this history that governs their future. They yearn for the growth of their knowledge and forever tread upon the line of techno-heresy. House Van Saar now stands as a beacon of technological superiority and disciplined power within the dark and hopeless streets of Necromunda. This prestigious house, renowned for its mastery over advanced technology, wields an arsenal of cutting-edge weaponry and sophisticated gear that sets them apart from the more brutal and unrefined gangs of the Hive world. Yet it is folly to see them as merely survivors of this world, for they have become the elite, possessing a wealth of knowledge and resources that enable them to dominate through precision and innovation. Outwardly, the Saar are the masters of all things mechanical. However, they have also become slaves to their obsession, their existence dominated with the maintenance, protection, and secrecy of a most venerated STC. The STC defines House Saar. It guides them and focuses them, all the while being the biggest threat to the house. If discovered, they would surely be decreed as techno-heretics, and not even their close relationship with the Imperial House would be enough to save them from total annihilation. The House of Artifice are the conduit that keeps the mighty hive world spinning. They are the fabric of technology that binds all clans and houses, as they all rely on their intellect and ability. And if Saar were to fail, Necromunda would descend into an even more hellish nightmare.
So do you see how much better that reading was than all of the other readings you've done? The reason, Nathan, is because finally you're talking about something important on Necromunda. You're not talking about gals and their genetically deficient manvent others. You're not talking about... Who do we do next? Bald, mayonnaise-smelling weirdos. Then we did the... Oh, okay, yeah. The literal test tube babies that life found away. Then we had the filthy murder hobos with Space Jesus. And am I missing anyone? No, I'm not. But now...
Yes, you are. And I love the fact that you're missing them.
Wait, who did I forget?
Who did you forget? The Bandana Bros.
Oh, okay.
The Vanilla Slice.
Literally the second most evil creatures in the 40k universe.
But why did you forget them?
Because I'm a good person and I don't think about evil things. Yeah.
Right. Well, according to...
No. I'm making a point, Nathan. Yes. And
you're doing it well.
You can't mute me, okay? Now, finally, you're talking about something important. You're talking about the one true house on Necromunda. Oh, God, it makes me so happy that we're finally here. We're finally here. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Once again, that was an excellent writer. I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you. I feel like I don't want to take those compliments regarding this. We'll call it a house, loosely. Yes.
You will take the compliment. You'll smile. You will nod. All right. I've been waiting so long for this. Oh, I'm actually giddy. Oh, okay. Lost in Time.
No, wait. I've got the first read.
You do not.
I do have the first read. I can read it here for you.
Oh, don't you do it? No. Oh. No? Okay, fine. Once again, you're in charge. Go.
Yes.
This is your episode. This is your episode. Yeah. Go.
Right. Lost in Time.
Sorry. It was a cough that I should have covered. Sorry, continue. Yes.
You know you don't have to be an electrician on the podcast. You can just save that stuff for your workplace.
There's not enough asbestos here for me to do my regular work.
No, first rate. Let me do it.
Okay.
Lost in Time. The name Saar. Came to planet. Did stuff. Regarded worst house. End of episode. There you go.
I hate you. I hate you.
Right, no more shenanigans. Even though this whole episode is a shenanigan.
I am choking on my own rage. Like, look, I'm visibly shaking with anger. Oh, okay, just do the read, please. Oh,
I know you do it. I don't want to do it.
Oh, I'm going to go to prison. I'm going to prison. Okay. Lost in Time. The name Saar. No, people will stop listening. We're gonna get.
I know they will.
We're gonna get more emails
Shenanigans
and
over.
messages asking if people asking if we actually hate each other. Okay. Van Saar episode. All right. The name Van Saar is first spoken on Necromunda, born of rumours in the wastes and tales of a void ship cast out from a dark age. From these scattered stories, a settlement rises, and the first men and women to call themselves the Van Saar emerge, though none are certain if they are scavengers from the hives or outcasts from somewhere else entirely. Oh, like...
Pretty cool.
Already, we can see why they are the preeminent house of Necromunda. So... obviously, you're all strapped in. You're all ready to hear Spamuel take you. I'm going to paint you a picture with my imagination brush. But the Van Saar, and what I want to say, in fact, you should have taken this read. And you know what? Let me quickly break it down for why I hate you and your stupid face. Because I need to make a point now.
Mute.
But I can't. Because your read literally talks about what I want to talk about. I love the fact that not going to make my point until after you do your read, but I love the fact that they're the first sort of emergence of the Van Saar. They say they come from the wastes, and these tales of this void ship cast out from a dark age. You'd hear all sorts of stuff like this. Like, you would even now, thousands of years after sort of the defeat of the Aranan continuity and that, we talked about it in the brief 10,000 year history and a bunch of episodes. We're talking about these gang kings and that who have always said, I'm a direct descendant of the Iron Lords, you know. My dad was an Imperial fist, boo, and my mother was a sister of battle. You know?
Boo.
Like, you know, it's everyone would have these ridiculous stories about their lineages and who their ancestors were.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
you know, so...
Totally agree.
These Van Saar...
And Necromunda allows you to create that.
Oh, absolutely. But the Van Saar would be saying, and this is who we are, you know, maybe if someone gets drunk on anti-radiation medication and is just like, no, we're time travelers. But everyone's like, yeah, sure you are, buddy. You're probably from that hive down the road, and you all dress weird like this, like, you know.
Yeah. So one of the key things I got out of the research that we were doing is that as much as House Cawdor is religious, cocoa bananas, the Emperor's will sort of stuff, there is more mythology and more a belief in, I guess, a spirit within Van Saar.
Oh, yeah.
Within House Van Saar. So the mythology of how they were created, the mythology of the technology that they're looking for, there's so much myth in and around this gang. It's actually really cool, but it's brought in from the viewpoint of the tech that they're looking at, and you know it's so like off kilter. It's so they're not looking just to make plasma guns. You know what I mean? They're really digging and searching for something that is beyond the realm of almost like common human understanding, especially in the modern 40k environment where technology is considered something that is as dangerous as it is positive.
Well, you're touching on things that are going to send me down these just like derail spirals.
Caryatid holes?
Oh, even the caryatids are worried about me when I'm going down these particular holes. Like, So one of the things that really, really bugs me about modern 40k is So what would the technological version of xenophobia be? Technophobia?
No, I think that's... technophobia is actually a fear of going to clubs in the 90s.
No. I walked
That's
into
funny.
it. I walked into it. Yeah. I'm not angry at you. I'm disappointed at myself.
Oh, that makes two of us. I'm disappointed in you as well.
well,
This is awesome.
Yes,
no,
I'll say
I don't.
technophobia. I think technophobia works.
Oh, we'll call it technophobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll call it that. So, but almost rightly so. Within 40k, I used to hate the idea of tech being something that they don't explore within the 41st millennium.
No, I love it. I think for the setting, it does amazing things. But what you're saying there is where they've come from an age where there's, the technology seems so different. It's because with Mankind's original expansion, technology became such a key part of this, and we know that from the golden age of technology, the Great Expansion. But we also know how dangerous it is that when we look at things like the Men of Iron, the Men of Gold, the Men of Stone.
Yes,
we can see how technology can be a bad thing. Obviously, then we have the priesthood of Mars and all that sort of thing. Stop. I'm closing the lantern. I'm taking a step back out of this carotid hole. I need you to do your read, because
we'll do my one.
Then I'm
because
going to lose my mind to a point where some of our audience members may genuinely fear for my safety.
So, just as a little bit of a, I guess, note to our audience, this may be just a complete Sam rant episode. So, if you do enjoy listening to Sam, enjoy the episode. If you don't, not bad.
Wrong episode to tune into.
Wrong episode, buddy.
Come back in 2 weeks.
Time travel 2 weeks ahead.
Come back in 2 weeks.
Crash of the Van Saar. Legends say in this age, the colony ship Van Saar is disgorged from the warp and crashes into the northern wastes of Necromunda, and its crew discover a blighted, toxic world when they had expected to find the virgin world of Irenaeus Prime. Dismayed by what they saw before them, the tales tell of how they vowed to build a piece of their lost age in this new nightmare time. Go on.
All right.
I have something to say here, but go on.
Say what you want, because you may not get an opportunity.
If they are expecting to find the virgin world of Irenaeus Prime, right? This boggled my mind when I read it the first time. Not just this part of it, but like in the actual book itself. House of Artifice. I don't think we've mentioned it yet. House of Artifice.
We've mentioned it 116 times.
Do you know what? You might struggle within the House of Van Saar because you call it 1126. So
figured out how to fix your mute button. Archaeotech, son.
Sounds like you're casting a spell from Harry Potter. Archaeotech.
Archaeotechnica.
Yeah.
Your calculator just explodes.
Yeah. So if they're expecting to find this untouched virgin world, right?
Yeah.
My understanding of the history of Necromunda is that the Imperium subdue them, and then within 24 hours?
Basically, the day after. Yeah.
The day after, they're attacked by some
definitely not Necrons
race. Definitely not Necrons. Necrons, but without being Necrons. Attack them, wipe the planet. Just cook it completely. So, when did they expect to find this pristine planet? When is their moment where their information got to them?
Nathan, my poor young friend, I want you to find yourself a comfy seat, because Uncle Spamuel is gonna teach you a few things here. Now, I understand where your confusion comes from. You come from a poor and genetically deficient house, and you lack the complex intellectual capability of individuals such as myself from the great house of Van Saar. What originally happened is the actual archaeology vessel, the Van Saar, left Terra during the golden age of technology, so literally before the rise of the Emperor. And this vessel was on its way to the newly discovered Irenaeus Prime. Alright? This is pre-heresy. This is in quite possibly the 10, 15, 20,000s. So this is travelling away before then, before the Iron Lords, before the Imperial Fists have come and basically wrecked the system. So they were literally one of those archaeology fleets. Effective, let's be honest, they were fleeing terror, which even at this point wasn't the greatest place to be. And
no, I heard it was quite terrible.
I'm too happy right now to be angry at you. But they're literally heading there. And it's basically, because the warp is what the warp is, we don't know exactly how it happened. Interestingly enough, in the House of Artifice tells us, degraded Vox recordings and hololithic logs kept secret and sacred by the clan's archaeotechs offer hints of the ship's fate and clues as to the origins of the clan house, though a great deal of speculation on the part of the archaeotechs is required to fill in the rest. So it's classic, like, what is the movie with Sam Neill that everyone is convinced is basically just a...
I was about to say this as
Event Horizon.
It is Event Horizon, which is basically, a demon of Slanesh taking over the ship.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't actually know if it's been confirmed, but we're telling you, as the Underhive Lorekeepers, it is 100% canon.
Yes, exactly.
It's basically like that, where this jump has occurred, and the Event Horizon thing. Sorry, my cranial implants are malfunctioning a little bit. So it's basically the broken captain's logs and so the first officer and all that sort of stuff. So the archaeotechs would have a brief idea, but this is 5,000 years from now, like before now. Like, who knows where the oral history has taken it? But basically, the vessel leaves at some point during the Golden Age. Warp gobbledygook occurs. Lots of like whoa, 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 whoa noises, and then the time goes forward to the 35th millennium. So this could be as much as 20,000 years later. It could be 10,000. It really depends on what point they left. But all we really know is that the vessel was named the Van Saar, and according to the lore gathered by the inner circle of the house, Van Saar was also the name of the chief technical officer. Alright? Now, as the technical officer, it is believed that this Van Saar held court over a congregation of techs, much like a priest in his flock. Unlike the tech priests of Mars, however, Van Saar did not imagine some imagined machine god, but was rather akin to a god himself, versed in the technical secrets of the universe, like no one before and after. So, firstly, that's heresy. But
it is heresy. But is it heresy? Because this is something that I was questioning. Because I was very much on board with Van Saar are techno-heretics, basically.
Yes.
100% techno-heretics. But if their mindset and if their belief system is based around, their belief system regarding the technology is based around their time pre-Emperor, and those lessons and teachings come down the line from that, then they are effectively taking on a concept and an idea that is non-heretical within their eyes, but within the concepts and strains of the modern Imperium is incredibly heretical.
Have you ever heard about it's a weird little abstract piece of lore. I believe it was called the Great Crusade, where what the Emperor and his merry band of murderers did is effectively spread across the galaxy, stomping out religion and belief and things they disagreed with. And one of my favourite scenes, I can't exactly remember which specific book it was from, but there is I think he was a priest or a religious figure of some description, and he's basically saying, hey, my dude, please stop, we didn't know what we were doing. And this Astartes, let's just call him, I don't know, literally any of them, has basically revved his chainsword and gone, I don't care, and killed the guy, because ignorance is no excuse when it comes to the Imperium. Now,
I agree with that, but what I'm saying,
I also made that whole scene up, but it's very believable.
Oh, okay, yeah, it did not sound very good, so I imagined you did make it up. So, what I'm saying is, and I'm going to double down on something I said in the Corridor episode, the belief system of the Redemptionists make them not evil. Okay, so because of their thinking and their process and their adherence to it, it makes them not evil. I almost feel like the Van Saar in their pursuits are not evil because they're holding true to tenets and beliefs that are established well before the concept of the Imperium.
No, I genuinely agree with that. I do.
Yeah.
And it was more of me making a funny joke saying that they were heretics, because at the end of the day, we know that the tech priests of Mars themselves are wrong. It's the Man of Iron from Blackstone Fortress. We talked about this in one of our Patreon episodes where he's talking to these tech priests, and they say something about the Omnissiah, and he sort of laughs and it's like, I met the Omnissiah, the real one, not your fake one. But no, Van Saar and his crew, and this comes from, once again, this same sort of reading in the House of Artifice. It is thought that Van Saar and his crew were to transform Arrhenius Prime for its masters, perhaps creating some kind of paradise or tech collective of a kind only dreamt of in the current age. So, in my mind, Van Saar and this arcology vessel were heading to Arrhenius Prime. Ironically, because I believe, and we've talked about this previously, I believe Arrhenius Prime was some sort of techno haven where inventors were basically being given free rein to create and design and build and manipulate technology to their own desires, which is why I believe that we've talked about this previously, I believe a lot of their technology may have been Necron based. So if Van Saar and his crew were going to Arrhenius Prime to transform it into this tech collective, it could be because mayhaps someone has discovered a Necron tomb somewhere within the system, or possibly even on Arrhenius Prime, and has said, we want the greatest minds of mankind to come to us to assist in manipulating this technology. Which is why you have this ship of technological specialists, of engineers, of weapons makers, of armor smiths, of all of the loftiest heights of mankind's intellectual capability on one ship that just happens to get sucked into the warp for over 10,000 years, only to be disgorged into Necromunda in the 35th millennium.
I'm with you. That's freaking cool. That is like the hope of humanity going forth into space. Yes, and so because and I'm going to mess up the timelines here. They talk about the techno barbarians on Earth, and the Emperor basically curb stomping all of them. So you could imagine that Van Saar himself and the collective, we'll call it the collective of Van Saar at this period of time, is looking at that and saying, we can burn ourselves out fighting on Earth to try and create some sort of pocket of, I guess, a Garden of Eden technology from a technology point of view. Or we can go to this place where we are dabbling in tech that we shouldn't even know about at the moment.
So are you saying that maybe Van Saar saw that the degradation of Terra and possibly the break-up into the techno-barbarian states?
Yes, yeah, exactly what I'm saying. They're seeing this and they're saying, we can fight for our little scrap of land here, or we can boot off to another planet. But, so, we will get back to the read, folks, but I think it's important here
No, screw the read. Cancel the episode. We are going to talk about this.
This is important because this is talking about the origins of Necromunda. Something that looks, or at least resembles something to fact. Something that has a bit of a tangible aspect to it. So, are we going to say, and I'm sort of jump around a few points here, are we going to say the Aranayans are human?
Yes. Yeah, no, we know the Aranayans, the Aranayan continuity, at their core were humans.
Yeah. So tick that box. They're human. Now, were they so heavily influenced, so impressed upon by their modern technology that they changed to something that the Imperium could not abide by?
Being the Iron Lords. I personally believe so, yes. After the discovery of...
Yeah.
Yep.
What I'm saying here is that development and that growth is something that happened in, I view, as a relatively short period of time. So the impact of the technology in which they were delving into was able to modify and change them so much. Now, if we call it the Necron, non-Necron technology, then that means that the Necron tech was able to push the human civilization to the absolute nth degree. You with me?
Well, okay, firstly, are you saying that the technological advancements on Terra happened in incredibly quick time, so because of the speed in which it rose, the terminal velocity at which it crashed back to the ground was so quickly, because I'm pretty sure, the age of technology was, from the 15th until the 25th millennium. So...
I believe so. I'm not brilliant with that, but I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so let's say the Van Saar left right at the end of that. So let's say the Van Saar was built or designed by Van Saar and his tech collective, or they've bought it or whatever. And then they get on that at the end of the 25th millennium because they're looking at it going, oh man, nah, this is going bad. Listen, we know this Aranaeus Prime, they've got all this great technology, they're calling out for people like us, we leave, fall into the warp, whoa, pop out 10,000 years later, Whoopsie-doozy. I am loving this idea of yours.
So, also, they can't have been the best in terms of their people because they did have that little mishap with the warp. So, that's probably,
Okay.
There's a bit of a misnomer to call them the best.
Would you say the warp is technologically affected, though? Or would you say that it's an underlying multiversal interdimensional galaxy sitting underneath our own that is affected entirely by the emotions and, spiritual unhappiness of the general population existing within an entire galaxy? Oh, no, it's computer program. Fair enough.
Oh, no, what I would say is if you've got the right navman, you'd be all right.
They didn't update the maps on their on their Google Drive.
Exactly. It's saying it needs an update. No, let's just launch. I'll get the update later. That'll be fine.
What?
And there's Zinch just rubbing his paws together. Gotcha.
That's actually a great... Firstly, they're like, why is this thing the Windows Vista? What is that? No, there's another idea. And you've just given me this idea. What's to say that Zinch didn't need the Van Saar away from Terra and has put all of this together to have Van Saar and the vessel and his crew leave Terra to take away a possible intellectual stopper? Because what's to say that this Van...
Let's call them like a master race of technical geniuses.
Perfect.
Right?
What's to take these...
Let's call them that.
Yeah, what's to take this... Master race sounds terrible when you're talking about inevitable global war. Let's talk about them as...
I didn't think of it like that.
No, but I've...
The supreme...
No, bad words.
Padre.
Bad words. Okay. Let's call them a techno coven.
The tip-top lads.
Let's call them a techno coven.
Techno coven. Yeah.
What's to say Zinch didn't get rid of this techno coven because it knew that if they were there, it would have altered the way Terra was going to move forward.
Would have altered the timeline.
Altered that timeline. So Zinch has seen an opportunity to get them off Terra. Or to at least get as many of them as possible off Terra. And as soon as they've jumped into the warp towards Arrhenius Prime, just puts the claw on top of them and, slows them down for 10,000 years.
Yeah, righto. Okay, yeah. I actually like that because it says that the underlying theme with 40k... The underlying theme with 40k is that hope is lost, basically. Do you know what I mean? So you're removing Van Saar and his techno coven from Earth removes the hope that Earth has, and the only way to regain that hope is to have the Emperor become ascendant.
Yes.
So I see the Emperor as something that fights against the Chaos Gods and not something that's manipulated by their machinations. But Van Saar and his techno coven could quite easily be drawn to this place, and once they're set in the warp, that's it. They're outside of their field that they can control.
Yes. We remove them from the Imperium, where their technology reigns supreme, where they can... Because we know during the golden age of technology, and we're only still on the second read, and we've been talking for about 3 days. But we know that within the Imperium, technology... in the golden age of technology, or the dark age of technology, whatever you want to call it, was at such a level that it was never approaching the level of Necron technology, but terraforming was something people laughed at because it was so simple. Machines and advancements were being made so rapidly, where it's not like when we lived through going from Walkmans to Discmans to iPhones, they're going at such a rapid comparison to that they could affect the galaxy with their ideas and their inventions. Whereas the moment they're in the warp, your technology, your knowledge, your advancement, it means 4/5 of nothing. You do not matter because there are beings in the warp that are literal gods in comparison to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, 100%. And so once you get inside of that immaterium, unless you've got your Galliffield or unless you've got some form of protection, then you are vulnerable in all ways, shapes and forms.
Yes.
This actually, this stirs a gang idea inside of me.
Ooh. Is it too early for a gang idea? Because I've got one as well.
Yeah, so I'll just throw out mine. So my gang idea is something that you have triggered a little bit inside my brain here, in the sense that if our great chicken friend Zinch is pouring his little ideas into the House of Van Saar or the Techno Coven, could it be something within that he leaves within the DNA or genetic code of a member of this coven? Just one of the demons just touches the brain because they don't have a proper Galliffield. They're surviving based on technology that they're building at the time to protect them from the warp. And this little touch inside their brain it now manifests itself in the 41st millennium. Where it's saying, we need this particular person or this particular gang to take down the Aranthians, right? Ooh. So the power of the Aranthians within Necromunda can't hold, because it will make Necromunda a better focal standing point for the Imperium. So the Hellmaws need to be reinstalled. So it's a gang that is hell-bent on destroying the rise of the Aranthians. But it's touched on by a thought, a core that says these are the evil renditions of our technology. This is technology that has been pushed in a way that is not actually supportive of the human endeavour, of not actually supportive of our idea of where this technology should be taken and how it should be reshaping and building different elements of the human idea. So they would view the Aranthians as almost tech heretics as well.
Yeah.
And so they would be hunting them down wherever they can. So they're on the hunt for these mysterious Aranthian armies that just appear out of nowhere. They want to kill, Lord Aranthus. What was his name again? Ozzy.
Ozzy
Aranthus. Yeah. So the gang idea would be, what are the... they'd be on the concept of trying to kill things in power armor, basically.
Yeah.
So like a small elite crew, but equipped with incredible firepower, because they understand that the Lord Aranthus is not a man. They see it for what it is, but it's a tiny little filament of one of the strands of Zinch just bleeding into their brain. And so they would have, to keep it thematic, they're not chaos worshippers, don't get me wrong here. They're not chaos worshippers. They're not praying to the Lord Zinch or anything like that. But they're set on this pathway, on this mission, that it is inherent to them. It's in their core. And it comes from something that's been left within their, as I say, within their DNA, within their makeup, from when they were first within the warp.
Yeah,
so it is a story that's 10,000 years old, And so Zinch sees the rise of the Aranthian succession and says, we can't have that. The Imperium can't have a beacon of hope on Necromunda. It must be a world in constant conflict. And the Hellmaws are perfect at doing that. So let's re-establish them. And it gets its little cadre of the gang number has to be always 9. It can never be below. It can never be above. Always 9.
And if you do fall down to 8, it's like the 9th member is just Zinch, who's always been with us.
Yeah, exactly. Just a random wanderer turns up. But that would be one of the things that you would play in the gang. It's like you have to bring it up to 9.
Oh, that's sick.
But a lot of because of the tendril and the imprint inside them, a lot of their technology would be, very Baroque. And so that means that it would actually work. It's not broke. It's just Baroque. And you're welcome. Rehashing an old one. But the technology would be inherently Van Saar, but it would have just these odd designs and patterns and this aesthetic that is, when you look at a 1,000 Sun Space Marine and his bolt gun and his flamer and his, the cannons that they use and so forth, they are distinctively 1,000 Sun. Imagine putting that aesthetic into the Van Saar weaponry, into their armour, and having 9 of them all the time.
That's
it's like a select
sick.
9. And when they recruit, the story behind the recruiting is they try to find people from their DNA strain or their genetic strain. Where was your origin from? And they're not sitting there going, here's 2,000 questions, you need to fill them out so we can get an understanding of where your, great-grandfather 10 times over came from. But it's like, something that scans the body and it looks for this marker within inside them.
Oh, that's sick.
But anyway, gang idea.
Yeah. Oh, man. Mine's much simpler than that, but I really like yours. So
I just like the idea that it's a story 10,000 years in the making.
Yeah.
It's a gang that is built from 10,000 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I really like it.
Sorry. I'm blowing smoke up my own.
I really like
own
it.
nose. But anyway, go on.
But it's very much a just as planned by old Zinch there.
Yeah.
Mine also starts back then, where obviously if the Van Saar left Terra in let's say that M25, even if it is an archaeology ship, you're still going to have a certain number of Navy shipmen, Marines, human Marines. So I picture them as almost proto-solar auxilia. Now, here's my idea. What if their armour and weaponry was still in the hands of the Van Saar? And this armour, it's a standard, Imperial Guardsman style setup, flak armour, flak pants, helmet, shoulder pads, fancy backpack, whatever. But the materials it's actually made out of are so complex and of such much higher quality that it's almost like carapace armour. So I imagine that around the actual STC, and I'm jumping forward about 10 reads here, but the STC that sits at the centre of Van Saar territory, that this inner guard would actually be equipped with this golden age of technology era arms and weapons, where they're the most highly trusted and deadliest of Van Saar gangers that have been pulled together, and they're riddled with tumours and that sort of stuff. So they're effectively removing the brains and the intellects of the individuals and encapsulating them in artificial bodies, and then for using the technology from the STC, then from that arming and equipping them with this golden age of technology era gear that is effectively carapace armor, where everyone effectively has Volkite weapons, or if you want to go classic Van Saar, give everyone plasma guns. But you're giving them only the best of the best. So you could really only do this in an Iron Man campaign, where you'd go really small.
Yeah.
I'm talking 5, 6, maybe 7 guys, and they'd all be decked out. I'm talking, heavy carapace. You'd give them all the cyber technica you could to make them better shots, better, stronger. They're basically the bionic man. But you'd model them using solar auxilia, but you'd make it fancier. You'd give filigree to the armor. You'd give them sort of almost over the top Van Saar additions to the armor, not necessarily mechadendrites and but you'd give them energy shields. You'd give them electrogodes. You'd really make them look that weird steampunk sci-fi look that a lot of those pictures from the Unification Wars and stuff.
100%. That's exactly what I was thinking. They do not look like they belong in Imperium.
No.
They do. They almost don't look like they belong in 40k.
Correct.
That's what they need to look like.
Correct.
Yeah. But they don't look like generic sci-fi soldier. They just look like something that is far beyond the realm of what even the most creative Imperial Guard commander could see. Even beyond the realm of what the most creative tech adept within the 40k realm could see, because they're constrained by their adherence to the technology. So this would just step outside of that,
I'm picturing almost like American Civil War soldiers with riot police helmets with the visors, and then 1950s pulp sci-fi laser guns that had all the Tesla coils running down them. Just this weird collection, almost eclectic look where you're what is going on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we really need to rewrite
where
this.
They don't make sense.
They don't make sense at all.
Yeah, they don't make sense for the 40k. They don't make sense for 40k. That's what I think. That would be such a cool game. I love the idea of the brain inside the carapace armor.
Yeah.
They're like, no, brother, whatever you are, brother, Og, Mech.
Timmy.
It's brother Timmy. We understand that. You know what you're basically saying here is that my mini dreadnoughts is saying we're going to entomb you within this. We're going to load you up
because your body can't fight anymore.
Yeah, exactly. But we call upon you when the house is in dire need. You're not going to be going out there tussling with other houses and so forth. But when we need to absolutely prove a point, you five will be called upon.
Yes.
And they get awoken. And maybe they even, like, because they can go into this, I'm going to say they go into a stasis to be able to maintain themselves, because they would go insane without being able to touch, without being able to feel as humans. So they go into this stasis, and then they tap into them from their stasis to see if they've had any visions of technology. I've mentioned this before. I'm big on the machine spirit, but the sense that a machine has a spirit, not just necessarily the 40k rendition of a machine spirit. So being entombed within all the technology and all this machine, they would go to these individuals and ask them what the armor, what the weapon, what is it all saying to them? What words are coming through? What information is coming through?
Yeah.
And then maybe sometimes they get them go insane. So they're just like, we need to stick that needle in the back of your brain and replace you because you have wandered too far down the old circuit board there, and you got yourself into a bit of trouble.
Yes.
But yeah, look, I mean, this is we knew this with this episode. It is an explorative episode because it allows us to really tap into the origins of Necromunda, and also the freedom that Saar provide to you in terms of how you want to build and how you want to go ahead. Where, Cawdor can be a little rigid in the sense that you must have a belief system. The belief system that you can attach to Saar is to do with their technology, but they don't have to believe in the technology.
No.
They can just embrace the technology. They could even fight against the technology. They could see the pathway that the Imperium is taking and agree with it.
Yes.
And so they capture technology to keep it away from the masses. But that's a whole different gang idea. So we'll get into our next read, Rise of the Junker.
Centuries after the arrival of the Saar, a sprawling settlement has been built around the wrecked ship. Known as Junkertown, it becomes a nexus for the wasteland peoples and traders from hives for thousands of kilometres around, all unaware of the secret that slumbers beneath the city's makeshift metal streets.
So
this just shows the common acceptance. Okay. What were you going to say? You were going to say something like, ooh, a junk town for a junk house, or, oh yeah, no, couldn't come up with something smart like Windows Vista Town. Yeah, what do you got? Go.
No, I was going to say, this is just another great example of how Saar are taking what they have been birthed on with Earth, their intelligence and their understanding of technology, and bringing it to a place like Necromunda, and rather than just trying to hide it away, actually bringing it to the population and trying to do so much better for them, which I think is just truly amazing.
And they're losers.
They're losers. They call it Junkertown because they're losers. Anyway, go on.
Oh, you got me. You got me good. But no, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It shows that they're literally being accepted immediately by by the people of Necromunda, where this settlement's just popped up and everyone's just like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, there's just a town here now. There's just a settlement, and we go there for technological stuff. Everyone here seems to be like more in tune with technology than your average person. And like it says, traders from thousands of kilometers, or I don't know, it's like a million miles. I genuinely don't understand. I'm not.
I think it's like 48,000 fridges. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. So basically, if you laid out 48,000 fridges in like a straight line in any direction, that's where people will come from to Junkertown. But it's great because all they know is it's a wrecked ship. They just know it's a ship, and
I mean,
who cares?
I didn't get that. I didn't get that vibe from the description of Junkertown that it's actually built like you could still see the ship. I understand it's built around it, but it wasn't necessarily that. Yes, this is a wrecked ship. Come here and help us pillage and pull it apart and so forth. I sort of viewed it as it is something that, and I mean, we're going to say it early in the piece. We haven't really talked about it before, but the Vansar are very secretive, and rightly so because of the secret that slumbers beneath the city, which is the STC. I said it. Ooh, the Inquisition's coming and knocking.
The core depend. Not even the Inquisition, like the Mechanicus.
The Mechanicum. Inquisition Mechanicum. Yes, very conflicted. But so when they talk about Junkertown, I don't see it as something that they would have just bolted onto their ship. I see it as something that they would have fabricated separately to the ship. So almost like, there would be tunnels and pathways and whatever that can lead to Vansar, the ship. But not actually like allowing the masses near those areas. So they'd be very cordoned off and controlled.
Yeah, no, there's no way they're letting, every Timmy, Dick, and Harry head on down into the Vansar. It's going to be only the crew of the Vansar, or I'm never going to call them. What do we call them? Did we call them a coven before? I genuinely don't remember. We started talking about
Techno Coven, I think so. Yeah, because we called that's right because they're scared of nightclubs or something from the 90s.
Something like that. But yeah, so the crew, the members of the arcology ship would still be able to get down to the Vansar. But no, I really like what you're saying here, and especially when you say it's the slumbers beneath the city's makeshift metal streets. So yeah.
And so that's
I
because you don't get this in the book in this little part of the timeline. It's actually like there's not a great like overall description of what Junkertown looks like. Like it's full of vagrants and like hopeless losers and masses of like that. And then there's the other people from Necromunda there as well. Because all those ones I mentioned are Vansar. Huh? Was it?
Yep.
Okay.
No, we got it. We got it.
Yeah, tough crowd. Tough.
I'm gonna fight you.
just take off your rad suit. See how you go. One swing and that's it. Into hospice care. And anyway,
top of 3 can be cool.
But yeah, so the way I envisage this is that they go off and make the town because they understand what their role is within Necromunda. And not their eventual role, but what their role is in this part of the timeline. And as I said to you, the description of the town is not that great. So talking about the makeshift metal streets and all that kind of thing, it sort of goes, okay, well the House of Artifice has created something here which is entirely expectant of what they would do. Creating something from nothing, bringing a sort of like a hub and a centre for people to come to, and then in a way spread their influence. It's very clandestine and it's very protective of, I guess they're trying to learn their environment at this stage as well. So they're putting their feelers out, and they do that in the way that they know works, is create technology, bring it to people, and let's see how it's embraced. Let's see how it's taken on board. Because, and it's not explored enough in the book, and I'm going on a little tangent here, but just, it's my podcast. My episode. My podcast. Oh. But what I really want to see, and I probably haven't read enough literature to see it, is the clash between the Vansar and the Mechanicum. And it's mentioned a few times in the House of Artifice how they, the Vansar almost go like, oh, we get that there's prayers and there's, ceremonies and all this, but we really know that particular Magos or that particular priest is just simply hitting a switch to turn on that light or to activate that engine.
Yeah.
But it's the ideology, it's the thinking process that exists within the Van Saar, and how that all obviously clashes with the thinking process and the ideologies of the Mechanicum. And I really, really want to, I would love to do a deep dive on just that alone, because their thinking process and their ideologies are from an Earth before the Emperor.
But not even before that. It's from an Earth before people just stopped knowing about technology. We've talked about this a bit so far.
Yeah.
The Van Saar is a vessel from a time where mankind was still creating.
Yep.
Mankind understood technology, and rather than be limited by the dogma and fear of continued advancement, they thrived on it. They thrive on the concept of pushing out further. And this, we really can't get bogged down by this.
I'll say one point in relation to what we're talking about this, Reed. So when they touch down and they create Junkertown, what's their thought process then? And we're not going to delve too deep into it, if at all. What is their thought process about what they're bringing to Necromunda then? Do you know what I mean? So that we're creating Junkertown. Why? Because we understand we need to be integrated within this human society, and we don't have as much information as we'd like.
Well, we know Junkertown shows up in the 36th millennium.
Yep.
So between, let's say, 500 and 1,000 years after the Van Saar show up. They show up at some point during the 35th millennium. Yep. So let's say 500 years. Okay? 500 years, nice and easy, whatever. In that 500 years, they would have fortified the ruins of the Van Saar.
Yeah.
They've started to build the walls. They've started to build the sentry towers and everything like that. And then at the beginning of the 36th millennium, Junkertown is scrawled on nomad maps and road train routes alike, where even noble lords and clan houses of the hives acknowledge the existence of the lucrative trading town. So they've done exactly what you've just said. Yeah. They've gotten their position as a trading point in the middle of nowhere, where if you go there, they would have water stills, they would have manufacturing capability, they would have things that did not exist in the waste until this point. And it says here, the Van Saar were building an empire.
Yeah.
So from Junkertown, they've looked out and said, we have a niche. We come from a time where, and they may not have known about the 10,000 year difference, whatever, but we come from a place where mentally and I guess physically, but with their intellect,
but
they are able to create. Yeah,
not just mentally. It's their thought process.
Yes,
and I believe their STC doesn't just spew out blueprints and data and all this other stuff. It is something that is almost thinking. You know what I mean? It's almost like an artificial intelligence, their particular STC. So,
like an ancestor core, maybe? Bringing it back to squats just a little bit?
No, we won't do that. Don't degrade the episode further. But, so that's why I think the image that I have of them, having read the book, is of basically scientists trying to understand where they're at on Necromunda, and that's what Junkertown does for them, as you say. But anyway, we'll go into our next read, because I really do get lost in the history of Van Saar on Necromunda, because it's that history, and I love it. And I'm like, oh mate, I'd love to see them before they even were touched once by Necromunda. What exactly they were, what imagery of humanity does Games Workshop think that humanity was before the Emperor? What's that? What's that imagery? What do they look like? Where, what, what is something that is uniquely them? But anyway, we'll go to the circle of the Archaeotech. Tavor Hesia, taking the title of First Van Saar, convenes the inaugural gathering of Archaeotechs. Formed from the tech savants, scrapper lords, and heretics, the Archaeotechs are the secret guardians of the STC. During this time, both wonders and horrors are wrought by the Archaeotechs in equal measure, some loosed upon the world, others buried out in the waste where they might never see the feeble light of Necromunda's sun again. So now I'm going to reference one of our Patreon episodes. It's probably a little bit unfair on the people who aren't there on our Patreon, but we talked about the horrors, the what was it?
Warp
horrors. Yeah. So the warp horror, and I envisaged that as something mechanical, and that's what I can see.
Oh yeah, your techno horror.
Yeah, techno horror. That's what I can see. What the Archaeotechs would have created, something that is just like from a distance you go, oh, that's an ambot with like 3 tails, but as you get closer, it's some ridiculous, monstrous beast, almost. And for those who know it, the almost like the Lord Discordant on his Hellstalker, I think it's called. So,
Yes.
so
I
get rid of
love
yeah,
that
it's a brilliant model. When they brought that out, I'm like, you have captured angry Mechanicum really nicely, and how Chaos Space Marines would exploit that. But the Hellstalker is what I imagine these Archaeotechs would be making. So they go on and like, let's just add this and build this, and it needs this kind of intelligence. Maybe it needs a front brain, a middle brain, a back brain, like all these different AIs that it needs to function with. Or it has something that resembles old Earth of an octopus, where we're going to put a brain in each tentacle. Do you know what I mean? So that makes sense to us. So that each one is not independent of the hive mind, but is independent enough that it could, once separated, in like function by itself. So that's this period of time. This is what brings me back to saying that I believe their STC is more of a heightened AI rather than just spewing out data and information.
Well, it's actually great that you mentioned that, because as we talk about the rise of the Archaeotechs and that, there's some amazing examples in the House of Artifice. So, some of these, like the Arachna Queen, Lothran Vess, spent her life reverse engineering the gifts of the STC and adapting new technologies from their secrets. That's heresy. Others, like Kepler Seros, trained and dispatched thousands of agents to scour Necromunda for Archaeotech, hoping to encode the STC with new patterns and create new hybrid techno-objects. All of these tech lords added to the growing cabal's wealth of knowledge, and over time, the secrets guarded by the clan house continued to grow and deepen. That's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, the STC is creating, and these Archaeotechs, these kings and queens of the Van Saar, are either learning from it, attempting to disseminate what it's building and create something new, or just what we've said Junkertown has done, formed an operating base, sending agents everywhere they can,
feeding
to
it,
take other technology, to then feed it. Like, you don't feed something that isn't alive.
Yeah.
This is why I think the STCs, because we know STCs, like, that's some. So, this is like some 40k / 30k / Golden Age, Dark Age, all of it. I and then the Leagues of Votan have thrown like some more spice on this, but back in the age of exploration and the expansion of humanity, every ship that left had an STC because it contained the blueprints and ability to construct literally anything.
Yeah.
Any equipment necessary for survival, any machinery necessary for production. It would help you produce everything from hand grenades to nuclear power plants to sporks. Like it just knew
Well,
it.
I think it even says in
And
the House of Artifice, it teaches them how to make. Yeah, it says spoons. It says like there's instructions on how to create a spoon. And it shows you the range that they're going for. It's crazy. But yeah, no, continue.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you. It's a traditional machine spirit. We've talked about machine spirits like 814 times, but I believe it is a machine spirit, but it is a genuine artificial intelligence. And what the archaeotechs are doing by feeding it this information of new technology that either it doesn't know about or it's a different version of what it knows about, they're teaching a child. They're teaching this member of their house how to be better. And it may be technology that it never uses. It may never make that particular pattern of spork, but it knows how to.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's kind of what I was implying before. But it doesn't strike me as when you have this evil AI that just wants to learn and be better than humanity, it is the persistent assistant. So it's just saying, you give me more, I'll create more. Also, I've created this from something that I learnt 5,000 years ago. So here, have this bit of technology. This will work for you. Or here's something from our past in 10, 20,000 years ago. I give you this. See what you can do with it. See if it applies to the scenario that we're in now. Look, I mean, the STC, there's a chat to be had about with the STCs, but it's not on this episode because it is almost an episode within itself. So I think we just need to establish that I think, personally, that the STC that the Van Saar have is an incredibly powerful STC, obviously. But it is a little bit broken, so...
It eventually gets broken, but
Yeah.
luckily enough, it is in the hands of the archaeotechs. And
True.
one of the best archaeotechs is actually who we're talking about next. This is called the Rise of Davos. The brilliant tech ganger, Satyr Davos, rises to power within the archaeotechs, having unravelled the secrets of Junkertown and travelled across Necromunda to behold the STC for himself. In his time, many wonders will be rediscovered by the Van Saar, and they will grow into the foundation of the modern house. Now, Satyr Davos is honestly the rags to riches story that Necromunda needs.
Oh, God.
So, he was a tech ganger from Hive Rothgol, and he joined the Van Saar of Junkertown after just uncovering a cranial spike in the depths of his hive. So naturally, he smashed that thing into his brain and was gifted with its unique mnemonic engrams, crafted by the Iron Lords in centuries past. And this turned Davos into an intellect of truly staggering ability. But unfortunately, much like Nathan and myself, with this incredible intellect, it has withered and destroyed his body. Which is why we're so smart, but unfortunately not as muscular as we'd like to be.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
But it's amazing, and Davos literally, he's done basically what your Van Saar gang did at Necromunda. One of them's been infected by
RNA technology. Yeah. And when you do, there's more to that. It's clearly, I think, hinting that it is something of the Iron Lords or the RNA technology that he's rammed into his brain, because it starts to whisper secrets and knowledge to him that you shouldn't be knowing this, brother. Like, this is some stuff that you should be keeping very much out of your brain. And the fact that he goes across, he's almost like, a bit of a, like, I don't know, I want to say like a techno prophet in a way, in that he finds the STC. So he actually makes his way across to Junkertown to find it. So you imagine how the Van Saar and the architects in there, what they would be thinking seeing this thing turn up with a
This guy just shows up.
He's just like, oh, can I see the STC? They're like, whoa. You need to calm down here, Chief. We don't know what an STC is. And he goes, do you know how you're all really sick? I know why that is. It's because you have an STC. So, but his ability to do that would have just been, they would have seen him as something enlightened, something prodigal that is coming back to their house, and would have just inspired, and it does. It, as you say, it becomes the foundation of the modern house. So it inspires them to go greater. So I think one of the key things he does for all that he brings to the House of Artifice, House of Van Saar, whatever you need to call them, is that the first survival suits are designed under his reign. And so it actually says here, the first survival suits designed to extend their rad-attuned lives were made. Artificial organs and bio-augments were perfected to keep their bodies working, while the first circles of the architects were created. So not only is he creating the suits and the ability to survive for the house as a total, but he's creating the structure. You know, by installing those architects in something that looks more structured rather than just go have at it. You know, you want to make a million sporks, you want to improve the spork, go for it, brother. There's almost like I'm not going to say a hierarchy, but there's a bit of organisation creeping into something that is just been like go willy-nilly with whatever technology you want to design.
It seems to me that the early days of House Van Saar were exactly that. It was 500 mad scientists, each doing their own experiments.
Yeah.
And it looked like, how would I describe it? Like an illegal power hookup where there's the power lines and then there's 200 different illegal taps going onto it. And everyone's pulling power off everyone else's illegal taps. Yeah. So no one's really making any progress. And Davos comes along and just sort of goes, all right, listen, dummies. You're all trying to do the same thing, but you're all taking power away from each other. So you all go over there and work, and you just pick which one of you's in charge. Yeah. And all of you're trying to make like the best corn. So all of you get together and go over there and go make corn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you guys, I don't know what you guys are doing, but yeah, that guy's in charge. Go listen to them. And what are you doing? I am making new toasters. It's like, you're an idiot. Go work with the corn people. But he's literally saying to them, stop pulling in all these different directions. Yeah. Build your little covens. Build your little groups to focus your efforts. And all of a sudden, leaps and strides are being made with the technology of the STC, the drive, determination, and intellect of the Van Saar under the, let's be honest, perfect leadership of Davos, where he's actually giving them purpose instead of just, we're all out for ourselves.
Yeah. So, and that's the other thing as well, is that it states that they limit who can now access the STC within their architects. Yes. And that limitation is exactly what you're saying. That helps grow and drive them because they become specialised, they become focused. So, but anyway, we could talk about Davos for quite a while, and it is a very, I guess, an important character, not just for House Van Saar, but for Necromunda total, because he sets House Van Saar on a pathway that will ensure that Necromunda is able and capable to do what it does in the future. Speaking of the future, Cult of the Kronos. After centuries of rule over the STC and its attendant architects, Satar Davos mysteriously vanishes. Speculation is rife among the architects, many believing he has finally perfected his archeo-chronomatrix, a device with the power to pierce the veil of time itself. Almost overnight, a group within the Van Saar, known as the Cult of Kronos, emerges, dedicated to finding Davos or replicating his work. So this is something we didn't mention from the previous read, but I guess his true goal of what they call it is he wants to send them back to their lost age, wants to send them back to that Aranaean prime, wants to go to when technology was venerated but also respected, but not in that fanatical cult worship of the Mechanicum, but more in a way that says, how can we improve? How can we get better? And obviously, I mean, he might have got back there. Let's assume that he did, and he had a nice little happy ending for himself. But
no, he zipped himself back to the age of the Iron Lords, or he ends up being the Iron Lord, or he's shifted himself sideways in time, and he winds up in Khorne's throne room, watches some poor Van Saar girl get exploded, and he's just like, nah.
So
I'm out of here.
What I see him as is like a Groundhog Day, where he's just constantly going back to the point of where the Aranaeans finally give up against the Imperium, and they're just like, "Oh, you got us," and then the very next day are wiped out by the Necrons. And that he just relives that day constantly. Just, as a cruel joke from Zinch, who touched Van Saar 10,000 years earlier. He's like, you can go back in time, but only this one point.
That's how they get you. Yep. Nice one, Zinch. Well done, bud. Well, after that, it comes into the Junk War. In a single night of fire and blood, an alliance of clan houses attacks Junkertown, drawn by rumours of the power of its rulers. The Van Saar have long planned for this moment, and as the fighting rages overhead, the STC is transferred to a specially modified maglev train, and will spend the next decade traversing the labyrinthine under-earth rail lines of Necromunda, always staying one step ahead of the Van Saar's pursuers. This is it. This is where they realise that the power they have is going to be coveted by others, by these lesser houses. So naturally, they've got plans in place to keep themselves one step ahead of everyone else, keep themselves away from everyone else, so that the thing that gives them the edge over the other houses, over everyone else, is only in the possession of them.
Yes.
And by having this train, like, guaranteed, I imagine this train was either purchased in parts or maybe even built by them. It may have been, the maglev train may have been created by the STC in preparation for this. Because I see it that the STC and the intelligence within it knew what was coming. Not necessarily the Van Saar. And it said, I need to be able to move if I need it.
Right. I really, really love that. And what it would be doing is be saying, here, build this. Oh, it's tracks. Yep. Build this. Oh, it's an engine for some sort of locomotive. Oh, it's build this and build this. And then they begin to place a picture. And they themselves would then go, let's build a maglev train. Let's create a labyrinth of underground rail lines and so forth, so that we can stay ahead of our pursuers, or use the tunnels that already exist and add to them. You know what I mean? But I would see it because their radius from Junkertown would be limited as well. So as the maglev train moves, there would be crews that would be just dedicated. They're almost like rail crews, Van Saar rail crews, just building. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
So,
like Van Saar combat engineers.
Yeah, that's my gang idea from this, basically. But no, they're not combat engineers. They're like a rail crew, and they exist in modern gang idea, by the way. They exist in modern Necromunda. We're tracing their heritage to back that we are the Van Saar from the tunnels. So, help me out here, Sam. There's something moles, the Metro moles. So it's sort of a little inspired by this, but more so that these House Van Saar continue to build this labyrinth, and they fight against all the beasties and the nasties down there. Radiation doesn't work against the things down here. It's just not the go-to weapon. So they use a lot of slug weaponry, a lot of things that, they can a little bit more reliable underground, and they all wear face shields and masks and so forth. They have lots of night vision, lots of targeters and scopes and what have you. But their objective is to continue building the maglev lines. So, thousands and thousands of years have passed, and they're continuing this process. And the reason that they do that is it's because of what they have been trained in and what they understand to be their particular specialization of technology. And so they continue doing that, saying that one day we might have to move the STC. The reality is it's never going to move from where it is now, but one day that's the thinking and the process of there is a chance that we might have to move this. But in the meantime, their tunnels and their tracks and so forth get used by other members of the house to transport technology, transport themselves, use it in a way to escape ambushes or whatever the case might be. But they're not walking around in a train vest, and they don't look like the Fat Controller or anything like that. They would look very similar to modern Van Saar, except they would be almost have like the Delark overcoat from N95, that kind of gear, that kind of aesthetic to them. So they like using the cloaks and shadows and everything underground would be the precise way they go. Sometimes you don't see them until, suddenly there's 4 sets of 4 eyes just suddenly light up in the distance, and then all these tiny little green dots appear all over you, and you're like, oh, I've wandered down the wrong train tunnel here.
I'm in danger.
Yes, exactly. So that's the way I see this gang sort of operating, that they still build, they still create and so forth, but they have a lot of subsidiary industries, but their focus is about ensuring that they can maintain those, I guess, escape routes for House Van Saar.
See, I see something very, very similar. I see crews in almost I want to say like high-tech golf carts, but like little convoys of them. So there'd be like 10 groups of 10 or 12, and they'd be going through the actual tunnels, through the maglev lines and that sort of thing. And as they're going through, they're ensuring that the structure is still stable, that there's no floods or cave-ins or anything like that. And the reason they're doing this is because that's their preferred method of transporting materials, technology, soldiers and that from place to place. And as they're doing this, they're also finding new tunnels, power conduits, that sort of thing there, and going, oh, okay, we need to note that down because there's obviously a power supply here, and we can use this, and we can set up a small station here, we can set up monitoring, etc., etc. And what settlement is this closest to? Okay, so if we ever need to attack this settlement, we can cut the power from here. I see them doing it that way. So almost
real long game stuff.
Almost reconnaissance, but also looking at it as like, oh, hold on, if we take this path, we know if we go 2 days down here, eventually take a left, we end up in Rothgal. When we can all of a sudden start taking archaeotech that we've been capturing in Rothgal, bringing it to Primus. Ooh. That's how I sort of see that gang.
I like that. I like that better than my idea. That's really cool because they still see it as a way to feed the STC. So rather than
because that's their purpose. This crew, this whole thing is to keep the flow of food going back to the STC.
Yeah, right. It must be hungry though, the STC, because I think it only eats like a bit at a time.
You reckon it takes megabytes?
Yes.
No. Please do your next break.
Speaking of technology, rise of the technocracy. That's a silly word. As the centuries grind on, the name Van Saar becomes synonymous with mastery of technology and the lost secrets of mankind's past. Allies and enemies alike flock to the technocratic clan house, eager to exploit its expertise, manipulate its archaeotechs, or steal its mechanical wonders. Each one embraced or defeated in turn by the House of Artifice. You're just very happy they got a nice read in their own book. I mean, what were they going to do? Just throw in something that says they actually got kicked in the teeth so many times they gave up fighting. No, they weren't going to do that. But there's only one bit of that read that just draws me in, and we've talked too much about it already. The lost secrets of mankind's past. Like, I just want to know. Just throw me a bone. Give me something. You know what I mean? Like, don't just show me a fancy assault cannon. I want to see, like, not just something Volkite. I don't want energy. I don't know. I want like a dove that has lasers. Yeah.
A dove cannon.
A dove cannon. I don't know. I don't know what I want, but I want more and I want different. That's what I want.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, you mean like, give me a machine that turns Coke into Pepsi.
Perfect.
Like, you pour Coke in, and it gives you Pepsi. It'd just be like, why would you literally ever need this? The answer is because Pepsi is better than Coke.
What are you doing?
No, Pepsi. Oh, Pepsi Max is my jam.
No.
I love Pepsi Max.
No, thank you.
Pepsi Max with mango was the greatest drink Pepsi ever created.
So, folks, I'm sad to announce this is officially the end of the Underhive Lorekeepers because my co-host and simpleton of a man is just obsessed with a drink that was absolutely disgusting.
I love it. I love it.
No, it's vile, and I will drink Coke over Pepsi Max any day of the week. Okay.
Well,
let's
that should be against the law. And speaking of laws, Duke Winter Vorlin Van Saar of the Archaeotechs formalizes the three laws, first created in the aftermath of Davos's rule. These precepts have served the Van Saar well for centuries. Dozens of Archaeotechs, who for years have flaunted the three laws, prefer exile to accepting any restriction on their experiments and technological ambitions.
So, Sam, what are the three laws?
Well, Nathan, the three laws of the Archaeotechs are as follows. Law number 1. No Archaeotech may allow the STC to be harmed, stolen, or misused, either through design or ignorance. Law number B. Archaeotechs must use the STC solely for the betterment of House Van Saar, except where it conflicts with the first law. And law number... ! An Archaeotech may only innovate the technologies of the STC if doing so does not conflict with the first and second laws. So, it's pretty to the point.
Yeah.
Like, you can't let it be harmed, stolen, or misused through design or ignorance, which means you can't, for example, paint it, because if you paint it, how do you know that's not going to cause an overheating and cause damage to the STC? Like, you don't. So you can't, through ignorance or design, have done that.
Yeah, right.
You can't adjust a design within the STC for any of the technologies, as because that may in turn damage the STC. You can only do that if you can then prove that it cannot cause damage, and then it will 100% be for the betterment of House Van Saar. Like, it's almost... Sorry.
This almost bridges a little bit into the ideas of the Cult Mechanicum as well. So, in the sense that now we start to have these limitations put on, which we understand under Davos become an important factor to how the house can be run effectively and efficiently. And it even says, like, you know, often the keen-minded men and women were innovators and inventors, some bordering on heretics, with the tinkering with the technologies of Necromunda. So we're talking about some people who are doing some dangerous stuff with their tech, and many of their archaeo horrors being loosed upon the high world. So there's an understanding of why these laws need to exist. And as you say in the read, a lot of them are just told, you know, the classic Necromunda, classic.
Not lock the doors, gas them.
No,
but,
it's
the waves, never
boot off to the
again.
waves, never to be seen again, sort of thing. So I like the laws are important for a clan house. They're important for an influential player within the great game of Necromunda, but they almost can contradict the original sort of mission statement of House Van Saar, or of Van Saar. We won't call it House Van Saar, but Van Saar. You know, where technology,
the betterment of everyone.
Yes, exactly. But like, I guess when we look at Van Saar, when they first had the STCs, there were STCs everywhere. They weren't this forgotten ancient technology. So damaging an STC, yes, is very naughty, very bad, but not the end of the world. There is something we can do to repair that STC. Whereas House Van...
You can go to, like, your local big box outlet store and buy a new STC.
It's like, oh, mate, you're back in here again. What'd you do? You dropped the Coke on it. Ugh. Best drink.
Should have had a Pepsi. Everyone knows Pepsi doesn't damage STC.
Yeah, that's, you know what, that is common knowledge. My apologies. But
Pepsi said it was a lack of sugar.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, it prevents the stickly gribblies from forming on the inside. Exactly. This is official scientific talk there, guys. Stickly gribblies. But
no, we need to get confirmation of that from Hive Scum.
Oh yeah, please, stickly gribblies, please double check.
Come on, buddy.
But the laws here now apply to a house and an agenda and a political ideal and a concept of stability. But most importantly, these laws are built, for my personal belief here, are built around a fear of losing their STC. Very much like what we talked about in the Junk War. This is the same idea that we know we can defeat and handle the outside threats to the STC. We now must control, even more so than what Davos was doing, the internal threats to the STC. And that is the rogue archaeotech. Yeah, it happens to be. It happens to be the ideals that we left Terra with. That is what is moving against us, unfortunately, because the concepts and ideas don't work when you want stability, when you want influence, when you want political sway over the Helmors or, you know, any other clan house or noble house that is out there. So I respect the three laws and I think they're important for House Necromunda, but it is at this point... Sorry, I said House Necromunda. Let me just correct that. Correction. House Van Saar. But it is at this point where I think you can say they're broken off from where they were, from what their original people were.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I totally agree that the bringing of the three laws takes them away from... Well, I think it goes back to what Davos did, where it was, you're all pulling in different directions. Stop. Yep. Now, these three laws are saying, if we're pulling in any direction, it has to be for the betterment of the STC, the betterment for the house, and never contradict either of those.
Yep.
Like, it's perfect.
Yep.
And it is why in the, 3 millennia, 4 millennia, 5 millennia since then, it's why House Van Saar has risen to supremacy and domination over the rest of Necromunda. But that's a point we can continue on with later on.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Yeah.
It's your episode. Why don't you do your next one,
right. Buddy? Doom of Hera. House Hera foolishly thinks to destroy the young clan house of Van Saar. The response by the House of Artifice is as swift as it is final. Many speculate that perhaps the Imperial House had a hand convincing House Hera it could overcome the emergent house. as a punishment for some secret slight known only to Lord Helmore and the late rulers of House Hera. So I think this is where we can see the emergence of other houses, and when the House Cawdor starts to rise, people just disregard them. They're just like, what? These are, the rats have found a way to gain power, fine, whatever the case might be. House Orlok are embraced, basically, within the upper echelons. They're basically told, if you want to play as a noble, come and play as a noble. We don't mind because you run our ships. But the threat of House Van Saar is so very obvious and so very clear to many of the noble houses that it's not just House Hera who is wary of them. It is other noble houses who go, we want to keep these on the distance. However, it's House Hera who see themselves as the techno masters, as the technological, strength within the court of House Helmore. And it's them that see how devastating and how impactful House Van Saar can be.
They should have gotten help from House Zeus.
They should have, but he was stuck at Hive Acropolis. Sorry. Starfrost and Pockets. They're just like...
But no, I love that. I love the fact that it's that classic Necromunda noble squabble of, Lord Hera or Lady Hera had dared to ask to borrow my salad fork. So naturally, we're going to ensure their entire house is destroyed by these Van Saar. And there's a couple of advisors just being like, totally rational idea there, boss. Great plan.
Yeah.
Great plan. We need to get out of here. We need to leave. I used one of his toothpicks last week. I'm doomed.
Yeah.
I'm literally his third son. I'm doomed.
Before we go on to our next read, I think it's really important, and it's not mentioned in the timeline, but it's mentioned in the book. It is so important to understand the absolute ruthless and professional nature that House Van Saar bring to the table. So now we can start to talk about them, not just from guys and girls who provide technology or provide, the best gaming consoles or whatever the case might be, but it actually shows them as an efficient and deadly house, and not just handling, an unruly mass, but handling another noble house. And it actually says here, like a surgeon cutting away dead meat, the Van Saar eradicated House Hera in a series of precision strikes by heavily augmented gangs. Skip forward a little bit. The obliteration of House Hera became a warning for any who would underestimate or try to bring down the Van Saar, and even centuries later, its name is synonymous with folly and the hubris of young clans. So the precision, the tactical acumen, the way that House Van Saar fight and the way they guide themselves and run themselves, we start to see this developing more beautifully, more concrete about them. No, they're not just the guys who are going to, fix your printer. So, and this at this point, I think we start to see the development of how they will continue to fight further down the line. And it's part of living on Necromunda. You must be able to fight, and they're picking their pathway and their methodology.
But they've done that through the application of technological mastery. Yeah. It says in that read, Van Saar eradicated House Hera in a series of precision strikes by heavily augmented gangs.
Yeah.
Yes. And the engineering of numerous accidents that saw entire work crews consumed by Manufactoria turned against them through the will of the Archaeotex. They've fixed your printer by making it take your arm off. Like they're turning machinery against you. It's that that ghost in the machine type thing where the loading claw isn't loading containers, it's crushing work crews.
It's a line of servo claws, just crushing and destroying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and this is what I mentioned earlier about there's almost a secretive nature to them. So there's almost this deliquescent behavior in how they operate as well. It's like, we will manipulate the machines. We don't have to fight you. We don't need to go toe to toe with us slinging plasma shots at you. We'll wipe out the majority of your influence or your people with a building that collapses, and it collapses upon itself because we have engineered it that way. Or, a whole bunch of servitors suddenly just turn feral and start ripping your workforce apart, or ripping your gang apart. And so this is that secretive, behind the scenes nature of Van Saar that I feel in my time of playing Necromunda, and even from the early days of N95 when first viewing them, I never really saw them as that. I saw them as, the techno marvels and the fantastic in-your-face sort of gang with all the cool guns, fantastic cool bodysuits. What I've learned from them is that they are some dirty, no good, underhanded, sneaky sneaks.
This is correct.
It is, yeah. They're naughty no goods. The Cybernetica Arachnus.
Cybertechnica Arachnus.
Isn't that what I said? So I'll go into our next read. The Cybertechnica Arachnus.
You won't. I will. And Lutherus Hormund, an exiled archaeotech in the Inner Circle, is killed by his greatest creation, the Cybertechnica Arachnus, a nightmare machine of razor limbs and coiling cables. The Arachnus plagues Hive Primus for years, scuttling about in its underways, emerging only to kill for pleasure, or to feed upon the Hive's great heat sink. Oh, buddy.
So firstly, my pronunciation of Cybertechnica Arachnus was beautiful, and you do not interrupt my reads. you are invited to read. Anyway, oh, buddy, what?
I need me a giant murder robot spider, which you know what we would use as the perfect model for it?
It wouldn't work, but go on.
The Hellstalker from the Lord Discordant.
Oh, I thought you were about to say the Orc and Goblin spider.
The Arachnarok spider. No.
Arachnarok spider.
It needs to be a giant robot spider.
Yeah, I know. That's why I thought you would have to do a lot of work, but that would look really cool. Imagine it's armor plates, and then you just, I don't know, the green stuff rollers. That is all and get a green stuff roller that just does pipes and all that kind of stuff. And then you just layer these slabs of stuff underneath the armor plates. So somebody's built up the armor plates to make it look more spidery. That would be sick.
That would be
mechadendrites
sick.
And tendrils and all these other things hanging off it. It does say it plagues Hive Primus for years, scuttling about in its underways. The impression I get there is dead now. One.
No, I see it as it's been attacking people, killing them, and then it retreats back to that heat sink, almost like a nest, and it will just snuggle up against it, getting warm, taking power out of it, almost like how you can just put your phone on those charging pads.
It just wiggles its little bum down onto the heat sink. It's just like, cozy. I think it's more like a trapdoor spider now. So it's evolved and changed, and so it just like little manhole covers, and it just snatches people.
Like the amble we said, where it's hiding behind the door.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you just see that looks like a giant spider leg. What's that doing? Gotcha.
The Cybertechnica Arachnus, gotcha.
Yeah, and then brings it back to the heatsink and does a performance for the audience it's amassed and makes them applaud for it.
Because it bites them, instead of venom, it's tiny little robot spiders that get into their brain, and it's basically like nanobots.
So it's moved on from killing. It understands. I'm probably the prime killer on Hive Primus.
I've always wanted to be a dancer. I have 8 legs. Why would I not dance?
I've killed in combat. Now I want to kill on stage.
Exactly.
All right. Well, we've somehow managed to make this giant robotic spider very camp.
So I want to kill on stage. You've wrecked me. All right. A genetic folly. What's the next read? I think that should be the end of the episode.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. A genetic folly. At the behest of Lord Helmore, House Van Saar has a hand in the creation of the first Goliaths. For centuries afterwards, the House of Artifice will blame the failure of the project on House Escher, who they worked alongside to make the slave race. Just as Escher will blame the Van Saar, neither taking responsibility for the legacy of House Goliath they have unleashed on Necromunda, and they both need to blame House Deluck. But anyway, that's for a different episode on the House of Shadow. Oh wait, it's already been done, and we know it was them naughty, no good, sneaky sneaks.
That was done when we were supposed to do this episode originally.
Oh yeah, what a great tie-in. That was like over a year ago, wasn't it? Oh, no, just under a year ago. Oh, happy times. Remember how excited you were?
I'm still really angry at you. But thankfully, we now have Goliath, and we know how awesome the Goliath are. So thank you, House Helmore, Escher, and Van Saar. Here is where we really need to look at it, though. All of this was done at the behest of Lord Helmore. This goes back to what you were talking about with House Hera, where they may have been that technological house. They may have been that up-and-coming house that Helmore may have been leaning on in regards to technology. But because Van Saar were quote-unquote tricked into destroying them, they've been put into this position where they've been forced to work with Escher, and unfortunately, their pet project has gone awry.
Yeah, so a couple of points from this. Firstly, House Goliath don't exist without the Van Saar, plain and simple. There's no... Whatever Escher bring to the table, it is not the required base minimum that's required to formulate the Goliath. But for me, House Goliath could still be created without House Escher. You know, you could definitely use different chems and stims, and you could manufacture all that. It's the technology and the genius and the expertise of the Van Saar that make these clone vats and these forge babies basically born.
I disagree with that, because the clone vats would be taken from the blades. Remember they cloned themselves?
I still think House Van Saar would, given enough time, would be able to do that.
Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah. Yes. But they would be able, they would still have access to those clone vats, is what I'm saying, without Van Saar. Like, I agree with you. House Goliath
I'm talking about like a big, broad brushstroke here. If you had to eliminate one or the other from the process of making House Goliath, Escher would disappear.
Yes.
Because of the technology that House Van Saar bring. And eventually, they don't have the clone vats, but they could eventually do it at some stage.
Yep.
And you might not have, House Goliath as we see it today. You might have a variation of that. But anyway. Secondly,
I agree with you.
This is to do with the Helmores. The Helmores understand that the technology of the House Van Saar is off the hook, is off the chain. They're free. They're not stuck with the dogma of the Mechanicum. And that's also probably why they wanted House Hera destroyed as well.
Yeah.
Is because although they would lean on them for technological aid and expertise and knowledge, they are still constrained within the guidelines and frameworks of the Mechanicum, or the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
The Van Saar are not. And the Helmores know that as well. They have their 3 rules, but that's it. They're not as
restrictive. They're not as governing as what all the rules, laws, and I don't know them, so happily be corrected on that one. All the rules, laws, and guidelines that would come from the Adeptus Mechanicum. So having basically techno wizards on your right hand who you're giving complete freedom to changes how you can operate, changes how you can maintain your power and stability. And that is why House Van Saar are pushed ahead of everybody else, where, the secrets of House Talark are very important to the Helmore. The technology and the artifice of House Van Saar are just as important as well. So I think it's a good point.
Yeah, cloning itself technically is illegal in a lot of the sort of modern Imperium. How would I put it? So, a lot of cloning ends up badly. It was the there was the experiment where they took all the genetic material from all of the sort of heroes of the Imperium, and they tried to make the perfect soldier. It didn't end up well. They ended up being like bad luck magnets, and a lot of them got killed. Two of them showed up in the Last Chances books, and they were the Afriel strain, and
that's it.
They were incredibly skilled, and like they were great soldiers, but they just had the worst luck. Like, they'd walk down the path that had been set up as safe in a minefield, and for some reason, there was an earthquake that just made them all fall over onto landmines. Or, they'd be opening up a can of Spam, and the lid had come off and they'd slit their own throat. Like, it was just the worst.
Yeah. High fives always led to broken arms.
Correct. Cloning is just, it's the worst because it almost sees them as being without a soul.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And the soul is the most important thing in 40k.
Yeah.
It really, soul of the machine, soul of the marine, soul of the guardsman, soul of the Imperium. All these things are important.
Yeah, and if you're a clone, you're not a true person. So you can't technically have a soul. But don't tell that to anyone on Krieg. They're a different type of clone. They're not really clones. They're like test tube babies, but giant test tubes.
Their souls would just like hinder them in their service.
Yeah.
So they're happy to be without them. Yeah.
Soul? What? To have like feelings and reservations? You mean bitch blankets? We're the death corpse of
talking and not saying charge.
We are the death corpse of Krieg, son. You know what that means? There you go. Bitch blankets. That's what we're now calling people's souls. So before I end up saying something that's going to get me cancelled, let's talk about Shadow of the Omnissiah.
Yes, let's do. Pretty much, it's going to cover exactly what I said.
Yeah,
but go ahead. Yeah.
Agents of the Adeptus Mechanicus visit Necromunda to ensure that it complies with the strictures of the cult Mechanicus and begin an investigation of House Van Saar. When the agents all mysteriously vanish, the Imperial House covers the event up with an accident in Hive City, while simultaneously bribing the emissaries of Mars with a collection of ancient archaeotech. They locked them in a door, gassed them, and I'm assuming covered them in like sticky coke, which just ruined their electronics. And
exactly.
When these tech priests were just like, hey dummies, where did our other dummies go? It's like, we don't know, but if you press this button and it's like, twist it, bop it, smack it, and this tech priest just like, yeah, whatever, dummy. I need to go now, and he's just like, oh my god, twist it, bop it, smack it.
Yeah. And just like another one's got a slinky. It's just like, just the command crew is just like fascinated with like slinkies and child's toys, and one of them's got a fidget spinner. It just sits there.
One of them just got this tickle me Elmo, and it's like, tickle me harder. And he's like, I will, Elmo. Yeah. I love you.
And then just gets taken by the trapdoor spider.
Yeah,
because it showed emotion.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't need to nanobite him. Take him back home. He will cheer for me.
But no, this is amazing. This is House Helmore going, I can't have these Imperial dickheads taking my technological house. So I'm going to make sure their investigation goes nowhere. And then I'm going to give them some of my trinkets to make them go away.
But so that implies, without any shadow of a doubt, that Helmore knows that what House Van Saar are doing is strictly up to no good in terms of their technology.
100%.
100, and he agrees with it.
Yep, he agrees with it.
Not he, but House Helmore.
House.
Yeah, the house.
I almost imply all Helmores are Ronti.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's the naughtiest.
He's the naughtiest. But yes, you are 100% correct. Because, and why, Nathan, do you think the Imperial House would do this to defend something that they would probably get a very good pat on the back for handing in? What benefit do they get, do you think?
They get to use their coffee makers without any hassle. I think I passed.
You did think. You did not pass. But they would be using...
That's a
using
common theme this week.
Ooh. They would be using the manufacturing capability of House Van Saar to buff their tithe. They would be using their manufacturing capability. They would be using their STC designs. They would be using their power generating capabilities. They would be using all of this to ensure their tithe was being paid in full and on time every single time. And they'd get all sorts of great high fives from the Mechanicus for handing over the STC and handing over the Van Saar and letting them pillage Junkertown. But then all of a sudden, who's filling in that gap?
Yeah,
not House Hera.
No, definitely not. None of these people who have that dogmatic version of technology that is that the Mechanica, the Adeptus Mechanicus wants you to use, are able to maintain what House Van Saar do. And even in the Book of Artifice, it talks about how they are able to actually work on the Great Heatsink. They're able to, their capacity and their volume that they're able to work at outstrips anybody else on the planet, outstrips anybody else in their sector, you'd say. It would take hundreds, probably thousands more Adeptus Mechanicus with very, very open minds to be able to do what House Van Saar are doing. And the House Helmore understand this. And exactly what you're saying, their fear of not being able to fulfill their tithe, or their fear of slipping from where their tithe is currently at, is so great that they commit tech heresy by holding on to House Van Saar as pretty much like their right-hand man for the planet. And that's why I see them. Out of all the houses, the planet stops without House Orlok. The planet falls into disarray without the Dalark, but the planet will literally die without the Van Saar.
Without the Van Saar and their ability to ensure the level of technology, the level of sophistication is kept where it needs to be.
It's just like the things like they talk about keeping the lights on. They talk about pumping the oxygen. This is all Van Saar. This is not Mechanicus technology that is, being constantly updated and run better or so forth. They would never do that. This is where the Van Saar step in and do this as a we've got your back
Helmors, provided the Mechanicum never come to our... Sorry, the Mechanicus never come to our door.
Yeah, exactly. I love it.
The madness of the cogs.
Oh.
The discovery of an alien engramic presence deep beneath Hive Primus almost destroys the STC when it accidentally inloaded into the servitors tending the Great Machine. Before the hateful Xenos code can fully infect the device, a cabal of archaeotechs inloaded into their cranial implants, the engrams driving them all insane. For years afterward, the maddened archaeotechs are found wandering the Underhive, babbling about being cogs in the machine and trying to awaken the alien code once more. Necrons.
Necrons. Yep.
Necrons. 100%.
Yep.
100%. Or potentially an Iron Lord. You know, there's a little bit of Araneian type. But see, it would have to be the Iron Lords.
Necrons via the Iron Lords, as we've discussed previously.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I do agree with that. That is very much so. But look at the commitment to the cause of the archaeotechs here. They're just like, put that into me brainstem.
Yep.
I'll wear this one for you, Mr. STC.
Because what they are doing is sacrificing themselves for the safety and surety of not only the house, but more importantly, the STC.
Yeah. And that's the famous Van Saar motto. My STC before my gang. I don't think it is a famous Van Saar
I don't
motto.
think it is.
So
it's actually there's a classic Van Saar song. It goes, "Old grey mare, no aliens in the STC, aliens in the STC." No. Yeah, sorry.
So again, folks, unfortunately, we tried to move on from ending the episode early, but unfortunately, Sam's driving us down that path again. No, look, this here screams for a gang idea, not only for the mad archaeotechs wandering around in the Underhive, but also for an elite kill crew going down to find what this engramic presence deep beneath Hive Primus is. So imagine an even more elite gang of Van Saar. So normally you run a gang of Van Saar, you go, mate, I'm taking 5 bodies. That's a big gang. You know, like,
the biggest starting Van Saar gang I've ever had was 7, and that's because I purposefully took regular Juves instead of Neotechs.
Yeah, right. So there you go. You understand. Imagine a more elite crew than that. Maybe just 4, like a little Spec Ops team. And their entire objective is to go deep into Hive Primus. And they fight everything. They fight like the rabble. They fight the rat skins. They fight anybody that is going to force them to deviate off their path. And just absolutely loaded with weapons. So you almost want to make a gang of champions here. You know what I mean? So each one has more than just a pistol and a main weapon. They're just completely loaded full of gear, all different types of grenades, lots of energy weaponry. It's easier for them to reload. It's easier for them to take on. But imagine, have you ever seen Jinro, the Wolf Brigade? No, it's an anime from like the 90s, I think, or early 2000s.
No, I honestly, I think you've got me to try and watch a couple of animes. One of my brothers is into a lot of animes, and he sort of recommended some. They just don't grab me.
Yeah, righto. Yep.
Yeah,
but anyway, the Jinro, the Wolf Brigade. I think they ended up turning it into a live action at some stage, but I remember watching it when I was younger, and it was so imposing. They would have these guys dressed up in this really dark, brooding type of armor, and they would like suddenly appear, and they just have these 2 piercing red eyes. That's the way I see this Van Saar like Vanguard Special Operations team. all black armor, almost like non-highlighted, but sort of semi-glossy, and just piercing red eyes, and they would have a lot of, like, all of their, you'd go for like original source lighting on all their weapons and stuff like that. They'd have these points that they glow from and so forth. That would look really, really cool, I think. But the playability of the gang becomes a completely different issue. But they're almost like a beast hunters, monster hunters, going deeper and deeper within the hive to find this presence that, because would not Van Saar be trying to hunt down whatever this presence was?
Absolutely.
Or where it originated for? Because it threatened the STC so directly.
I believe so, 100%. Oh, that's a really good idea. Do them as... I'd do them as, once again, going to like an Iron Man gang. 3,000 creds. You start by tooling them up. Carapace armor. If you got to give them blast guns, you're giving them every scope, every upgrade, every crystal upgrade, suspensors on the heavy weapons. Do them almost like a... I talk about Fallout 4 a lot. Like one of the synth kill teams you get later in the game. Where they literally are, they're going in, and it's very Terminator when Kyle Reese is explaining to Sarah Connor about the Terminators. The one gets into the hideaway, throws off the cloak, and just has that laser Gatling gun. He's just ripping through the sort of resistance fighters. That's how I picture this gang. Oh!
Yeah. So they're just, like, terrifying even for other Van Saar. So their speciality is now combat.
Oh, their speciality is combating Van Saar, in my mind. They're hunting these archaeotechs wandering about, being cogs in the machine, and these little tech covens of former Van Saar and tech gangers that they're sort of somehow getting around themselves, or they're going into manufactoriums.
Because that would be part of destroying the
engrams.
The engramic presence.
Yes.
Because we have to get rid of that presence by destroying those archaeotechs.
Yes.
Such a cool idea. I didn't think about that. I had them almost like diggy hole guys going further and further into it. But they would be issued with the mission of, like, we found one of these archaeotechs. We understand you're on a pathway to find one of the presents, like find a different pathway to the presents, but you need to come back.
Yes.
And you need to take out one of these archaeotechs.
Yes.
It's almost like the Dark Angels
hunting the
in
fallen.
a circle. Yeah, it's like, we found one. You need to come and sort it out. And its brain, its technology, has to be completely wiped.
Yep.
It cannot survive. What a cool gang.
We've found Archaeotech Tim Othie, and he's taken over this manufactorium. You need to get in there. You need to kill him, because he's creating broken weaponry using our designs, but they're tainted. And he gets there, and this archaeotech is screaming about being cogs in the machine, and he's copying the engrams and putting them into these servitors, and these servitors are becoming those the spider-limbed monstrosities. And this kill team gets in there, and they're destroying the servitors. They're hauling the bodies into piles. They're torching it, and then they're throwing the scraps into these big slag furnaces to melt it down. Once that's all done, they've killed the archaeotech. They cut his head off, take it back to the house. But once they get in there, you can imagine they're setting up this. Are you a big Stargate fan? I always forget. No.
I've watched a lot of Stargate because my wife has watched all of Stargate. Yeah. Multiple times.
I knew there was a reason I liked her. But the Jafar, when they go to really wipe something out, they have like these things sort of on aqueduct. And it's like this case, and they open up, and there's just this orb in the middle. I'm picturing this Van Saar kill team putting this box down. They open it up, and it's a special archaeotech bomb from like the Dark Age of technology. And I'm picturing it almost like the Oh, we mentioned them. I don't remember. I think it was actually one of our Patreon episodes. No, it's the quarter episode. We're talking about the warp grenades. Was it the warp grenades?
The vortex grenades.
Vortex grenades. It's basically like this Archaeotech vortex bomb, and they open it up and they set the timer and they run, and this vortex bomb goes off and just annihilates all presence of the dead Archaeotech and his servitors and his manufactorium and the engram, and they're like, "Yep, that's another one down. That's another one down." Like we've got.
It's almost like their contagion control.
Yes.
So this virus, this thing, through the way you describe it then, is that by building the servitors and building the weapons and implanting this code, this Xenos code within them.
Yeah.
They've got to control that, and so their overall goal is to get down and destroy that deep presence, but they're always on a secondary mission to wherever we sense it, wherever we feel it, we've got to go there because it will spread like wildfire and takes 10 times more effort and ability. And it's almost like they can't involve any other members of the clan because they understand that this is an insular mission within themselves, because if anybody else starts to understand how vulnerable their architects could be to this Xenos code, then it begins to undermine them and begins to make the house more fearful. But anyway, that's a lot of talking just from the madness of gods.
So,
do you want to move on to the shadow of the Iron Lords?
Ancient entities both within and without threaten the rule of House Van Saar and assail its position as the technological masters of Necromunda. It is an age of upheaval for the clan house, as it must contend not just with the jealousy of its rivals and the changeable moods of the Imperial House, but also the greed and madness of its own rulers. You called it earlier, the STC is a living being. Is this like the teenage years where the STC is like, no, I'm not making you stupid sporks. But is the STC possibly maybe trying to usurp the position within House Van Saar?
I think there's a case for it, but not so much in the sense that it would do it out of maliciousness, but more out of efficiency. Do you know what I mean? So it'd be like, you do not produce or you do not interact the way that I need you to interact. So I'm going to get one of the new masters and I'm going to get them to put these little devices I call, butcher's tacks into your brains. And we're going to see if that makes you a little bit more angrier and efficient.
Do you think it could be... virus is the wrong word, but do you think it could be maybe an influence from any of the Aranaean technology they may have been putting into the STC? Maybe a little bit of that Necron influence?
Yeah, it would definitely so, because I still abide by the fact that I think the STC, it gets fed this technology and this data and this information, and the old adage of you are what you eat. So it's consuming this data, it's consuming this information, and it's then potentially going, as a clan house, we're probably not sticking to the ideals of what we began as, because I still see it as there's a small element within the STC that would be growth, development, and engagement of humanity. So why are we here fighting for scraps on a planet of scraps?
I'm just picturing there's an Archaeotech who just keeps putting, for some reason, has tens of thousands of copies of the Street Fighter movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme. It just keeps putting them into the STC.
Nummy nums. Have your nummy nums.
Just the STC just one day to, the Archaeotechs are all there and they're like, I wonder what the STC's thinking. The STC just coming along the screen. It's just that scene of who wants to go home, who wants to come with me.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we need to interpret this. What does the STC mean? Yeah. In reality, it's just like, I hate Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And Kylie Minogue was the best actress that I've ever seen. I don't know what a Kylie Minogue is, but it's the best actress that I've ever seen.
So I do think that it is a sort of an inevitable outcome for House Van Saar that the STC becomes something difficult. But it's also that, they are going to be fighting against things from externally and internally, because something like an STC is not something that you're going to always be able to cover up efficiently and effectively, and you can see that in their history. They need to run with it. They need to move it from location to location. So when people get a sniff for it, as Davos did, it becomes something that can become very, very vulnerable very quickly. And that's also internally as well. If a master goes, I envisage the power of the STC being more than what we run it as.
Yes.
Completely different world. But speaking of, I guess, influences, the war of the Cyberlord. Concealed by an identity-altering falsehood, Landari Siberia, a venerable agent of the Iron Lords, infiltrates House Van Saar upon the orders of his ancient masters. For over a year, Siberia steals secrets from the STC, until the device itself turns against him, knowing him to be an interloper. What follows is a techno-war in the depths of Hive Primus, as the Archaeotechs hunt down and destroy everyone tainted by Siberia's touch. So, and this follows on beautifully from what we're talking about. There is that external threat, and the Iron Lords specifically, as that external threat, they probably have an understanding or a sense that a technology and a power like the STC is there, so they go send one of their agents. Now, I would love to see what the techno war was. All music aside.
It's Pong, but with nuclear missiles.
We're just bouncing it back and forth.
They're just bouncing a nuclear weapon, like a nuclear warhead between each other, and eventually it just goes off. But it says here that Siberia is a venerable agent of the Iron Lords. Are we thinking venerable as in age?
Ooh, I was not. But yes, that makes sense. Yeah. So yes, if it's a venerable agent, then an old and ancient agent.
But venerable, accorded a great deal of respect, especially because of age, wisdom, or character. So, I'm reading that as this, under the falsehood, this Landry Siberia is this almost this living corpse being kept alive by. I'm picturing like power armor, but it's instead of like for combat, it's like intensive care. It's just keeping this Landry alive.
And the Van Saar would not see that as a negative thing, because that's almost what Davos was before he disappeared as well. He's just this, basically a corpse in a suit.
Like I said, just like us.
Yeah, exactly. So they would see somebody as Landry and be like, oh yeah, it's just a long lost son. So he's returning and he's going to interact with the STC and bring in all this ancient information and data that's been collected since when he was a young man. But as stated, the STC turns. So this further grounds my point of the fact that this STC is something more than just a production machine, or something more than just a blueprint spitter-outerer. It is something that, as you say, it can defend itself. How it does that and what manner, I don't know. But it is self-aware enough to going, hang on, you shouldn't be here. You should be out of here. Let me just watch my Pretty in Pink for the next 4 or 5,000 millennium. and back off, basically. So
Yeah.
it's very, very interesting that they're depicting the STC as that, but the vulnerability of this STC is probably one of the more vulnerable ones across the Imperium, because it always seems to, the fact that people seem to know about it, or agents of the enemy, we'll call them, seem to know about it, which is very, very dangerous, obviously, for the Imperium, but also more directly House Van Saar.
Stop telling people about your STC. Like, when people say to you, "Do you guys have an STC?" Stop doing the no, and then the over exaggerated winks.
Yeah,
Like, we definitely don't.
Yeah. By the way, what do you want built for a good price?
Yeah.
You name it, we can build it, because we have a not STC. We don't have an STC.
We have some blueprints, if you know what I mean. That we can construct templates in a very standard fashion. Well, speaking of some poor construction, this one here is the Tower of Storms. Ortia Lyseth, the Lady of Arachnus, constructs the Tower of Storms above Hive Rothgal, intended to direct the great ash gales away from the Hive. The tower fails spectacularly, drawing down the greatest maelstrom seen in a generation, the resulting hurricane ripping the top off the Hive, along with Lyseth and her cabal of archaeotechs. Can Van Saar please get out of the construction angle of everything? There's, technologically, we are great. We are not architects in that particular fashion. There's this Tower of Storms. There's the weird shield that sent that poor gal to Khorne's throne room.
Exactly. There's multiple examples.
That being said, I still believe that Van Saar are strapping jet engines to Hive Primus. It makes too much sense.
And go up there and challenge the
Eye of Selene.
The Eye of Selene.
Yeah.
Or
right. They join together like the Power Rangers. They create Mega Selene.
Mega Selene.
Go flying Primus.
Yep, that's it. Or wouldn't it be? No, they'd have a war just on the naming rights. Or Primus Selene. Actually, Primus Selene actually sounds like a good name.
Selenus.
Boo.
Oh.
No, so I want to talk a little bit about this as well, because it's exactly what you're saying about how stay away from construction, but also Van Saar pushing their technology and pushing their ideas to the nth degree. Do you know what I mean? Just go, let's go. Let's push another thing. And there probably are, able bodies who they could get to help, but they go, no, let's keep it within the realm of our archaeotechs and our primes and so whatever, and whatever else that we can trust. But they're not. They have this very sycophantic behaviour in the sense that I can see this group of archaeotechs or whoever all agreeing with Ortia, all saying, yeah, this is the best idea. Why haven't we done this sooner? So rather than question the people in their authority, they begin to just almost abide by them the whole time. I wouldn't say like it's brainlessly following. It's more a case of going, well, your place within the house is of such a stature because of your understanding technology, because that's how their hierarchy works, that why would you question them? You know what I mean? Like if Elon Musk comes to you and says, I'm going to create this project, you go, absolutely, Mr. Musk. Let's go for it. Let's absolutely hit that up. And it's hard
No, that's the difference between you and me. Elon Musk shows up in my house. I am immediately screaming, how did you get into my bedroom, Elon Musk?
I was always here, Sam. I was always here.
It's still called Twitter, dickhead. Sorry.
So, but yeah, I can see this, and because they would be insular in the way of keeping their knowledge and technology, they wouldn't get the Goliath to help them construct things and so forth. And it'd just be like, let's lash it together with some grey tape. It'll be fine. You know, if it's sparking, that means we know there's power running through it. Relax. So this, I think, is can sort of be that negative aspect to the structure that the Van Saar have, in that you have guys and girls who are specialists in their roles, but almost afraid to question outside of that role as well. So it is, as I said, it's an incredible strength, but it can potentially lead to a weakness. But we will move into Ash and Archaeotech. An expedition of Archaeotechs journeys into the wastes to find the ruins of Junkertown. After many adventures across the ashen wilderness, they find the resting place of the Van Saar, or at least where it should be. To their horror, the Archaeotechs find only a great pit where the vessel once lay, the ship itself long since dragged away. Dangerous stuff.
It was those Orlocks in the Baneblade workshops. They've dragged it away. We joked about it.
Yeah.
We joked about it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just seen something glittering on the horizon. They're like, oh, we'll just dig that out. And they kept digging and digging and digging. Like, we found a warp-capable craft.
Oh, no. No. Okay. Who do you think took it?
Oh, mate. I almost think it's like, for me, what I want it to be is rogue elements of the House Van Saar who want to break away from the three laws, you know, who don't see that idea or that concept as what their origin was about.
100%.
Yeah. They'll be holding on to a tether of where they've come from.
See, this is 100% one of those moments where we are a single mind over two incredibly withered but incredibly intelligent bodies.
Thank you. I think.
I genuinely believe back when they brought in the three laws and there were all those Archaeotechs who were just like, well, no, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Yeah.
I think they've all gotten together, built their power base, and have dragged the Van Saar away from the ruins of Junkertown and have taken it for themselves. Because when the Van Saar have had to flee Junkertown when they were attacked, they would have only been able to take what they could. They got the STC on the train, got the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
I truly believe those Archaeotechs, these rogue elements of Van Saar, possibly, I'd love to say, throw a couple of rogue tech priests or something in the mix. You know, do some real kooky sort of, hey, you're a minor tech priest of, you know, you're developing new toilet cleaning technology. You know what you'd like to play with? A ship from 15,000 years ago. Yes, you would.
A ship
yes,
from
you
Earth.
would. Yeah. You wanna come play with us? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Oh, mate.
Like, can you imagine?
This is a screaming gang idea at me.
Oh,
and
like,
it's sort of, you just mentioned it there, like a tech priest who's it's almost being tainted.
yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Becoming a heretic.
A heretic, but not in the sense that they want to corrupt the technology. They want to shake off the shackles of Mars.
Yes.
So they begin to explore and go down different ideas of, why can't we be equipped with different type of weapon? Why can't we expand and explore different types of technologies? You'd almost, like, they would still believe in a machine spirit, but they wouldn't believe in the rituals required for the spirit.
Not even that. Like, they want to become closer with the machine spirit, because instead of these machine spirits that are lesser copies of what they now have access to, can you imagine speaking to a machine? Like, it'd be like speaking to like the dudes who wrote the Bible. Like, instead of instead of the thousands of years of change to language and all that sort of stuff.
All the filtering that goes through.
All the filtering, exactly. Imagine being able to speak to the original authors of this, or the imagine being able to speak to Alexander the Great. Like this is what they're actually experiencing.
I see it almost more from a procedural type of thing. So there would be the rules and guidelines that everybody on the Van Saar would know, right? So you don't need to take that stuff with you because everybody knows them. Maybe take a few hard copies or something like that. But when a tech priest finds this and looks at their protocols and their guidelines and their, objectives on understanding and designing new technology, they would be so foreign and so far away from what would be expected when you're within the Adeptus Mechanicus, I keep calling it Mechanicum, but that it would just almost be like it would fry the brain almost. Yeah. But it would, in a way, it's like what you're saying. You're touching on what were my original tenets from when humanity had the opportunity to build, when all that is created on Mars, all that came from these periods of time of humanity. It just didn't pop up overnight and have its rituals and its ceremonies and all of that other nonsense attached to it. It came from somewhere. And why did it come from somewhere? How did it come from somewhere? It came from these rules, these guidelines, these tenets about understanding and utilization of technology that comes from Earth of 15,000 years ago.
Yeah.
We get rid of the dogma and the ritualization of it.
And yes, everything you're saying, like, imagine this gang just untethered, unrestricted, but not chaotic, not evil, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. They're not trying to undermine the Imperium. They don't see the Adeptus Mechanicus as something negative. They just simply see it as something that is so different to what their origin was. And so they try to re-engage with it, but obviously they would be seen as heretics.
Yeah, I really like that. No, we need to stop. We need to stop because next I'm going to start talking about how we could do the entire gang out of those Adeptus Mechanicus servitors they talked about a while ago. And like, imagine all this. Do you reckon they had servitors on the Van Saar during the Golden Age of technology?
Ooh, because servitors are such a gothic idea of technology.
Yeah.
They're so I feel like the Van Saar technology, and this might be just me wanting humanity to be this enlightened element of the galaxy, but I feel like the Van Saar technology is not about exploitation or abuse of the human condition. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so a servitor is exactly that. It is, our machines work better when they're connected to an organic meat bucket. You know? Yeah. And also it's a way of spreading the terror of what you can potentially become if you don't abide by the rules.
Yeah. Do what we say or else you become, like, your whole job is to be a blender with wheels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I want to say they have servitors, but maybe they're more like the tech knights that the squats would have. Yes.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool.
All right.
Well, no,
move on to our next one.
Move on. Ancient Seals of the Iron Lords. Now, a collection of stasis seals is brought to the archaeotechs of Hive Primus by tech merchants, each one broken and dead. The Van Saar pay well for these seals, recognizing the symbol of the Iron Lords upon them, leading them to wonder just what they were guarding, and what ancient terror of old Arenaeus is free to roam the world once more.
I want to cut you. I want to cut you off here. Okay. Go. What trips me out is that, like, they were still able to recover the seals. Like, you'd think they would have, like, decomposed by then.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. There is no way you have like herring or anything like that to feed the seals. They would have died millennia ago. All right. Can you imagine a Necromundan sea world? Just like no, because Genghis is going to make another one of those. Like I really love Nathan's, jokes about pork pie. No,
it's
no.
Genghis.
No. No.
Genghis. Don't let him ruin what we have, Genghis. It's wonderful. We are at a level of puntastic that he will never be able to achieve.
And I never want to achieve it. But back to our episode. Sorry, your episode. Remember how we joked that Lady Credo's armies were all in stasis chambers under the Hive cities?
Oh no. No, you reckon?
I don't reckon this was. I don't reckon these are from the armies, because these seals, they're the ones that popped off. What was it? 221 M41. So 700 or so years ago, right?
And they are Aranaean, not Aranthian as well. So
yes, but
yeah.
I reckon. So we said that it was okay. Aussie Aranthus is obviously is Ozostum Aranthus, right? But I believed, I'm pretty sure we agreed on this, that he was in the body of an Iron Lord.
Yes. Oh.
So, what's to say these seals, when they've broken open, haven't been, not necessarily armies or generals or anything like that. What if they are captains of intelligence? What if they are spies? What if they are agents of the Aranaeans, of the Iron Lords, who have spread throughout Necromunda to start building their own power bases, much like Lady Credo, in preparation for the eventual... Exactly. It explains that for almost instantly, she had these revolutions occurring everywhere at the same time.
Appearing out of nowhere, using tech and designs that just didn't make sense to them. Yeah, right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. I like this. I actually really like this because that would, admittedly, there's a few holes in the Aranthian succession. So having this, almost magic-like technology of the Aranaeans would explain a lot of what goes on in the Aranthian succession.
Yep.
Let's call it early. Let's say as we learn more about the succession, it has, the post-succession we'll call it, that I'm going to call it early. I'm going to say it's all Aranaean connected.
Think about it. Like, I reckon these stasis seals are quite possibly the sort of the foretelling of the Aranthian succession. That this all leads back to the potato cannon on the back of the ATV.
Yeah, true. Do you know what? Actually, it's amazing. I have seen a stasis seal in real life too.
Okay.
It just didn't move for about 2 hours. Just sat on the rock. Yes. All right. Next read. I actually want to explore this a bit more, but we've gone down some serious Van Saar caryatid holes. So I will move to the next one, but mate, it feels like almost like there's not enough threads to tie the ideas that we have together here. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. There's enough to formulate the ideas, but not enough to go absolutely. But I still hold by the idea that I'm on record as saying that we're going to see a strong link between the Aranaean and the Aranthian.
Yes.
By the time this story arc or this part of the history has something that looks like a conclusion, we will have a strong connection between the two. And I will take that as
fully agree. I fully agree with you.
We'll take it as a podcast correction if it doesn't happen. But anyway, war for the STC. Shock horror, war for the STC. Duke Laura Bethran Vansar tries to steal the STC, dividing the archaeotechs of High Primus into two warring factions. A secret war rages amongst the upper echelons of House Vansar for close to a year, both sides trying and failing to claim the STC for themselves. In the end, the archaeotechs of the Second Circle purge those of the First Circle for their crimes against the Three Laws. This is something that we've talked about a lot since we mentioned the Three Laws, is the fact that there are those who become dogmatic because of those Three Laws, and others who are still trying to push the boundaries.
Correct.
So I imagine Duke Lauren Bethran is saying the STC needs its freedom. It needs to be able to run wild in the fields, and we and we archaeotechs just, run along behind it, claiming whatever we can that falls off the back of it. But, and then obviously you have the Second Circle going, no. We cannot be naive to the fact that we are on Necromunda. We cannot be naive to the fact that the Adeptus Mechanicus exists. These are all direct and open threats to Vansar. And
I've just noticed your whole attitude towards Vansar, we've sort of swapped a little bit. You're being very like, no, the Vansar, they're they're benevolent and they're loving and they're kind, they want the best for Necromunda. And the whole time I'm just like, nope, we're bastards. We're bastards. No. We love technology and we want all the technology. You're like, oh man, Lauren Bethran Vansar, he's a lovely duke. He just wants to make sure that the STC can run in the fields and it can make what it wants. I'd think him and his archaeotechs were those ones that were pushing against the laws. They wanted to steal the STC so only they had access to it.
See, I don't see it as that. I see them as going, you've taken our freedom from us. These laws change our concept of what technological freedom is, and we want that back. And
I see them as bastard-shaped bastards who want to steal the STC from the rest of the house and declare themselves kings of the Vansar. But continue.
Yeah, so for me, this is what I mentioned earlier. We're talking about this tiniest little grain of humanity, of Earth, pre-Imperium that exists. And I still believe that there are members of modern-day House Vansar who would still agree and understand those tenets of, for all that the Imperium is, for all its vastness and greatness, it is not a shadow upon what we had from a philosophical point of view regarding technology in pre-Imperium days. So it doesn't come close, and that is that ideal and that teaching and that logic and that concept that I am focusing on as this almighty radiant glow. No matter how small it is a pinprick that stands out that says, we reject your dogmatic views upon growth of technology.
And I love that. I'm all for that. I love the idea of this one cloud with a silver lining inside the maelstrom that is the Warhammer 40,000 galaxy.
Exactly.
But I love the fact that the only goodness coming out of Necromunda is from like 10 to 15,000 years ago, where these people were just like, let's go out to the galaxy and invent like just the coolest smoothie machine ever.
Yeah. Like a railgun that can slice a sun in half. Let's do that as well.
Let's come up with it. Let's come up with a machine that takes the power of the sun and gives everyone like a great back massage, but also destroys the next solar system over.
Yes, exactly. So the what I'm banking on here is that creation, no matter in whatever form it is, if you're creating a tiny mechanical ant or you're creating an entire moon, a mechanical moon, it's still creation. It is still this glorious endeavor that you're taking upon yourselves, and there is nobility attached to that, and that's what I see. The reality of the situation is probably what you're saying, but I do not want to face that reality. I see my idolized and hope-filled Van Saar. That's what I see.
Yeah, but also, history is written by the victors, and the archaeotechs of the Second Circle can say they purged the Van Saar of the First Circle and Duke Lauren, Bethrin Van Saar, and they got rid of them all because they were fighting against the three laws. In reality, Duke Lothran and the First Circle caught the Second Circle archaeotechs trying to steal the STC, and they all, this war started for years because it says
for a year.
It went on for a year.
Yeah.
And the Second Circle just happened to be louder. Like they just had better propagandists. Yeah.
One last point about this. Two points about this. Firstly, obviously, Duke Lauren Bethrin and his people couldn't have written the history because none of them are named Victor. But also, that was a good one.
That was really good.
Also, this plays on something that I mentioned earlier. They are an incredibly secret house. This war is in secret. And it says a secret war rages. But you can imagine how many of these secret conflicts they would have, knowing that nobody can know the kind of weapons that we're using against each other.
Correct.
Nobody can have any understanding of the type of data that we're stripping from our machines and so forth. Because if anybody gets the simplest inkling of it, we are cooked. We are done. We are no longer House Van Saar. We are the memory of House Van Saar.
Well, speaking of cooked, it's actually the theme of this next one here. Reigns over Gothril. Von Specris, the mad archaeotech of the Dark Nexus. Just pausing this read real quick. What a title. Oh! Climbs to the peak of Gothril's Needle, pursued by enforcers and Van Saar fighters. Rather than be captured to answer for his numerous crimes, he triggers the emergency storm valves that ring the base of the spire, unleashing an acidic downpour that kills both him and his pursuers. Getting to a point where you need to hit the release acid button, that is a campaign I would love to play. Like, imagine chasing this archaeotech. You know, you can play the enforcers or the Van Saar, and you gotta get him before he gets to this point. A simple action, he slams the button, and all this acid and, just filth is just released, killing everyone. Like, that'd be a great sort of quick mission.
But it's the terror of, and this is something we've talked about very, very early days of the podcast. I love missions with a little bit of terror behind them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you're doing everything to stop Von Specris. You're shooting him. You're trying to charge him in close combat. And as a game master, you would have these little get out of jail for free cards for him.
Random mutants come out and they're attacking you as well, and he's sort of dodging around them.
Yeah. And so he's doing everything to get these control panels. And maybe there's like 3 he needs to get to. So you're pursuing him. And maybe he's got like, what is it? Because it says that he's numerous crimes. I'm going to assume they're all techno-based crimes. So there would be creations that he would be calling upon. That would be
a murder cyborg.
A murder cyborg. A wolf-faced frickin' amble. That is had some sort of technological mutation done to it. So, yeah, I could see this happening. And he's just doing everything desperately. Then he goes and hits that button. And if he hits the button, everybody's wiped out. If he doesn't hit the button. Yeah, but if he doesn't hit the button and you still don't catch him, he manages to get away. And you maybe play that mission again in 6 months' time, where it's something different. Maybe there's a great furnace where he can just immolate the entire level that you're on.
Yeah.
Because that would live up to his title of Mad Archaeotech as well.
Yeah. Also, just super quick gang idea. This is the guy you would have those crazy servitors with, like, but they'd all be. I think I almost want to lean towards like more mechanical versions of like the Racks and the Grotesques from the Dark Eldar range.
Yeah, definitely the Grotesques. Yeah.
Yeah, where he's like, like you said, he's got this ambot, and he's just like, it'd be cool instead of this stupid bug face, let's give it like laser eyes.
Yeah.
Or, okay, stop. Save it for the end. Oh.
Yeah, I think we've touched on it many times before, and we will talk about it at the end. But what is it, Doctor? What's he?
Island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, but like this is like the mechanical version of it. It's just like the toaster's connected to your shin bone. Your shin bone's connected to
this guy's head.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Artifices of Necromunda. As the calamitous 41st millennium comes to a close, House Van Saar stands on the precipice of great expansion, its archaeotechs working tirelessly to extract ever greater secrets from the STC. It is also a time of great peril for the clan house, as the gaze of its greatest enemies fall upon it, and foes who have long sought to claim the House of Artificer's secrets for their own close in for the kill. I'll just look, I mean, it's direct, but it's vague. It's sort of saying the big bad's coming. But from what we know and what we've learnt of House Van Saar, take them on knowing that it is not going to be a straightforward battle. It's not going to be... Don't even plan for a win. Plan to just engage and see how far you get down in the gutter with them, because they're probably prime that gutter full of laser mines or some sort of nonsense.
Laser mines. But we've talked about it a couple of times. House Hera, the collection of different house gangs that came in to destroy Junkertown. Like, it's where everyone is coming for them because they know Van Saar has something. And all the rumours will say they have an STC, And everyone's going to go, but if everyone is saying the same rumour, it can't be right. Because if everyone's saying it, it's no longer a rumour, it's fact. So what do they really have? What do they really have?
Yeah, and there would be those who don't believe it's an STC. They'd be like, no, they could never have an STC. That's impossible. But they have something. Yeah, and they have something big.
They have a stockpile of lass weapons. That's why they've got so many of them. Or they've got a secret contract with the Adeptus Mechanicus. That's why they've got all of this. Or yada yada yada. But everyone will know they've got an STC. But everyone knows they don't have an STC.
Because who would have an STC? You can't have an STC.
You can't have an STC.
That is
means
the right of the Mechanicum only. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Oh. So, we'll move on to the next one here. The Last Archaeotech. After a long war between the clans of Hive Aranthor, an alliance of Orlocks, Escher, and Delark oust the agents of House Van Saar. In a final act of defiance, the Archaeotech Mazamune enloads her consciousness into the Hive cogitator networks, becoming a ghost in the machine and plaguing the people of Hive Aranthor for centuries to come. Did we not mention this earlier? Like we said...
The ghost in the machine.
The ghost in the machine. We were talking about that concept of... when they were using the claws to crush the workers and that sort of stuff. Against House Hera, yeah. This is terrifying. The idea of an individual getting, like, their consciousness being inside a hive and being able to control everything in there, like... You don't like the people in this dome? Okay, I'm just going to lock the doors and turn off the oxygen systems.
Yeah.
You don't like the people in this dome? Turn up the heat.
Yeah.
Like, you can intercept communications. You can do what you want. Like, you can't, I don't know, scratch your leg because you don't have a leg anymore, but you can convince people to make you a new body.
So, I got to admit, when I read this for the first time, I totally agree with you, Sam, on everything that you're saying there. New body, fantastic. I know if it was me personally, if I was in the position of Masamune, I would do things like when somebody turns off a light, I'd switch it back on.
I would be the world's most dickiest ghost.
Yeah. And then when they just come back to turn it off, I would turn it off then. Or when they flick the kettle on, when they've taken 5 steps away, I flick the kettle off. And so halfway back, I flick the kettle back on. And just make their life just so god awful, but without driving them bonkers. Like, you still want them just to be like, oh, mate, I need to get a priest down here to sort this out. You know? That's probably how they got rid of her.
A young tech priest and an old tech priest.
Yeah, doing a techno exorcist.
The power of the Omnissiah compels you.
Yeah, exactly.
The power of the Omnissiah compels you.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's a lot to you. For me, whenever I see something like this, it means that it's a plot device that can be used. You know,
you've said this. So
I have,
times.
yeah, and I've said this about the guy. There's a ghost, and there is a character, one of the Dramatis Personae, who's also similar to this as well. But I see this.
Yeah, the Chaos guy who disappeared and then took over the airbot. Zahn the Cyberoth.
That's it. So Zahn the Cyberoth is the one who I'm thinking of. And I said it's a similar thing. It becomes a plot device that the writers can always come back to later. So, this archaeotech, this last archaeotech might have left something in there, a scrap code or whatever, so she's plaguing the people of Aranthor for centuries to come. It just gives you, that's the person who can open the doors to the next hellish invention that is coming to Hive Aranthor. You know what I mean?
Also, that also implies that it's Masamune. Masamune, weirdly enough, named after quite possibly the most famous and greatest of Japan's blacksmiths.
Oh,
yeah, a medieval Goro Nudo Masamune was a medieval Japanese blacksmith, widely acclaimed as Japan's greatest swordsmith.
Yeah. All right. Wow.
But interestingly enough, if Masamune the Archaeotech is plaguing the people of Hive Aranthor for centuries to come, this only happened like 400 years ago. So that ghosty gal is still doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Is it's something that you could, if you wanted to, go back and say, let's use this. Let's use this to create something crazy. But we'll move. Well, I think we're starting to get to the end of this.
We are
this timeline, right? Okay, a stranger in Dust Falls. During a gang battle on the outskirts of Dust Falls, a stranger appears, as if from nowhere, claiming to be the lost archaeotech Sator Davos, spouting warnings about an enemy out of time coming for the Van Saar. The stranger tries desperately to get a message to Duke Otto, head of House Van Saar, but vanishes in a blaze of light just as mysteriously as he had appeared.
And before you give a response here,
yes,
it is obviously to us now, it is incredibly clear who Davos is speaking about. And that's Uncle Pete Van Saar, who's been wearing the same jacket since M35, people. He needs a new wardrobe. It is millennia out of time. And everyone knows the 3 laws. There's the 4th law.
Yeah.
It's fashion law.
Yeah, exactly. Techno fashion is actually going to surpass the STC. So I get Doctor Who vibes off this. I like Doctor Who for everybody who's listening.
Nerd.
Well, thank you. That hurts.
I've never watched Doctor Who.
Have you never watched Doctor Who? I reckon you'd like it. You really would. I'd say it's right up your alley. But anyway, it's somebody travelling across time and space in the form of Sator Davos to come and give them a message, and then just like gone. But which Sator Davos are we looking at? Are we are we looking at the withered, wrecked, I ran House Van Saar like a master until I vanished mysteriously? Or are we looking at a Sator Davos? Is he from a different timeline almost?
So,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought when I was reading this, sort of getting in preparation for the episode here. Like, when you read this, it doesn't describe how he physically looks. So, Davos, poof, he's gone. Now, we don't know if he went back, we don't know if he went forward, we don't know if he went side to side. But the way this is sounding, he's gone forwards. So he's possibly seen the Aranthian succession, seen, Secundus and what happens from that, sees what happens when the next campaign series when we go to the Eye of Selene. That's just me because Davos was telling me the book outline.
Oh right, okay. I can see Davos too, mate. Hey, buddy, how are you?
People, obviously, this is an audio medium. You can't see. I have a sock puppet. It's made
got a
of
D
ham.
backwards.
Yeah,
it's got a D on it backwards, by the way.
But yeah, I like to think this Davos has gone forward, has seen everything that's happened, and has somehow built that machine. So after he's gone to Khorne's throne room, has built that machine and has somehow gotten himself back and is trying to say to Duke Otto, the Aranthians are coming, the Aranaeans are coming. This is what is happening, and he's back into the future, or he's back into the past.
Or he's hanging out with Khorne again. He goes, mate, did you do it? Nah, they don't listen, mate. The kids these days. It's like, tell me about it. I've got 600 new love letters here. You bloody little tackers. Can't keep getting everything, the little monsters. But,
it's Father's Day. You might not know this. Guess what they all got me? Skulls? Yep, bloody skulls. Honestly, I'd love a pair of socks.
Yeah.
I'd love a pair of socks. Maybe one of those mugs that says Galaxy's greatest,
greatest demon. Yeah.
Greatest demon god, king creature. Yeah. Like,
I mean, it could have a skull on it. Like, I'll take it like that. But just handing me a skull, like, especially when the 700th one handed me a skull, looking at my pile of skulls. But anyway, the other thing about this thing with Davos is that we do know that he was trying to go back in. He was trying to take House Van Saar back to a better time as well. So it's sort of, there's an implication that he has built a time machine. But also there is the Cicatrice Maledictum that is going to occur as well. So this is another thing that old Otto could be warning about as well.
Well, it's an enemy from out of time.
Davos. Yeah.
What if... Okay, hear me out. What if Davos is the enemy from out of time? What if Davos is going back and forth throughout history trying to affect House Van Saar, but ends up being the thing that damages them?
Right, that's trippy as... So trying to offer these bits of advice and then just becomes the great enemy because of his ideals and his concepts of how to fix the house, break the house. Oh, yeah, like that's really cool. That's really cool. Well done. You've had a good one. All right.
Okay. Let's see if I can get a good one off the next one. Cornelius's Lost City. An alliance of Van Saar gangs travel into the Waste seeking the remains of Duke Cornelius IX, former leader of House Van Saar, dead some 400 years. Following old stories about the Duke's last days, they travel to Big Hole, where they discover the path to a lost city beneath the Great Mine, ruled over by the living technoskeleton of Duke Cornelius himself. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Gang idea.
Gang idea, campaign idea, army idea. Like, I would love to do a campaign or something based around this idea where you're trying to get down there to either capture the technology for the Imperial House, or capture it for Van Saar, capture it for the Adeptus Mechanicus, whatever you want. But also fighting off the sort of like techno zombies that are being controlled by Duke Cornelius.
Oh, okay. In my brain, I've got a different viewpoint on these guys. I see a Van Saar gang, but they all look like T-800s from Terminator.
Ooh, so they're, instead of replacing organs with organs and wearing the suits and draining the radiation out, it's like, got a lot of tumours in that arm. Bye.
Yeah, it becomes mechanical. And so they don't look like Necrons, where Necrons, I feel, almost lose a little bit of their human form. But
Yeah.
like you want a definitively human skull face. You don't want this elongated thing. You want to see, the almost like a bone structure to them as well.
Like the old Necron pariahs. Do you remember them?
Yes.
Oh, they were honestly. They honestly, when I was going to start playing Necrons, until the Codex came out and the pariahs weren't in there.
Oh right, yeah. Okay.
Genuinely, I think the pariahs were just they were those muscular skeletal skulls, and they had just like the tactical armor. Oh,
they looked more human. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's what I can see these people, this Van Saar gang being like, is that they're actually just like they look like basically human skeletons carrying weapons and so forth. Going around, laser cannons, laser guns, bazookas even.
Oh my god. Bazookas. Yeah, no, I like yours. I like yours much better.
I do agree with you. This is a campaign. This is the very crux of an idea for a campaign as well. Going down into Big Hole and being like, we've angered an undead techno wizard god. This is not good. Right, I'll go on to our next one. Otto's folly. Duke Otto, in a fit of paranoia, seeks to move the STC, but to his horror, discovers it can no longer be moved from the chamber in Hive Primus. Instead, he creates a dozen facsimiles of the STC to serve as decoys, though this has the unfortunate side effect of drawing attention to his plans. Archaeotech hunters and off-world agents descending upon the enclaves of the house. So, very quickly, unable to move that STC, in the House of Artifice, it actually explains that the STC almost feeds its tendrils in to the levels of Hive Primus and becomes integrated within its technology, within its plasteel and so forth. Yep. And so it is almost like an invasive being. And this is where I think it has evolved. Whereas initially it was please print 200 copies of this blueprint for me. It is now, I'm still hesitant to say sentient, but it is now an AI that is understanding where it belongs, understanding that this is the place to be. I want to have been embedded myself so deep into Primus that I am unable to be moved. But, and like what we said earlier, Otto's gone and screwed up a bit here because he's gone, well, I'll just create fake STCs and people just won't know which one to go after. But exactly what you're saying before, the whisper becomes enough, the rumour becomes enough that they have an STC. Oh, well, we went there, and that whatever you're calling the STC is not an STC because we went to this particular, we went to Delta 269 hangar and the STC in there, that's not a real STC. It was just, a broken manufacturer machine that was producing something. So we know they don't have an STC. And then the rumour starts here, but they're still able to do what they do. So maybe that was one of their fake STCs. And then a whole nother rumour mill starts. And it creates this deadly story.
Why are they creating fake ones? Why would they need all these fake ones? Oh.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe they have a real one? Oh, that'd be ironic, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Like, if he'd just shut up about it, all of a sudden these people from off-world weren't going to be there. They'd be off-world doing whatever they do off-world. But no, you act like a dummy, and now you've done the dummy thing. Now you've got these other people with their nose in your business.
So there's this theory, not a theory, but it's a phenomenon on the internet, where if you, like you say, I don't want people talking about X particular subject, right? Like, about my blue shoes or something like that. And maybe there would have been 10 or 15 people talking about your blue shoes. But after you having said that, suddenly there's 200, 300 people talking about it or posting pictures of it or getting on board with it. That's kind of what's happened here. He's like, I don't want anybody focusing on our STCs. Sorry? Our STCs?
Sorry, did you say STC?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
No. Like, you're not saying STC fragments. Did you say STC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And then people just start to get he made it noticeable. But, it's silly Otto. Classic Van Saar dumminess.
Yeah, honestly, that's a bit of a dummy move. But it's like, okay, I'll show you a magic trick. Do you want to see a magic trick? Do you want to hear a magic trick? I can do a magic trick for you and our entire audience right now.
Okay, go for it.
All right, okay, cool. Clear your mind. Think of absolutely nothing, all right? Don't think of anything. Cool. Definitely don't think about a polar bear.
Okay, yeah.
What are you thinking about?
A pole and a bear, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's exactly what Duke Otto's done.
Yeah.
We definitely don't have an STC, all right? We don't have an STC. What do you think we have? I think you have an STC.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, it's your polar bear. But
he's supposed to be smart. They're supposed to be smart, Van Saar. Like any Delac worth anything about him, worth his salt, is just sitting there just going, that was a silly move. Why did you open your mouth? Yeah. All right, an unreasonable request.
This is my jam, people. I've been talking about this for years. Lord Helmore, in a moment of excess, tasks the archaeotecs of House Van Saar with transforming the spire of Hive Primus into a solar vessel capable of bearing the Master of Necromunda into space, should it be required. Decades of work and untold millions of credits come to an end with the archaeotecs admitting failure, though secretly they have spent the time installing countless Van Saar monitoring devices throughout the Imperial House's inner sanctum. They're lying. They've got it ready.
Oh, this, you don't believe.
The vessel is fueled. The engines are ready.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be the Imperial House. Sorry. It's not going to be Imperial House Helmore who rides that baby into space and forms the Megazord with the Eye of Selene. It's going to be the Imperial House Van Saar.
And at the heart of it will be the Van Saar.
At the heart of it will be the Van Saar. Hot damn. Ooh.
I'm just fueling you.
Oh, I'm all tingly at that thought. Is this what you humans call love? Yeah, no. I think they've definitely got enough like jet engines and rocket fuel and that sort of stuff on there. It may not be an effective spaceship, but you could launch a Spire into space.
And just let momentum take it.
I mean, that's how we wind up with Space Hulks.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'd love to talk about Space Hulks.
Yeah. Space Hulks were one of the first things that I read about when I first started to get into 40k lore because I didn't quite understand or grasp what they were. And then you get an understanding of the size of them. And, yeah, Primus would probably be bigger. But I could tell you now, trying to wrangle all the absolute boffins that would be on Primus would kill you. Yeah. Like, it really would just be like, please stop fighting each other. You're going to run out of ammo. We're in space. We don't have a resupply coming from a different hive.
Why are you cutting a hole in the site? Stop. Stop. There's no oxygen out there. And it's just this one Goliath staring at you like, prove it.
Prove it? Yeah.
All right. Cut the hole. cut the hole. Do it. He cuts the hole, doesn't get sucked out. You're like, what the hell? Just these 3 Goliaths just pop their heads through the hole, just nodding. Like,
Yeah, we're in space now.
We would like to go home now.
Right, I don't believe they've strapped the engines to it, by the way.
They've definitely... I know, they would have had to have put engines or grav generators or something there. No matter what, Helmore is going to want to be able to see the results of the funding. Whether or
failed.
not they are... No,
They come to an end with the architects admitting failure.
I don't believe... I think they've admitted failure, like, when it's just like, oh, yeah, no, we've definitely not done it, but we've really done it.
No, they went and put all their little cameras in place because they are on par with House Delark in being sneaky sneakers.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I disagree. We will agree to disagree, and that's fine.
I know, you're wrong. Right, the end of time. Something within the STC seems to awaken. Systems coming online that have lain dormant for millennia. The architects believe some emergency protocol must have been triggered as the ancient machine offers up rare weapons and war gear of kinds never seen before, leading them to wonder just what dark event the STC is preparing to face.
Interestingly enough, one of the weapons produced here was a Nokia 3310. And it was actually deemed too dangerous.
Yeah. Just strap it to a metal pipe and you have actually got yourself the most destructive club. And they just test it out on power armor, just smashing through it.
It's actually a little known 40k lore fact. Abaddon the Despoiler, when he crashed the Blackstone Fortress into Cadia, had actually on the tip of the point that actually penetrated Cadia, had strapped a single Nokia 3310.
Yeah. And it was ringing the entire time. Or just playing Melody or some other crazy, obnoxious ringtone.
Boom!
The Cadians welcomed it when they were hearing that tone. For the entire descent. Oh, just kill us, please. I had broken before the planet has broken.
Okay.
I'm done.
I'm setting a scene for you. You're in the Underhive.
Yeah.
All of a sudden the lights have gone out. You and your gang, you're ready to fight. And you've all got photo lumens or torches on the end of your weapons and that, and they all light up, and it's like every tactical movie where it's there's the green laser sights, and everyone's like, what's going on? And all of a sudden all you hear in the background is and then you just start, then the screaming starts. That's the tagline for this movie. That's all you see. It's just like a heartbeat, and and the lights go off, and everything. The torches come on. The green laser sights. Everyone's like, "Where are they? Where are they?" And then it's just a phrase in white writing on the black screen, and then the screaming starts.
Yeah.
3310, coming to a holo theatre near you.
Yeah, true. My idea is just it's a Maelstrom trying to hand it back, just being like, I don't know how to communicate with you, please take this back. We don't know how to turn it off. We have claws and feet. We're broken here.
It's one of those archaeotechs from earlier, just screaming about cogs in the machine. This is the machine.
Yeah.
This is the machine. He's strapped it to that pipe you mentioned earlier. He just runs in screaming. He's deflecting bullets. Last rounds are just hitting it and hitting the person who fired them. He's just screaming, "Cogs in the machine!" Honestly, the Nokia 3310 is the ultimate killing machine.
It is. Both physically and mentally. Will snap you in half. But on a less Nokia note, it almost feels like this was in here as a lead up to Secundus.
Yes.
Yeah.
and saying, these are the boys who are going to give us the most fun in terms of tech and so forth. So we are going to have a little right in here that is going to allow us to just go absolutely bonkers with what we do with Secundus and weapons and tech and all these other crazy nonsense things that we can throw in there. And we are allowed to do it because our STC has gone into overdrive.
Yes, and I agree with you, because Van Saar, like, we did nothing during the Aranthian succession.
That's very true.
There were a couple of gangs here and there doing this. Basically, we were stealing stuff. We were turning off the lights, stealing stuff. Like, you know, they were throwing 3310s into like domes, and people would hear the ringtone and just flee.
Yeah,
and
they use it like a flashbang. Boom. Da-da-da-da-da.
Flee! Honestly, it's the only thing even Space Marines fear.
Yeah. Right, so that's got us to the end of the timeline. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I almost feel like we might have jumped ahead with it a little bit, like gone into the future a little bit with it.
Well, I can only imagine with the way like the hipsters and technologies being like retrified and that. I think eventually Nokia once again will start producing the 3310. And you're talking about the future of the game. No, I agree. Like we've started talking about just I'm glad you just couldn't help yourself with another little stab about Secundus. No, yeah, I get it. Oh, I was wrong. Spamuel was wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
I didn't think you pick up on it, but no, you're welcome.
Yeah. No, time travelers, I get it. That's good. Good. Well, it's been we've talked I think that's the most we've ever talked, like,
for a timeline. Yeah, I think so.
Timeline.
But I think I'm not too sure if I mentioned earlier, I find the Van Saar timeline and the Van Saar like history very, very engaging. Probably not as unique as I think House Delark. Probably not as Necromundan. Obviously not as Necromundan as House Goliath. But there's so many threads to pull on with the Van Saar. There really, really is. And it's a great read, just not only for House Van Saar, but to dip your toes into the water of what was humanity before the Imperium.
Yep. Honestly, the best way to look at it. Well, let's step away from the timeline and let's start looking at the most important thing on Necromunda. And no, it's not Lady Hera's new murder suit. It's
House Escher. Oh, sorry.
No. Something actually important.
Whoa.
It is the ways the Van Saar make money. Because as we know, capitalism is king on Necromunda.
So, yeah, you're right. We probably should jump into the good stuff, shouldn't we? And that is Shekel
literally anything Van Saar. Literally anything Van Saar. As we've both agreed, anything Van Saar is good. But you know what? Let's talk the old Imperial dollary-do.
Dollary bucks. Dollar bucks from Bluey. Right, so Artifice houses something different and originally named by the House of Artifice. Most Factoria on Necromunda are hellish pits of relentless industry, where bent-back workers toil ceaselessly over grinding conveyors, hammering presses and scalding vats of molten metal. From these crude workshops, the staple products of the Imperium are produced in their billions. Those pulling the levers or beating the cooling steel, little more than cogs in a great machine. By contrast, the artificer houses of the Van Saar are havens for expertise and exacting precision. It is in the midst of the complex and ancient machinery the artificers go about their work, meticulously crafting tools, weapons, and war gear that are in themselves as much works of art as they are functional pieces of technology. It speaks much to the vast wealth of the clan house that it can maintain the artifice houses, especially on a world that prizes production over precision and quantity over quality. While the great houses can and do pay exorbitant sums of money for off-world objects crafted by far-off masters of their art, there is a degree of smugness among the nobility that even these items are often inferior to the work of the artifice houses. Consequently, they enjoy the patronage of the Imperial House, and many make goods solely for Lord Elmo or one of the other great masters of Necromunda. It is rumoured that the infamous crime lord Nemo the Faceless enjoys an exclusive contract with the House of Artifice for all of his many wondrous augmentations and toys. It's actually good that they did find Nemo on Necromunda. Precisely what I'm trying to read, please, sir. Precisely what wonders an artifice house produces depends largely upon the patron. While weapons of both digital and archeo variety are always popular, it is personal protection such as that afforded by discrete field generators. It can range from the mundane but useful to the truly bizarre and technical. Some of the more unusual items have been crafted in a house Van Saar artifice house, including the hardcase cyber jump in here on this one. Micrats?
I'd say cyber meerkats.
Of course it's meerkats. Feline replicas used by nobles as hunting beasts. Harmonic axiom rings worn on the subject's ears to make falsehood sound as high-pitched whines to the wearer, and inverter anti-tox cybertech implants to make it impossible for the owner to become inebriated, giving them an unrivaled edge in negotiations.
Okay, hear me out.
Yes.
Hear me out.
This better be about Nemo, but go on.
Weirdly enough, it's not, but I'm happy to talk about Nemo. So, Nemo the Faceless is actually one of the sort of like big bads from the Cal Jericho series, like from the N95 sort of fanatic era. Not only is he Delark, but he's actually the spy master and sort of like master of information of Hive Primus. And he's basically like, he's what Narco Lord Balthazar Vanzet wishes he could be. That's how successful Nemo the Faceless is as a crime lord. Like, it's basically like so he actually gets into the chamber, like the family chambers of the Imperial House.
Oh wow! Holy moly!
It's rumored. I'm pretty sure it's rumored that like he has like he can reach out and touch Inquisitors on Necromunda. That's how powerful he is on Necromunda.
Wow.
Yeah, like so. That if you want to talk about Nemo, I'm happy to, because he is an old school N95 badass. But I mainly want to talk about the and cyber meerkats. Cute as hell, especially the fact that they're just covered in digital weapons.
Yeah, that's what I see too. Like they pop up and shoot and drop back down. It's
exactly.
Like, I know what you're doing, and I know there's hundreds of you, and your weapons are useless, but they're just god awfully annoying.
Yeah, but they're so cute. But no, I'm talking about the inverter anti-tox cybertech implant. So it makes it impossible for you to become inebriated, get drunk, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm imagining that there's a group of Goliath who have gone out and bought them and like had them installed and stuff, and are like, let's prove them wrong. And they're drinking like rubbing alcohol. They're just consuming like 975 proof alcohol that they use to clean out the engines of like the basilisk artillery pieces.
Yeah,
and they're drinking and just be like, oh, I'm starting to feel something.
Something's
like,
tingling.
Yeah, your belly has literally ripped open.
Yeah. You're on fire.
That's what's happening. You've had that much alcohol in you. Any sort of light source is setting you on fire right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Put down the cigar. For the love of the Emperor, you will kill us all.
it reminds me of a story from Codex Spaceballs, I think it was, where because of the space marine geology or whatever it is, geology, biology. Oh wow! I'm
I understand it's been a long night so far.
It has
but
been.
You need to slap yourself on the face. We're not even halfway through, buddy.
I need an inverter antitox. Anyway, the Space Wolves would drink to the point of like, I think it's they pass out or something like that. It's a long time since I read it, but basically their biology allows them to just continuously drink without getting absolutely munted. So, and that's what I see. Like these, like obviously they say it's an unrivaled advantage in negotiations, but the reality is it'll be like crack open the wild snake. Let's go for it. I've got one of these. Let's really push it to its limits. I want to hear it going crazy, like beep, 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 going mad.
I believe someone mentioned industrial alcohol before.
Yeah.
Quick round, like tell you what. I just happen to have 11 shot glasses with me. Let's fill them up. It's like, sir, no, no. We use this to torture heretics. Well, praise
Load
chaos, I guess.
Yeah. Load me up. I've got an 8-pointed star in my back pocket.
Let's do it, baby.
So, what I got from this regarding the House of Artifice.
Oh, yeah. Actually, sorry,
the Artifice houses,
Yes,
like,
yes.
Snap back to reality. Is that the smugness that is seen by the nobles of Necromunda when they're like, oh, that's some nice bit of like alien or off-world tech you have. Well, I've got a genuine House of Artifice, Digilaser, or I've got a Cyberbird or something like that, or I have a
Cybird.
A Cybird, yeah.
Cyber
And then, and do you know what happens when it leaves that bird?
Bird. Bird.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you ruined it, but yeah, it's Bybird. It's Cybird, and then Highbird. Bybird. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the fact that there's this arrogance around owning genuine Artifice house, bits of whatever, and this is what I love about it as well. They're saying it's not just the weapons; it's all manner of things that they produce, and it could be an additional, like eyepiece or a mechanical cod piece or a servo harness that only like takes care of you. So it's not there for like actual work. It just constantly brushes your hair or provides you with drinks and so forth. Sort of these like inane, silly things that I can imagine people with the right amount of money going, I'm sick of grooming my beard and my servants do it terribly. I want a mechanical servant to do it. And all of this would even the most basic noble would understand that what they're asking for and the things that they get presented with are not within the I guess the realm or the right of the Mechanicus, the Adeptus Mechanicus. So they would be saying, okay, we understand that this little weird, cyber meerkat is cool, but we can understand that it's not approved tech. So,
well, would it? Okay, I wouldn't look at something like the cyber meerkat, using that as an example, or the implant to make sure you don't get drunk or whatever. I wouldn't look at them as illegal technology.
illegal. Yeah, illegal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's no different to cybernetic augmentation. Like, you lose a hand, you get a robot hand. You lose a leg, you get a robot leg.
Okay,
you have a pet bird, you rip its wings off and replace them with mechanical replacements so it can go flappy flap for days on end.
Yeah.
But the cyber meerkat, it's a toy for the nobility. And that's what you're saying. Like, the nobles are looking at it going, oh, what's that? You've got a genuine Cadian rangefinder for your rifle, do you? What's that? It's accurate for up to a kilometre. That's fantastic. One moment, Jeeves, bring me my Van Saar rifle. Oh, you notice the Van Saar scope, accurate for 11 kilometres.
Yeah, exactly. I don't actually have to shoot it. It
you
will do most of that itself.
Yeah. Look, it's still in the case. Rifle, kill. And obviously that's an extreme example, but that's the sort of mindset these nobles would be having. It's like, yes, true. I understand you've got your fancy Imperial technology. You've maybe even reached out to a cold trader and have acquired an Eldar shuriken rifle or whatever. Yeah. That's fine. My tech is from Van Saar. And it's that you've got. It's a stupid example, but I've got the brand new iPhone. Yeah. The tippity top. It's the greatest thing. It does this and this and this, and that's fine. But I have a Van Saar phone. It does everything you do, but it is fully integrated with me. And they're like,
Yes, it does have that ringtone, but
and there's that Goliath rushing in with the Nokia hammer. Yeah. I'm gonna make a Nokia hammer, and
that would be cool.
Yeah.
No, but I guess what my lead into all of that was, but you sort of corrected me a little bit there in the sense that I go with your point of view on that the nobles are just like, oh, these are toys. Like, they're not there, even if there is a semblance of, illegality to them, they're just play around things. They're not producing anything that's truly dangerous, even though they're definitely on the cusp of tech heresy. I still believe though that if the Adeptus Mechanicus were to ask questions, I'm going to get that right once in this episode. If the Mechanicus was to ask questions. I think the nobles would cover up for House Van Saar. Yes. And go oh yeah, we got this from one of the Artifice houses, but it wasn't a Van Saar. I think it's a cheap knockoff with this imprint of the Van Saar logo and so forth.
Yeah,
I could see them.
The Van Saar would never make anything like this. Oh, by the God Emperor, no. Take it, destroy it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. Jeeves, order me 3 more, please. I need these in my life.
Yes, Mum. Yes, Mum.
So you're still talking to the Mechanicum? Oh, right. Yeah. Oh. I'll order something else then. I really do like the House of Artifice for exemplifying what I was talking about earlier in the episode. Just a little bit of freedom. Yes. And sorry, more than just a little bit of freedom. The capacity and freedom to just go for it and make and create. And yes, they've probably got some guidance and some special requests and all the rest of it. But there is this off the leash, off the chain sort of ability that they have. And the cool thing about this is it doesn't have to be about weapons. It doesn't have to be about making the house any better or protecting the STC or anything like that. It's just, get into the workshop and get the old welder out and see what you can make, Come up with something, a self-hammering nail. Fantastic, well done.
But that's the thing, the Van Saar would be, after the direction has been given to them, after they are all able to be within those little covens that we've talked about so far, and they're actually able to drive forward in direction. Like you said, it's not all about weaponry. It's not all about armor. It's not all about anything like that. It is also, quite specifically, self-hammering nails. It is also, do you know what MREs are?
Do I know Mary?
No, you're an idiot.
I do know Mary.
There's something.
I know what an MRE is. There's something about it. She eats all of these really weird food.
She eats all these weird foods. But MREs are, for those people who don't know, meals ready to eat. It's a military ration that has, there's different flavours and stuff. But it is effectively a self-contained meal. And there is a small I guess, like a self-cooking function to it, just using, I believe, a chemical reaction. Wonka, you're my scientist. I need the science. So until we get the science, I'm going to give you my explanation, where basically you kind of like squeeze a bag and it causes the meal to cook. In my mind, there is a whole group of Van Saar dedicated to creating tiny little meals that provide huge nutritional content that you can just put them down and you press a button on it and it like microwaves it and heats the tea. So they can give them to their crews going into Secundus or going into the Underhive, to make sure that when they do camp each cycle, they can keep their body fueled and ready to go. And it's not necessarily just stims, but you know what I mean? Like there are it's that group, the group before perfecting corn. This is what they've come to.
What?
The group I talked before, where Davos was like, "You idiots! What are you doing? You're making corn.
Yeah, that's right.
Go make some corn." They've become the MRE department.
I got GW'd in my brain, and that is, you said the group perfecting corn. All I could think of was corn, as in KH. And I'm sure every gamer experiences this. You hear a word in the real world, and the GW word comes to the forefront of your brain. And you're like, "What? That doesn't make sense. What did they just? Oh wait, no, I'm in reality. I'm not looking at my army or my gang or something like that." Yeah. You're like, okay, no, wind it back. Yes, so the group perfecting corn. I kind of went the same way with the artifice houses as well. It's like robo chefs and all manner of things like that. But you're right, we're talking about with the nutrients as well, because I believe, and this is a divergent chat a little bit, but it doesn't matter because that's the nature of this show anyway.
Just quickly before you do this, it's ironic you talk about how, we're talking about corn, but that. The other morning, I asked Goblin Juve if he wanted cornflakes for breakfast, and he said yes, and then stabbed me. But continue.
And said blood for the cornflakes, and it's like he's got the right spirit. He's just a bit misdirected. Anyway, so what I was going to say is the Van Saar would need to fuel their bodies correctly. They wouldn't be able to just rely on corpse starch. They would need stims. They would need proper nutrient packs. They would. I could see a lot of their time and technology being poured into that as well. How do we create a food or a form of sustenance that can actually fuel our brain and keep our bodies fighting, and keep us being able to hold back the radiation? So that's another whole different chat, because I don't see Van Saar just simply being like House Cawdor and going, we'll just feed the masses. They would be looking at how to better take care of themselves. How to take care of their own. And they even say that, like when they talk about their juves and so forth. Their juves just aren't some young thing to be thrown into the front lines and, protect the other gangers, let the young ones die if they make it. Fantastic. They're still seen as tech specialists in a way. You have a certain specialization. So I would see that mindset as across the whole house of, okay, well, we need to eat right, we need to sleep right, we need to drink right, we need to do all these things right so that we can protect our STC. But anyway, that's a slightly different thing from the artifice houses.
I think it will sort of link back to it. I believe the artifice houses they are Factoria. They are these workshops actually building everything. And it says here, they are havens for expertise and exacting precision. Yeah. They create tools, weapons, and war gear. Yeah. So, tools. You know what a tool is? Anything you can use. So, a great tool is that little heating pack that heats your ration up for when you when you guys set up your camp each night. Boom. As far as I'm concerned, that is definitely something they would be producing there. They may produce it for the Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
They produce 10,000 of them, send them off to the Munitorum, who gets them to a regiment, who just happen to be urban combat specialists, and they have those quick heat meals because they can't necessarily have open flames. Boom, there you go. Justification.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Sweet.
So,
anyway, the artifice houses are one of the greatest aspects of the house.
Yes, most definitely. Well, the next one up here is arms industries. House Van Saar has a substantial stake in the arms industries of Necromunda. Like other clan houses, it specialises in particular kinds of personal armaments, notably energy weapons of all kinds. Plasma weapons in particular are turned out in great numbers by the House of Artifice. Many other clans unable to create even the volatile patterns of these weapons common to the armies of the Imperium. Melter weapons are also made almost exclusively by House Van Saar, the clan building the complex microwave chambers and photonic fuel cells required for the weapons. These are then sold on to other clan houses, where unique weapon housings and other touches are added. House Van Saar knows, of course, that despite the way a melter gun or multi-melter might look, it is the Van Saar tech at its core that makes the weapon function. While House Van Saar produces large numbers of lasguns, carbines and pistols, it is yet to unseat House Escher's dominance over this segment of the arms market. Many consider the Van Saar las weaponry to be over-engineered, a trait considered undesirable in something as workmanlike as the lasgun. Despite this, House Van Saar constantly challenges House Escher for its las weapon contracts, the noble houses encouraging the competitions, even if they award the greater share of these work orders to the House of Blades year after year. More interesting than the vast number of these stock Imperial weapons House Van Saar produces are the rare and restricted ordnance it turns out, often just for specific great houses or even individuals within Necromunda's nobility. Objects like vortex grenades or phase shields require the restoration of archaeotechnologies and extreme levels of expertise to make function, both of which House Van Saar, fortunately, is blessed with. If a noble house will pay well for bolt guns and servo armour, then it will pay even more to have something their rivals cannot get their hands on, even if it means risking censure by Lord Helmore. They're making freaking vortex grenades.
As soon as I heard you say that, I was like, he's going to be onto it. Give me a vortex grenade. Give me two. I just want to throw these up and open a demon portal, basically.
Just imagine being the work experience kid, and you're like, yep. So, Timmy, today you are going to be working in one of the ordnance factories. And you're like, all right, yeah, that's great, it can help the house, you've got your little lunch pail and, you've got your first tumour. And you go to work and
little lunch pail.
The guy gets distracted. He's like, yeah, just go over there, just put those two together. And it turns out it's a vortex grenade. You push it together, it clips incorrectly, something breaks, and you literally remove that section of the dome from existence. Honestly, typical apprentice.
Yeah. It's just a hazing that's gone way too far. So it's just like, of course a year one archaeotech would do this. You absolute clown.
You thought going to find tartan paint and spirit level bubbles was hard.
So, for me, I really like this in the read where they talk about their competition with House Escher, in the fact that they're as much as they are the preeminent technomasters, the technological wizards of the planet, they can be seen to do too much as well. Like, I don't need the 3 rangefinders. I don't need the additional laser guided whatever on my laser. I don't need the 16 settings that you're providing me with. I just need it to be able to fire a laser bolt in that direction. Iron sights are fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it literally points out the fact that Van Saar weapons are great, but man, they had a bunch of extra crap you really don't need. Whereas the Escher, the Escher are just like, okay, you point this end, you pull the trigger, it kills them, and it looks fancy at the same time. Which makes sense.
Well, on Necromunda, that makes a great deal of sense. In the hands of the Astra Militarum, it makes a great deal of sense as well. Yeah. But this harps back to the origins of the Van Saar. They're not making tech
for vast armies that need to go off and fight in the internal war across the galaxy. So they're not making tech for scrappers on the streets. They're making tech that is forever being worked on, redeveloped, redesigned.
Yes.
Adding a new this, adding a new that. Let's play with this. Let's, their technology is something that they get to knock around with. And so in the format of their plasma guns and their melter guns and so forth, it becomes something that makes those weapons significantly more deadlier. But as it says in their industries, they're making the core of these weapons and saying, put whatever paneling you want on the side of it, put whatever aesthetic you want on this, but at the heart of it, it's still a piece of Vansar technology. But if another house was capable of making plasma weapons and melters and so forth, these top tier level weapons that probably have no right being in a street fight on Necromunda.
Hey. Anytime I go to a punch on, I take a melter gun. Like, I go to work every day. It's, like wallet, yep. Phone, yep. Van keys, yep. Military grade anti-armor weapon, yep.
Yeah. Something capable of knocking out a monolith. And you're like, yeah, I better take that with me. What if I come up against a living metal switchboard? How am I going to deal with it? So,
what if there are 3 plasterers in my way? What am I going to do then?
I don't know, mate. Put a 6-pack slightly to the right and they'll get confused and go left. Anyway, but yeah, so what I'm saying here is that I think where the artifice houses are these really unique Baroque items that they're making, the arms industries, I think if there was a cheaper, better option, Vansar would be in trouble. But there's not a cheaper, better, reliable option. And so
reliability is the most important aspect to it, though, because obviously the tithe from each house is a portion of that must be weaponry, because Necromunda must provide the weapons to the Imperial Guard and PDFs and possibly Space Marines and the Imperial Navy and whoever they need to provide it to. And the order isn't just going to be for las pistols and las guns. It is going to be shotguns and grenade launchers and melter weapons and blazoogas and all of those things. They need to be produced en masse, and they need to be produced within certain parameters. Now, obviously, especially with something like melter weapons, plasma weapons, blazoogas, they have to operate at the highest efficiency, which is why those weapons would be coming from Vansar. Blazooga.
Remember, it's still not your episode.
Okay, sorry.
I'll try it one last time. Mute?
Sorry, sir. Nope, still not working.
But so where they're artifice houses, they definitely have a complete monopoly and control over. I think their arms industries are not something that they're obviously going to have the monopoly over, because they are experimenting with different types of technologies. They are messing around with things that the Astra Militarum would not look at as going, well, we need 1 million of these, or yes, they would love to have 1 million vortex grenades, but that's never going to happen. Yeah. So the Militarum look at something that is more practical. Las guns. Don't give me a las gun with a laser designator and all this, because that las gun, in the first 16 seconds of our fight against a marauding horde of night lords or whatever the case might be dropping onto our planet, those rangefinders, they're not going to make a lick of difference, because those guardsmen are already cowering in fear.
What's the average life cycle of a guardsman? Like 15 hours?
15 hours. Yeah, I believe so. I've got the
hours?
primer here, but I'm not going to go flicking through it.
No.
But
yeah, you're not going to give a super fancy las gun with like a rangefinder and all that sort of nonsense to a guy that you're expecting to last 15 hours. Maybe if they're around for a while, they can get that gear, but until then, you can take the super basic version. Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, you take the point and click weapon. And so where they are brilliant with their technology it's also, I think, a little bit of a letdown for them in the sense that they probably are trying to push the envelope in areas where they just need to just cool the jets, make something that can be stamped metal, put some sort of core into it, and fire, and that is all. That's all we want from you. And so, our first year apprentice with his vortex grenade, it's nice that you will learn how to make one of those, but if you do make more than 3 in your entire lifespan, which is generally about, 12 and a half years or something for a Vansar, then fantastic, you've done brilliantly.
Yeah, no, 100% agree with you. Like, don't get me wrong, the plasma guns, very important. You're going to need those. The melter guns, the multi-melters, all that sort of stuff. Yep, absolutely. The stuff from the artifice houses, the rebreathers, and the little chemical heaters for your spag bowl, like, absolutely, very important. But a lasgun needs an energy pack, some iron sights, a tube, and a trigger. Let's be honest.
Yeah. And so it would be interesting to see what they would be doing with in terms of ballistic weapons. So things that require shells and so forth, not just energy based. How much research, tech, and development would go into the manufacturing of the ammunition that goes into these weapons. You're not going to build the chassis of I don't know cars, but you're not going to build a Mustang and then put a Datsun 180B engine in it. So they would be looking at the ammunition that's going into their weapon as just as vital as the weapon construction itself. And then that would add another layer of extra, we'll call it, that I can just not see the Imperium, or I can see the Imperium and the Hellmores and all the rest of it just going, we don't need this. We literally, we want that metal slug in the enemy. And you're talking about special engraving on it so it spins better, or gets an extra 30 meters out of range, whereas our firefight we know is going to be at max 120 meters, and this bullet can already travel up to 500-600 meters without losing its velocity. So
perfect.
So I mean, it's one of the aspects when I first read about this that I was like, it shows the strength and weakness of this obsession with technology. But that is not all they do. We do have their energy production, which is, I guess, a more important facet of what they do. The production of heat, light, and power is essential to the continued existence of Necromunda. In theory, the automated systems of each hive should provide these things for its inhabitants, most hives being built over a single ancient and powerful reactor akin to those found on starships, or thermal shafts that draw up heat from the planet's core. The reality is, however, that the technology that regulates such things within the great cities has long since failed or gone awry, and requires constant maintenance if it is to function at even the most basic level. While the Mercator Lux and the Mercator Pyrus are the custodians of these systems, it often falls to the expertise of House Vansar to bring them into flickering life. Entire conclaves of the House of Artifice are given over to this work, with architects taking on lofty titles such as Master of Lumens or Lady of the Living Flame to show they are the guardians of one of the elemental resources necessary for life in their hive. In Hive Primus, power is drawn almost exclusively from the great city's primary heatsink, the vast chasm that reaches down towards the core of the world, conveying heat up to warm the inhabitants and run massive thermal turbines. From this heatsink, energy cables and conduits run throughout the hive, with various guilds, enforcers and gangs all staking a claim to part of the network. At the point where these cables run down into the Underhive stands the Temple of the Junction, a thrumming, glowing dome filled with burning pipes and energy lines. This is the well-established territory of the Vansar, and their gangs keep close watch over the temple. Settlement administrators from Dust Falls to some city making the pilgrimage to its door to pay their tithes to the Mercator Lux. More than once, other clan houses have tried to take control of the temple, even going so far as to openly launch assaults on the Electro Guild's agents. Each time, though, the Van Saar's gangs have pushed them back, their overcharged weapons plugged into cables themselves and blazing with barely contained energy. That last bit is the coolest thing ever. It's just like straight up going straight into, you would know this better, going straight into the 240. Is that what you want to get plugged in?
As an electrician, I feel I can give sort of like some expert background information here. So nobody understands electricity. Anyone who tells you they do understand it is a liar and a communist. Now, especially when you look at electricity being produced by the enormous heat sinks that go down to the core of the planet. Like, they're producing, here in Australia, we work on, 230 volts at a domestic level, 410, give or take, in sort of, three-phase industrial. You can get bigger and bigger and bigger. I know, Americans operate, I think they measure it in refrigerators, once again. They run it, I think, 105 frigivolts for their house.
Right, yes.
I'm not trained in American electricity, but with the concept of plugging a las gun, which effectively just fires almost solidified energy, and if you're plugging an extension cord into the bottom of your las gun and then plugging that directly into a power plant, I'm imagining it sort of like that scene in Ghostbusters where they're trying not to cross the streams. Instead of pew pew pew, it's just picture the sound of a chain gun.
Almighty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
God
a taser that is
laser
cooking
bolt.
your enemies. Yeah. Imagine plugging a bazooka into it. You'd pull the trigger and you'd put a hole you'd put a hole in a spaceship.
You're a fool amongst fools. But, yeah, righto. So that's, look, there's a bit more to pick out from the energy production, but let's talk about the fun bit of all the different type of weapons you could plug into it. So, I could just see them having man portable weapons that they're just we'll just attach it to the main power source.
Yes.
See what happens. Put some governors on it, some regulators on it, and just use it until the barrel cooks off. You know what I mean? Or until we need to replace it. And you just imagine the first, who do they say? Some clan houses, other clan houses have tried to take control of the temple. Imagine House Corridor going, it's a temple. It belongs to us. Rocking up and going, well, we don't care what type of temple it is. It's that's our thing. That's our, our nonsense. And then House Van Saar just setting up just ridiculously powerful plasma and laser weaponry and so forth, and just clearing entire streets of Cordorians just with one shot.
You could just imagine those man-portable... I'm picturing a las chain weapon, chain gun, where it's just firing, rapid fire, just beams of light that are physically cooking the corridor. That sickly sweet pork smell would be everywhere. And the part that really gets me is that
is very visceral.
Yeah, but the part that gets me is where it says how entire conclaves of the House of Artifice are given over to the work of keeping everything running. The guilds are taking all the credit, but underneath them are these Van Saar tech gangs that are literally just keeping the machinery going. And
I would
awesome.
love to see what that temple is.
I'm
Yeah,
genuinely
I would
picturing a
love-
power plant.
Oh, of course. It would be a power plant, but like done a proper Imperial over the top bonkers type
Yes.
conditioning. You know,
Yes.
all these to make it almost resemble like a proper temple. But do you know what? What we know about the Van Saar, those tech gangs wouldn't be looking at it as a temple. They'd be looking at it as a functioning power plant.
Yes.
And they say, okay, well, how do we keep this maintained? Who cares about the archways are falling apart and the reliefs and the statues are all, not looking up to scratch. Doesn't matter. Is the power still running? That's all we care about. And then so they'd come and get checked on and be like, well, your adherence to whatever the Mercator Lux is looking for in terms of, the aesthetic and the look of the temple is not great. So we need you to do, maintain it and take care of it a bit more. And they just be getting servitors to do it, not really caring, because it would all be about ensuring that the machine works. And this is what I love about them. It's not even, is the machine spirit happy? Does the machine work? When we flick the switch, does it turn on? Yeah. And this is something, I don't know how much I've sort of mentioned it, but it shows how important House Van Saar are to the day-to-day functionality and continuation of the planet. If you remove the tithe, if you remove the Imperium, then all these other gangs who are, producing materials and running the fabricated plants and running the Factoria and all this other stuff, are they still necessary? Because the tithe is gone. But the people who are keeping the lights on, the people keeping the clocks running, the buses running on time, they are still going to be relevant with no tithe, with no great hand of the Imperium squeezing this planet. You still need to have things functioning. And that is where House Van Saar excel. This is where I can really see energy production, the production, as I say, of heat, of light and power is essential. This is where they make, I reckon, an absolute killing, where they have a true monopoly. This is not just making technology and having a bit of a play with, I've got this idea to create the, what did we call it? The cyber meerkat.
The cyber meerkat.
Yeah, something. This is not them just messing around going, we have a particularly special design that we've got in. This is, we need to keep this machine running. This is critical. So
the guilds obviously run everything when it comes to the guild of power, the guild of fire, running these two particular industries. But what this tells us is those two guilds, although they have all the power in regards to it, they're in control of it completely. They cannot do what they are required to do by the Imperial House without Van Saar. And where does that come from? It comes from the fact that these guilds would not be willing to turn to the Adeptus Mechanicus and say, we need your expertise, because then they would lose those positions to the Adeptus Mechanicus. They go to House Van Saar and say to them, you know how to work these machines. You know how to keep them maintained. You know how to fix them. You know how to replace them. Why? You definitely don't have an STC, but we don't know why.
Do you also think, I'm just thinking about that. When you mentioned the Mechanicus, Adeptus Mechanicus.
You've done that like 96 times.
I'm going for the 100, mate. So I think they would also be almost like... I think they would almost have a lack of faith in the Adeptus Mechanicus to actually keep the lights on. With all the prayers and all the nonsense that surrounds the tech and, making sure the machine spirit's got a nice footstool and, it's rugged up and it's got his little beanie on or whatever. All of that nonsense that goes on, it defeats the efficiency of what these guilds would be looking for, because efficiency would be their key and what they'd be pressured to get in place from the Imperial House. And that would be this stuff needs to work, and it needs to work effectively, efficiently, and on time.
Yep.
And the Mechanicus would, I think, get too lost in their own nonsense. So they turn to, as you say,
never.
well, they also, as I say, they as you said, they would be wary of the Mechanicus going, oh, Mr. Helmore, these guilds, they're not very good at doing the old lights on and fires burning. And so they called us in, you know. So, but on top of that, they would respect that the Vansar would do it all efficiently, but they would do it without all the bullshit, basically.
Yeah.
For use of a better term.
Yeah.
All the, you know, the religious nonsense that the Mechanicus attached to it. So they do that on the basis that they know it is a reliable, non-crazy cadre of engineers and technicians who are not going to try and steal their business from them.
They have the ability of the Mechanicus without their nonsense.
Say more so. Yeah, I would say more so than the Mechanicus. I really do think that. I think they're better and more skillful at it, but they just only have Necromunda as their only playing field, so that's what limits them.
Well, the fourth industry is also something that the Adeptus Mechanicus would throw an absolute fit over if they could get their filthy little robo-mitts on them. And they are the tech bazaars of Necromunda. Hive cities are ancient places filled with the accreted detritus of many millennia. This wealth of forgotten rubbish includes huge amounts of technological cast-offs and mechanical scrap. Some of this junk is readily identifiable, like lost models of las weapons or lumens with burned-out power cells. Others are more mysterious, strange black boxes with blinking lights, or lenses that reveal ghostly worlds when peered through. All of these gadgets and more can be found in the tech bazaars of the Underhive, and wherever there is a tech bazaar, there are Vansar gangers lurking in the shadows. The House of Artifice makes considerable profits from these marketplaces, either selling on illicit or broken goods that have no market up-hive or off-world, or buying from archaeo-hunters looking to offload their finds from the deep hive or out in the wastes. The Imperial House also recognises the importance of the tech bazaars, especially as a way of getting rid of excesses of dangerous technologies by selling them on to Underhive gangers who will either kill themselves with it or each other. It is an unwritten law of Necromunda bestowed by Lord Helmore that House Vansar has dominion over the tech bazaars, wherever they spring up and whoever might be running them. Such is the extent of this tradition that most tech merchants set up shop in turf controlled by Vansar gangs. After all, if they are paying the clan house anyway, might as well benefit from their protection. And that's... I think it's here. I think my next gang idea is literally coming from this industry. We've talked about them in the past. We talked about what gang was it? We were talking about the guys that had the backpacks and that had all the different... Was it the... I think it might have been during the Aranthian Succession, like the merchants that had their entire sort of shop front on their, like, on a backpack.
Yeah, I do remember what you're talking about. I'm trying to...
But I'm picturing...
Think about it.
Yeah, I think it was the Aranthian Succession. I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
But I'm picturing a Vansar gang who's literally... They go out on... They go into the Underhive to find tech, to bring it back, to sell it, but they would all have this... like they'd have real mismatched gear. Their armor would be cobbled together from different generations of equipment that they've been finding through all these different levels of Necromundan hives. Their weapons they'd be incredibly ornate and old looking, but cobbled together with like jury-rigged scopes and laser sights.
Yeah.
And that one of them would have the backpack that is actually a generator power pack that would have cables running into his gun, because it's technically a hotshot las gun, but not because it has a hotshot pack, but he can set it to take a huge burst of energy from the charging pack that fires out this focused weapon. Like, you'd have them, maybe one of them wouldn't technically be walking. He'd be wearing almost like a kind of like a jetpack, but it'd have two little propellers that just hovers him just 6 inches off the ground. And its momentum is caused by him sort of running or walking in a direction, like.
Then launches him just that little bit. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, you do that's them really eclectic and strange like that.
Yeah, that's sick. Do you know what? As soon as you started talking about them, I just envisaged being like level 10 in an RPG game.
Yes.
And you've just gathered like whatever gear has the best stats, and you're like, well, I'll equip this sword, and I'll equip this, and I'll equip this, and then I'll bolt this on. And so your character overall is really cool and good, but from the outward sense, from the aesthetic sense, they just look like a mismatch.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yes.
It looks like, what are you doing? You go, well, I'm going for the stats. And that's why I can see these guys. In my mind, it's like, no, I have my little hover jet pack. And it would do nothing in terms of game terms. Or maybe it's a drop rig. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah, they go, I've got a little drop rig. And it means that I won't suffer great damage when I fall because my little fan blades kick in. My little, what is it? What do they call them? A drone. The drone that I managed to attach to my backpack is gliding me down to the ground. But I see them moving from bazaar to bazaar, grabbing this technology and just becoming obsessed with their next thing, their next item that they're grabbing. Almost, they almost become, miniature collectors in a miniature format. They're just like, I need to have it. Why do I need to have it? Well, I need to have it. It's limited edition. It's great. I need it. And so they buy it, they tuck it in their satchel, and they're like, oh, I'll come back to that for sure. There's no two ways about it. I will remember that. And then, 12 months later, if they're still alive in the hive, they're like, oh, I've got these 3 baubles that sit around the end of my gun that are like a focusing ring.
Yep.
Oh, I lost that gun, didn't I?
Yep.
Oh, well, I'll see how I can move these on. And they actually would be almost spreading their technology across the hives by just migrating from one tech bazaar to the other. But they're afforded a level of respect because they're branded as Van Saar.
Yeah. But when modelling them, they would almost be weighed down because they'd constantly be on the move. They wouldn't be camping properly. I think because they'd constantly be on the move, they'd have lots of backpacks, they'd have lots of pouches, and they'd be carrying all of their weapon replacements and upgrade pieces. Everything would be all over them. I think that would be really cool. That'd be a really cool modelling opportunity.
I think so too. And I just instantly, what popped into my head is having an arachne rig, right? But instead of having a pilot on the inside, do you know the stick shambler from House Cawdor? Where the guy's on the back riding it? Yep. That's how you have this arachne rig. So he's actually on the back processing all the little tidbits and information that he's got, but using all the weapons. Yeah, go on.
He would be... You'd change it, so it wouldn't be a suit. It would be almost a mount, like the tech trader from episode 7 of Star Wars? It's almost like the dewback.
Oh, right.
The robo dewback thing. So it'd be covered in packs and sort of what's the word? Baggage. It'd be covered in baggage and stuff. But it would still be an arachne rig for the capability. It's just that the pilot has designed this rig to double as part of the gang's caravan.
Yeah, it becomes a donkey for them.
Yes.
To load it up and so forth. And then they would definitely have an ambot. They would definitely have an ambot, something that they just, and it becomes like a pet project for the gang, where it's like, I found this, so we get to add this to it,
Yep.
and it no longer is this ambot. It actually is just mutating and transforming into this technological marvel as they add more and more components to it and different elements to it, and just try and rework it and tinker it. Oh, we're going to change the faceplate. Oh, we're going to change how this arm works. We're going to change where the melter guns sit because it's more efficient to do this.
Yes.
And so it gives you a modelling opportunity to take something that is so iconic and recognisable as an ambot and really take it left field, as provided it matches all the stat lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like this gang idea because it's stepping away from that clean cut Van Saar gang. It's stepping away from this thing that is so familiar aesthetically wise that you go, oh, that is 100% Van Saar, and going, oh, what are these? And like I see like cloaks and like the pouches hanging off them, but like, do you know how the old World War One, World War Two soldiers used to have the bedroll, like wrapped up and then over their shoulder? They sort of have that thing, but it's actually like containing more tech that they've scavenged or picked up. They're like, they're just like little tech scavengers, is the way I see them, but in a more like formalized way of using the bazaars. Speaking of the bazaars, we probably should talk about them.
The bazaars are sick.
They are really awesome. I think they do. They do have their heritage built around Junkertown, though.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, this is like where Junkertown first started. That's where the tech bazaars draw their history from, and why Van Saar would be very much on board to keep them under their yoke, because this is where they get to see all the esoteric, all the weird, all the crazy stuff from Necromunda filtering through one of these bazaars, and they get to cherry pick what is the best for them. And anybody who doesn't want to hand over the tech or doesn't want to sell it to them, they suddenly become focused on by that clan house. So from that level of protection, it turns into almost an extortion. They go, no.
Yep.
You need to hand it over. Otherwise, we're going to plug our las guns directly into the mains and start shooting at you.
Yeah. I think it'd almost be... I'm picturing like a super techie pawn shop where it's sort of, hey, we've found this. What are you going to give us for it? Oh, mate, this is a piece of crap. I got 15 of these, in storage or across the different stalls here. You seem like a nice kid. I'll give you 30 creds for it, but only in trade. I'm not giving you cash. Come on. And he takes it and he's like, "Yep, all right. Well, give me the las gun there, and I'll buy a couple of cells." Like, yeah, mate, I shouldn't even be doing this. Yeah, fine, take it. And he turns around to one of the Van Saar gangers that's sort of watching the marketplace, and just looks at him and is just like, "You need to take this right now. I cannot believe that idiot just traded this to us," because it's like part of the machinery that to make vortex grenades. Or it's an Aranaean era stasis seal. It's something insane, and they're just like, "Yep, take it now, take it now, take it now, get it, take it to the house. This needs to go."
Yeah, this is the reason why we have the bazaars.
Correct.
We have found one of the diamonds in the rough, go with it. And I see that's the way that the Van Saar would be running the bazaars as well, is that they are our opportunity to pilfer and pick from the main populace. In terms of a profitable industry, probably they are. Like if they're taking a tax or if they're taking a cut from everything that goes on. But I think overall, their main objective would be to, what is it? There's a bird. It's like basically like a thieving magpie, and just come in and do exactly what you say. That's ours, and that's ours, and that's ours. So yeah, in terms of their 4 industries, I definitely think the artifice houses are probably their strength.
Yeah.
But their energy production is what would destroy the rest of Necromunda if they were not there.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
And the other two? Yeah, the other two, well, it's nice that they're there. We'll put it that way.
Well, that looks like it is the majority of the industries done. Well, we can move into the sort of more unique stuff that makes up Necromunda gangs here. And I think the first place we're probably going to start here is the unique gangers themselves. So the first sort of unique gang member of the Vansar is the Archaeotech. Now, we've talked about the Archaeotechs a hell of a lot so far this episode. But the sort of easiest explanation for them, funnily enough, does come from the House of Artifice book. And Archaeotechs can be found at all levels of Vansar society. Some, such as those of the Inner Circle, focus on understanding the STC, though there are many more who hold a valued position in the clan's gangs. Now, in a gang, they are a champion unit, the counter to the more generic sort of champion unit that every gang can take, and they get the absolutely insane piece of weaponry that is the spider rig.
Yeah. That thing's off tap.
Like,
ridiculously good rules wise, but also just the look of it.
It just looks so cool. Yeah, if we're just talking about the way it looks, like it's enormous. Like the fact that you can go the different sort of mechadendrites and that sort of thing there, or you can go sort of the opposite way and go some of those, like the huge rad beamer weapon and that sort of thing. It shows with this all of this extended armor, this carapace that sits over your regular suit. It shows that they are more well versed in the technological aspect of House Vansar than your average ganger.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a very strong and obvious connection with the STC. So that's allowing them to mess around and play a bit more. It shows that obvious connection of what I'm talking about. Like, they get to dabble. They get to play around. They get to mess around with technologies that would normally be kept away from the mass gangers. And, well, not the mass gangers, but, the mass...
the regular folk of the house.
The regular folk, thank you very much, yeah. So, and even their regular weapon options, I think, they get access to funky plasma pistols, but it's the aesthetic of their plasma pistol that I really like too.
Yeah.
It doesn't look Imperial at all. It looks like something that is very, very different, very, very weird. But they are, for me, the Archaeotech is really cool in the lore because they're not considered, a champion within the gang. They're not considered as somebody who's reporting to the leader of the gang or anything like that. They're more considered as elements that go along to support the gang and can be pulled away at any stage and brought back into the fold to do more important work rather than fight. So they can fight. They can fight, yeah. There's no two ways about it. They can fight and they will fight, but their speciality and their expertise is their intelligence. And I've mentioned this many times before on the podcast, things like the, infiltrating armies and all that kind of stuff. It's very hard to take that intelligence and that knowledge and transplant it into a war game without having them doing all the shooting and the blasting and all the nasty stuff. And that's where I can see the Archaeotech being a really cool part of a campaign where maybe they do get pulled out of gangs, maybe they do come back smarter, better, with more information and more technology that benefits the whole gang rather than just the individual ganger. I mean, that takes a lot of stuffing around to get to that point, but it allows you to play around with the idea that their weapon is their intelligence and also their other weapons, but their key weapon is their intelligence.
And obviously they get free Archaeo Cybertechnica. So, don't like your eyeballs? Cut them out, use the old melon baller, pop those bad boys out, disgusting. Replace them with robo eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. And again, that's another awesome aspect of them as well, being able to play with those additional components and elements to just go, yeah, these guys, they literally got the STC tapping into the main vein. So
Yeah.
they're full of nanobots. Like we're all full of microplastics, they're full of nanoplastics. Or nanobots. I guess the other ganger that is particularly unique to them is the Neotech.
Oh,
And
buddy.
I love the Neotechs because it specifically states that they're reckless, young, but they're also yet to feel the full effects of the radiation from the STC. But they're also like they remind me a little bit of the Wreckers from House Orlok, in the sense that they jump onto these grav cutters and they're like, yeah, we sort of know what we're doing. But it actually even says here, racing through the hive's close confines on repulsor platforms. On a repulsor platform, like a cutter might look cool, but as more than one Neotech is discovered, it can be fatal. So it's one of those bits of technology that, yeah, you give it to the young guys. It's like, I'm going to show my age here. It's getting on rollerblades. At my age, if somebody handed me a pair of rollerblades, I'd be like, no, I will take the very comfortable sandals with the inserts. Thank you very much. But however many years ago, when I was a younger man, jumping on a pair of rollerblades, absolutely, I'd go for it. And that's where, a grav cutter and a set of rollerblades probably mildly different from each other. But that's where I see the Neotechs functioning, is that they're the ones who will go take the fight. They're the ones who will take the risks and the gambles. And it sort of leads into the next group we're going to talk about. But if you want to talk more about the Neotech, we will.
Yeah, the one thing I really love about the Neotech, and it was a rule that so many people played anyway, where when your prospect leveled up to become a champion, you could turn them into that unique champion. So the dream for Van Saar players was to be able to turn a Neotech into an Archaeotech. And I managed it once. And a Neotech turning into an Archaeotech. So giving an Archaeotech the spider egg, but when he also had the grav cutter, because it specifically stated, it never said anything about losing unique equipment when you became a champion.
Yeah.
And Games Workshop finally jumped on board and were like, yeah, this is obvious. You don't lose your equipment. You can be that arms master that has his Wrecker jump pack, or that Archaeotech that has his grav cutter, or that stimmer that has the full packet of like green crayons. You can do all of that. Also, a wild runner turning into a death maiden. Imagine a death maiden with a bow. That'd be sick.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
That would be
back.
very, very cool, actually.
I managed it once, and he lasted one game until he got 66th. But I love it because they're basically like cyberpunk futuristic surfers who are really good with technology. And they want to be part of the house and basically be like, yeah, we want to do this crazy stuff with technology and eventually join the inner circle and become part of the first circle or whatever. But to do that, they have to prove themselves in combat. And I love it. I think Neotechs, I would love to one day do an entire gang of just a Prime and Neotechs. It would be so much fun.
That would be cool.
Ridiculous, but it'd be so much fun.
I think that would be really awesome. A great way to play them as well. Like just like a Prime, just taking all of these Neotechs under his wing. Because, and I mentioned it earlier, what I love about the Van Saar is that they respect their youth.
Yes.
Because of their specialities, but also because of their shorter lifespans. So there is not just a case of, well, you're young and dumb, and while you die, you die. It's a case of, okay, well, how can we make you better? How can we continue you within your realm of specialization as well? So that a whole gang of them would make total sense. It's like a school outing or something. It's
Like, we're going into the Underhive, lads.
School outing. It's a field trip.
It's a field trip. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Prime just like he's got a tweed jacket on with leather patches on it, and everybody else in like high vis, so they all know where they are.
Oh, jeez, I love it.
Look, I mean, as I said earlier, the talking about the Neotech rolls very nicely into the next thing we're going to talk about, which is I'll sort of group them together and then we'll break them apart, which is the Augurtech, the Biotechnicist, the Guntech, and the Technomat.
Oh, buddy.
And these are the 4 brand new Secundus characters, I guess you'd call them, or I believe they're prospects, but I mean, these guys aren't coming out till September 19th, so it's a fair while away.
I actually think they're coming out on the 3rd of August, which it's a little bit away yet.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it is very close to September 19th. So they are actually all specialists from the information we've been given. So what we can see, the Augurtech, from what we can see, is pure communications. The Biotechnist, just from the name, is most likely
a gardener.
A gardener,
right.
Exactly, or possibly a medical professional, like a doctor, sort of specialization. The Guntech is obviously a sniper, and the Technomat, it almost looks like a flamer mixed with the jaws of life.
I was going to say that. So, like, if they can't save you from the wreckage, they just go, well, we're going to give you the final blessing. You're like,
we're going to give you a head burning.
Yeah, no, just shoot me. No. We burn you. That's what we do. So, exactly what you're saying. They all look like they're going to have their own specialist roles, which makes sense. But one of the key things I got from that little snippet of information from Warhammer Community is that you can take a gang of these specialists. You know, so you can fill up your entire roster with these, and they can be specialised and skilled in the pathways you want to take them. You're not just getting random stats and, you know, random abilities or whatever. It is all you're choosing their pathway, which is really cool. Remember that gang idea I was talking about with having a gang that goes and hunts down the alien code?
Dude, yes.
That's what these guys are. Is 100% what these are. So they are highly specialised, operate as a small team, able to operate independently as well. So you have a doc there, you have a communication specialist, you have somebody who can bring the heavy firepower, somebody who can bring the long range firepower, and then you intermix that with another champion, a gang leader, and suddenly you have an incredibly deadly specialist team.
Yes.
And I reckon that's cool, lads.
Well, it specifically states that they need to be able to do all this specialist activity, because while they're in Hive Secundus, you can't go to a trading post. You can't go to the doctor. You can't call up the house and say, "Hey, we need some more guys. We need more gangers." So they have to be specialists in this respect. Now, obviously, with Secundus not released yet, we don't have all of the information we would want to go through here. So we might have to revisit these on a later on date, maybe on one of it, maybe Hive Life Secundus would be a fun time to jump onto them.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. Just it's something that myself and Sam have spoken about once we knew this was coming, that we don't want to don't do them justice, basically, and just, you know, try to talk about them with having very little knowledge. We want to talk about them
with having a good chunk of knowledge about them and really delve down and pick them apart and see how they would work in a gang for us, or see how they would work in a scenario for us, or a campaign. But as you said,
like if we
at a later
wanted
date,
to do something with not much knowledge, we would hijack the opening of an episode from the guy who usually does it. But no, you're absolutely right. We will obviously want to. We'll obviously want to come back to them. It did not. We'll come back to them when we have that book in hand, which should be, September 19th.
I knew you said it.
So, the next one up here isn't really a ganger. It is the brute, and it actually is two separate brutes. We're talking about the Vansar Arachnareg. Now, this can be broken down to both the Arachnareg servo suit, which is the regular brute, and the Ash Waste Arachnareg. So
That's the cousin from the country.
It's the country cousin. It's country Arachnareg. It comes with a straw hat. He's chewing on a femur. Now,
I was going to say, what's he pulled out of the ash waste to chew on one of the dude strider's legs? Waste wheat.
Waste wheat. It's barbed wire. We just don't have. We can't tell him. He's got a lot of radiation. So the Arachnareg servo suit. Servo rigs are effectively mechanical exoskeletons, most commonly seen in heavy industry, where workers may be equipped with them to aid with lifting and moving heavy materials, or operating large tools or machinery. Anywhere where weights not normally manageable by baseline humans must be handled. But where duties cannot readily be entrusted to abhumans or servitors, where most servo rigs are worn over the body and limbs, controlled by the wearer's physical movements, and granting them extra strength. Servo rigs are often also utilised to give a worker extra limbs, greatly increasing their dexterity and the range of tasks that can be performed, making what may otherwise be the work of many, the work of a few. Such a rig may be plugged directly into the wearer's nervous system and controlled directly, or may be automated, forcing a worker to keep up with the pre-programmed movements of the rig into which they are strapped. Vansar makes particular use of such things, in no small part due to the physical deficiencies common within their house. Highly advanced forms of servo harnesses, controlled by the wearer's nervous system via a direct MIU, are common. Advanced artisan pieces that would put shame to the simple utilitarian forms mass-produced and seen in wide use. In battle, it is not uncommon to see Vansar fighters wearing massive rigs that grant them a huge, spider-like appearance, and many mechanical limbs that greatly increase the combat efficiency of the gang as a whole. So basically, like an art school version of the servo loader that Ripley wears in Aliens.
Yeah, 100%. That's the same vibes I was getting as well. Is that they've weaponized something that is supposed to be peaceful and helpful, and they're just like, no. We're going to throw some guns on it and put an angry radiation boy on the inside of it. And I think the Ash Waste version, it says it's more heavily armored and equipped with more like an array of heavy weapons as well. So I guess it's designed to go out into the boonies and taking on some pretty tough fights. So, and also like it's designed for vehicle combat as well. In not the sense that it's a vehicle, but in the sense that it's going to be engaging more vehicles out in the wastes. So
exactly.
Exactly. So it's going to be mounting las cannons and whatever, and then I think it's got harpoon launchers.
Yeah, buddy.
And it does have its jump boosters as well. So it is more of a weaponized option than the original Arachnirig. So it's as the Arachnirig even says in its name, it's a servo suit. It's designed to assist and do all these things that a normal human can't do. But then the Ash Waste is like, no, we've seen what the potential is of the Arachnirig as a weapon. let's weaponize it even further. Let's really push it. Let's really load it up to the nines.
Yeah. Like, also, I don't know if we've mentioned it before, harpoon weapons in Necromunda are just the worst thing. So now imagine adding them onto a enormous loading suit that can jump over you, that is specifically designed to combat your vehicle, is faster, is more technologically advanced than you, and then it's just like, oh, and by the way, I'm going to shoot this hook through your leg and drag you across the wastes. It was sort of like an angry, bleeding wind chime.
Yeah, exactly. That's if the harpoon doesn't just remove the leg entirely. So,
Wow. Wow.
An angry, bleeding wind chime.
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah,
that's what you could do at the end. You just hang them up, and you can just imagine this insane Van Saar ganger in a Arachnoid just being like, I find the screams relaxing.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
I'm very happy this is my episode because I'll probably take that bit out.
Why don't you jump into cyberarachnids then, master of the episode?
Yes, right. If you do not like spiders, do not listen. Spiders are common to every human colonized world in the galaxy. Perhaps millennia ago, when mankind set out to populate the stars, those first ships had on board stowaways in the form of insects and arachnids, and they were accidentally introduced to a new ecosystem. Perhaps they were deliberately introduced to control dangerous insect life on many worlds, or perhaps they were always there. No one knows for sure. But that spiders can be found almost everywhere humanity thrives is beyond doubt. The hives of Necromunda are infamous for their mutant spiders, and many millions of subspecies exist in the dark corners and dusty cracks of the great hives. Some varieties can grow to several feet across, and their presence can make whole domes uninhabitable. The spiders of Necromunda mean much to the planet, not least featuring heavily in the heraldry of many clans and ruling families. Yet possibly the most readily made association is to the House of Van Saar, whose sigil is the likeness of a spider. Van Saar play on this, capturing and breeding large Necromundan arachnids and modifying them cybernetically for many purposes. Van Saar gangs are often accompanied by several such slaved servitor spiders, and their gruesome appearance is often enough to make the faint-hearted maintain what they feel is a safe distance. But the truth is right in the crosshairs, where the Van Saar want them. So what the Van Saar are doing is taking a fear of that humanity is taking with them across the stars and going, well, let's make a mechanical version of that fear. That's genius. Oh, you don't like sharks? We'll make a mechanical shark. Oh, you're afraid of snakes? Big mechanical snakes. They're jerks.
Everyone, I think, has this weird innate fear of spiders, especially here in Australia, where spiders don't even have to bite you for you to die. Like, every now and then, a spider just shows up in someone's house, and it's that family just doesn't exist anymore. So, on Necromunda, the Van Saar have basically said, let's take these spiders the size of, pugs, cut their legs off, give them robot legs, and now let's weaponize them. And the cyberarachnids are so horrific in in game that if they're near you, right, like you're just terrified of them. You cannot capture them. If you somehow capture them after a game, you don't. They just get away.
Yeah.
And
they just boot off. They're just like, no,
Yeah.
we're going to crawl somewhere else. But
they're literally fear-inducing. You are scared of them in game. Like that's really playing on that innate fear we have of pug-sized spiders.
So what I like about the actual kit, you can obviously tell that it's a spider that's been brutalized and turned into now a cyber spider or a cyber arachnid.
A cider.
A cider, yeah. So, go have a drink. But what I find interesting with this cyber arachnid is a lot of the conversions you see out there that people do, and they all play on like the terror version of what these spiders should be. Not just the mechanical aspect, but a horrendously brutal and over the top fear-inducing version of the spider. And that's why I can see House Van Saar working as well, is that they wouldn't look at them as just like, we're just strapping some mechanical bits to a organic creature. They'd be looking at it as like, how do we make people just boot off from this area? So we want to protect something. We use them almost like guard dogs. Have them scuttling around. You see, 16 eyes in the darkness, not just 8. Because they're like, well, you need 8 more.
Can you imagine you go into this pitch black dome, or you're in a dome and you're sneaking into this Van Saar territory, and it's dark, and then all of a sudden you just see all of these red eyes, they just light up, and they're all around you, like that's.
But then you hear the whirring as well.
Yeah, the scuttle,
and it's clearly like steel on steel. Yeah.
Oh, and then all of a sudden, you can see the eyes, you can hear the clicks of the legs, just tapping on the metal and that, and then just everything goes silent, and then in the background it's just. And then the screaming starts. By this point, I'm assuming some of our younger listeners have paused and have looked up the Nokia 3310. It was the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. One of my cousins once threw a Nokia 3310 at me. I woke up 6 years later. I wasn't even in a coma. It knocked me out of time. No, but the 30
into another dimension.
It knocked me through space and time. I showed up married with 2 kids.
Lucky them. So
but the cyberachnid it's a terror weapon. It is a terror weapon. It is designed to dredge up all those sort of genetic feelings of fear and terror that we feel towards the things scuttling around at night.
Well, that's what I say. Use them as guard dogs. Use them as these things that just protect, because that fear-inducing would be enough to make people go, oh, I'm not going down there, because if it's barking, I can hear it, but if all I can hear is the scuttling, it's almost like, the scene from Aliens where they're moving through the vents and you can hear like the boop.
Yes, boop. Yes.
But instead you're hearing like the and you just know.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah. You know you're in trouble once that's happening. But I think that's the last of their unique units. There's probably one.
Yeah, it's the last of the sort of stuff we're going to be talking about. The next part is unique weapons. So we could talk about a lot of stuff, but I really only want to talk about some of the unique stuff that maybe we haven't touched on here. And in my opinion, the 2 real options there are going to be like the rad weapons, or maybe we've talked a little bit about the spider egg. Maybe the Hystra pattern energy shields. What do you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's your episode. Which one do you want to talk about?
So, considering it's my episode, I'm actually going to let you pick what you want to talk about.
Okay.
I'm doing the rad weapons. All right. So...
Every time I let myself... No.
Do you know what? I get a kick out of that every single time. I really do. All right, going into rad weapons, I'll give us just a general brief over what they are. Rad weapons were deadly radioactive weapons employed by the forces of the Imperium during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Only employed against the most foul Xenos, these weapons detonate with a short, intense burst of radiation that shower the immediate area with deadly radioactive fallout. So, our noble sons and daughters of House Van Saar have decided to fire these weapons in a hive setting. Well done, folks. Showering the area with deadly radioactive fallout. That doesn't go away after, an hour after the battle's finished. That's sitting there for quite a while. So, potentially, they're really waving that flag for Evilest Gang. It's like, hey, look at us.
Hold
House
on.
Cordon, House Orlock, look at us.
In our defence, at least you're not dying of blood loss.
True. You know what? Something has to be said for that. And that's why they don't get looked at in the competition for most Evilest Gang. It's like, they're giving them at least 24 hours of horrendous pain and torment. But they're still alive. So keep kicking, folks. On a more serious note, though, however, this use of rad weapons in the form of the rad cannon and the rad gun really show their links to ancient Earth. So really tapping into some tech and some designs that probably shouldn't be touched on in the modern 40k environment, in the modern world, but something that they would not be considered as forbidden or ancient technology. They'd be like, yeah, cool, I can use that. Absolutely, no two ways about it. Because our STC is providing that data and that information, it becomes an eligible choice for them. So it is, it's also a way of linking them strongly with the past. However, having used Van Saar at the previous Necromunda tournament, it feels like a weapon that belongs in the past. Because in terms of game terms, I didn't enjoy using them. I didn't feel like I was really hurting my enemy. You know what I mean?
Well, you're removing their ability to reproduce. You're playing the long game.
I don't look at it from that point of view, and that's probably why I moved on gangs to a different gang. I was like, no, I want to see immediate results. I want to see weapons doing weapon damage, not the thought of weapon damage. But anyway, that's a more negative aspect about the weapon that I probably just didn't play it well enough. But anyway,
that's the thing. I know a lot of people don't like the rad weapons, but that's because of
even
rules.
Though they are rad,
they are. Hey, Van Saar, we put the rad and radioactive. But the episode name, I like them from a lore perspective because in my mind it's like, hey, we're going to weaponize the radiation that is killing us, and we don't care about it because we've got our suits on anyway. We've got our cyber dreadlocks sucking all the radiation out of our blood anyway. We're taking anti-radiation medication anyway. You don't have any of that. This is going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts me. You know what I'm saying?
But it's also going to hurt the next people who occupy that space for the next,
the next people
years,
occupying it are going to be Van Saar. And we're fine. We still have our suits. We still have our medication. We don't care.
Really waving that flag, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, please, let us be the most evil gang. Please, we don't care about you.
I've got a gang idea. I call it the Chernobyl crew. We're just going to blow up reactors. If everything's irradiated...
And the leader is called Elephant Foot.
Yeah, if everything's irradiated, it's just going to be us and the Goliath. Oh, no, cancel. Cancel. Yeah.
And the strong shall inherit the earth, yes.
Oh, yes. I love radiation weapons from the lore perspective. I just think they're so cool. I've never used them much.
I think you meant to say, I think they're so rad.
I think they're so rad. I've never used them much because I prefer the output of lass weapons. I prefer the ability to ensure my ammo rolls are going to be better because you know better than anyone. I cannot roll an ammo roll to save my life. I've still a las gun is 2+ and plentiful, and I still routinely fail them. If I'm rocking around with like a rad beamer, it's an ammo plus 5+, rad gun 4+. I'm screwed. Sorry, I need to be more positive. I'm screwed. That may be rad, but for me it's bad. And ammo roll failing makes me sad. So aren't you glad I don't play rad?
Mute. Oh, it worked.
I still disabled it.
I'm sorry, folks. No.
Now
that was wonderful. I was very impressed.
It was terrible, but thank you. The other option there was a Histra pattern energy shield. Now, it's just a regular shield. It's that simple. But it's a close combat weapon that just looks cool. It's a fancy shield made out of light. And it's...
Yeah.
It tricks you into thinking Van Saar are viable as a melee gang. And let me tell you, kids, Uncle Spamuel's game-playing advice is do not play Van Saar as a close combat gang when you are going to be playing anyone who can roll higher than ones, because you are going to be in trouble.
Most definitely.
They can be useful for the shield, the knockback sort of effect of it, but I think it's less of a cool, unique weapon and more the way it looks is just so good. It's just such a great piece 100%. Of kit. And yeah, I really
and
wanted
it's
to
so
mention
unique.
it for that.
It is so unique.
It is so unique. Yeah. And it suits them as the technological...
When you see it... Exactly. When you see it, you think Van Saar straight away. Yes. And to see a Van Saar gang without them, it's sort of... I don't know. It feels like... But that's their thing. That's their stick. Do you know what I mean? They don't just carry the cool guns. They carry these shields. And it's almost like seeing... I don't know, it's weird. It's almost like seeing a Goliath gang without roided up massive dudes. You know, you want to see one of these shields. You want to see the techno braid sitting on the back of their hair and so forth. But yeah, I've always loved the look of them. I've never sort of looked at them in terms of game terms, but in terms of like a signifying and unique bit of equipment that automatically makes you go 100% that's Van Saar. That shield is just cool as... I wish there was a better way it was represented rather than a just clear bit of plastic, but anyway.
They would be really cool to do like Crusaders from a tech world. If you were doing them as like a Mechanicum tech force. Or maybe you do them with those shields and like long, cool pole arms with like very similar to the Custodes polearm weapons, but you do them with like plasma guns or whatever, but do them as the personal guard of a really high-ranking tech priest. That would be sick. Damn it! Awesome. Army idea.
That's my gang idea. Oh yeah, army idea, but I'm already thinking gang idea with this one.
Oh, dude, do that
is so freaking...
The dudes protecting the guild. Temple.
The temple.
Yes.
Oh my god, yes, they would be so cool. They would be so cool as the temple guard. So they've embraced the concept and the idea of, yes, this is also a temple and not just a bit of working machinery. And they still only view it as working machinery, but they've embraced the idea of it as a temple because that's what the guilders are asking of them. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what they're looking at them like and saying,
oh, that's
no. This needs to be viewed as a sacred temple I'm just trying to have a look now who can actually take the shield. It is not the Subtech.
No. So the Prime,
The gangers can take it.
champions, the gangers,
The techs. That's it.
yeah.
So that's all that matters. It's the techs can take it.
So can the Neotechs.
But you
and
can
the
flesh out a
Subtechs?
gang with these.
No. Oh, that's fine. You do. No, you can't. The Subtechs can't take them, but you would take the Subtechs as, oh man, you've told me this word before. Squires. You take them as squires. They don't have a shield.
Yeah.
They have just las pistols and maybe
Yes.
like power knives, but you do everyone else with the energy shields.
The shield.
Man.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
I mean, if you
dude.
want a small gang of Vansar, this is a perfect way to do it. Field as many high star and energy shields as you can. So it'll upset you, but it'll look absolutely cool as high.
Damn it, that's sick.
High star.
I mean, the Augmech champion starts with the weapon option of Blazooga for 155 credits. So imagine him.
What?
You do him as like as a proper heavy, with the huge energy pack going onto his back. With maybe servo skulls carrying like a cape or a cloak going behind him as one of the guys that's been blessed by the Energy Guild. Oh, dude,
Yeah.
that's...
But they can take
Oh,
a
I'm
shock
so
stave
angry.
as well.
Yeah, the... Shock
So if you
stave,
take a
it's
shock
just- it's just
stave
a
and
heady
the energy shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Sword
that's
and board.
perfect for the...
Yeah, it suits you perfect.
That's what they would look like. Yeah. And you could extend it out to look a bit more like a spear type thing.
Yeah.
And they would be your temple guard. So if you ran your
Perfect.
gangers as that, and people would just be like, what are you doing? I'd be like, I don't care. I'm playing my law, baby. I'm playing my law. Oh. Yeah, right. And that's perfect. So energy shield, shock stave, and I don't know, give them flak armor. Who knows? Who cares? You've got the two things that make you look like you're a temple guard.
Yeah, I want that gang. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Mate. And then
You gonna do that with your Secundus Vansa?
No, I'm gonna have them as my kill team. Like as a not kill team, but all black armor, like
Yeah, the ones you talked about before. Yeah.
Yeah, clandestine killers. That's
I really
freaking.
like that.
I'm in love with this. See, that's the thing that I just checked it. Then the shock stave has an engagement range and is also long range.
What?
It's a spear. Yeah, it's a spear. It's not just a stick. That's what I thought. The baton is a punch in the head thing.
That's what I'm thinking of. I'm
mate.
thinking of the... hold on. Close combat weapons. Sorry, listeners. You're just going to get in on this now. Wait, where is it? Shock stave. 2 inches. Yeah, melee, shock, versatile. Oh.
It's cool, man.
Dude, yeah. That's it. That's done. Perfect.
Spear and shield equipped Vansar.
And then give them las guns, just a plain basic las gun. Model it up on the end of that spear, a la blunder poles,
yes.
or like the custode weaponry. So, yeah, that is. I really like that.
I just want to get the book up, actually. Just like, sorry, listeners, I do apologise. We are just going down a little bit of a carry shit hole here. But if you go shock stave, energy shield, that's 75 credits. And then you go las gun, it's 85 credits. 135 credits per ganger. That's fine. Take 5 of them as a little detail. What are we looking at there?
135
times
680,
5, so it's 500. I don't know, 150,
I don't know.
165.
I'm not great at math.
I'm saying 665,
Okay.
which is nothing. Yeah, 665 for a squad of 5 of them. That's
675.
Cool.
675.
Ah, okay, yeah.
675 plus
yeah, 675. Yep.
Plus then your prime, where you're looking at 130. So you're now at 805 credits. Now you're going to do him up. He's going to take some armor. You're going to say mesh armor. So that's what, 820 credits. We're going to keep him close combat as well. He's weapon skill 4+, but he's ballistic skill 2+.
No, he has to be close combat. He's the captain of the guard.
Okay, then are we going to give him an energy shield as well?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's 870 credits. We're going to give him close combat weapons. Okay, we're going to equip. You know what? We're going to equip him exactly the same. So the shock stave as well. What's that? Another 25. That's 855. Yep.
25. Yeah. Yep.
Are we at 855?
I don't know. I'm not keeping track, but as long as you can get those 5 gangers tooled up,
5 gangers and a prime, all equipped with energy shields,
and then a little bit of loose
staves.
change for something else.
Yep. And you know what? You go crazy and you give him how much is the plasma pistol? 50 credits.
Whoa, big guy, eh? Killer.
You could do that so easily.
I really have a view of how I see these guard. Oh, mate. Like,
I'm picturing him
golden
with the Spartan
chunks of
style. Golden armor, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you'd have him with as the sergeant or the captain of this private guard.
Yeah.
But you'd have him with one of the Solar Auxilia sergeant helms that has like the Spartan style plume.
Oh yes, absolutely. That plumage that goes from across rather than front to back,
forth,
goes from left to right, sort of thing. Oh mate, I'm doing this, gang. This is like a locked-in project for me.
Do it.
I'm doing this. This is gonna look so sick. Yeah.
So you won't be able to use those Van Saar from Secundus, so I'll keep them from our box.
No. I'll probably just salvage them for bits. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Breaking my heart. Well, that is the end of the sort of unique equipment. So why don't we have a look at some of the unique people in the house? Now,
yeah, so we're not back to this, are we, mate? Wow. Oh, I thought we got through the whole episode with you sort of respecting. I let you have a bit of freedom. That was fine. But we've got to get into their unique people. And being Van Saar, they're pretty dull. So I guess we'll just move on to their gangs, I guess. You happy to do that?
No,
Chief?
No, I'm not.
No.
I don't care if this is your episode.
I don't sound like that.
We will actually be starting on Duke Otto Van Saar the 22nd.
I don't think he's very famous within House Van Saar.
Mute.
Mute. All right, do you know what?
Fired.
My printer just started printing that off, actually. It's interesting. It just said fired on a big printer.
Yeah.
It's a Back to the Future reference.
That was
anyway.
a great movie.
Oh, Back to the Future. Sort of like a Van Saar reference, but more forward to the future. But anyway, I've derailed this. So,
Wow.
With all my grace and, I guess, wisdom, I'm going to allow you to read about Duke Otto Van Saar.
The 22nd.
I was waiting for you to say it. Like, start to read and then I'm going to cut in with 22nd. But anyway, go on.
As with all the clan
20
houses.
seconds.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Go on. Okay, that's it. That's the
I
last
saw you doing
shenanigans.
it. I saw you doing it. Okay.
No more shenanigans. Go
The
ahead.
entire episode. Duke Otto Van Saar, the 22nd. As with all clan houses, House Van Saar has affected numerous grand titles for its rulers. Though the noble houses of Necromunda do not consider the upper classes of any clan house as true nobility, there is a grudging respect for those of House Van Saar, and in particular their position, wealth, and power, which many among the noble houses rely upon for their own prosperity. Of all these faux nobles, Duke Otto Van Saar the 22nd is perhaps the closest thing to a true Lord of the Spire. Encased in a web of hissing and humming augmetics, the Duke is the undisputed master of artifice on the Hive world, his withered frame kept alive by the very products his clan creates and distributes. A shrewd man who has spent his life dealing with the viper's nest of Necromundan politics, Duke Otto has overseen a recent surge in the power and influence of his house, strengthening its trade deals with House Delark and House Orlok, while wresting great concessions from House Escher for the anti-rad elixirs vital to the clan's continued existence. It is even speculated that Otto has the ear of Lord Helmore himself, the master of Necromunda, relying on the technological expertise of the Van Saar for a number of his personal projects. As with those who have gone before him, Duke Otto is far from the frail specimen of humanity that he appears. Pallid flesh and outwardly withered limbs conceal countless internal bionic enhancements, while his life-sustaining rig is as much a battle suit as it is a necessity of survival. More than one would-be assassin or rival has been caught off guard by the Duke, thinking him easy prey, only to find their blades and bullets deflected by hidden energy fields just before digi-weapons appear, as if from nowhere to gun them down. Famously, when Mad Wuxen, Prince of Ranlow, invited the clan masters of Hive Primus to the blessing of the Aquila for his daughter, only to turn on his guests and attempt to kill them, it was Duke Otto who led the escape, backed up by Matriarch Primus Tinus Sabine of House Escher and Over-Tyrant Jangar of House Goliath. Oh, so the man's basically like a murder cyborg in one of those fancy wigs.
Yes. Now, do you not see? So we've talked about two leaders in this podcast for Van Saar, and the other one was Davos, correct? So,
yeah, Davos was first of the amongst the Archaeotecs. Whether he had the position or not, I would say he led Van Saar.
He wasn't a duke, but he was certainly a leader. Both of them give off very heavy Golden Throne vibes of frail thing just being kicked along. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so
yes.
It's not the same tech, but it's certainly the same sort of life-sustaining, focusing tech, and it's almost like what the Adeptus Mechanicus do as well, in the sense that I got that right first time, by the way, and you didn't applaud. But anyway, it's
honestly,
almost
I'm proud of you.
Yeah. So it's almost what they do in the sense that as long as the brain is still agile and young at heart, you would say, then you're still capable of having this person or this personality as a fighting active member of whatever hierarchy, structure, house, whatever they're part of.
Oh, very much so. It's also great that the literal reason we have unfortunately lost a good friend of ours, Angry Goat Helmore, is because Duke Otto Van Saar the 22nd saved Jangar Gunfists.
Yeah.
I
There's
love
a butterfly
that.
flaps its wings. Yeah.
Yeah. Firstly, once again, as always, anytime we mention him, pour one out for our boy Angry Goat. But you got gun-fisted, mate. There's no coming back from that.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Now, if we go back to a brief 10,000 year history, I believe it was part 2, which was like episode 3 or 4 of Underhive Lorekeepers, we actually talked about Duke Otto Van Saar the 22nd's father, Otto Van Saar the 21st. Now, he was the Duke of Necromunda's House Van Saar until he became a heretic in 631 of M40 by trying to resurrect thinking machines from the depth of Hive Primus. Only the timely intervention of the Duke's son and an alliance of Van Saar gangs prevented Otto from inloading ancient Archaeotech cogitator engrams into the house's STC. Had he succeeded, the Duke would have given the machine's inhuman mind complete control over House Van Saar. Afterwards, for his crimes, Otto and the Archaeotech engrams were buried deep within Hive Primus's Underhive. Now, that is a Van Saar-centric campaign. Like, can you imagine going into the Underhives? One half of the campaign, whether they're Van Saar or Van Saar adjacent, are going there to ensure the overall and final destruction of the corpse of Otto and these engrams and all of that. And the other half, Rogue Van Saar, Delark, Venators, Enforcers, maybe, an Adeptus Mechanicus kill team. Like, they're all going under there to get that information to either use it to their own advantage or to bring down House Van Saar.
Yeah, righto. I actually really like that as a campaign idea. That is... Do you know, it's almost like the ones who are going to search for Otto, not to destroy him, we'll call him the 21st, but not to destroy him, but to understand the tech. They almost become radicalized by his ideals and his teachings. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So they're looking at it and they're like, yes, no. Why? Like, it's very much like it gives off Iron Hand vibes in the sense that, the flesh is weak. It's saying the house is weak without the machines. If you take away our tech, what are we? We're nothing. So why would we not give over to the machine? Why would we not give over to the AI? Allow it to rule, dominate, whatever sort of version of rulership you want to attach to it.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, why wouldn't we allow that to happen? And obviously the 21st had the right idea. But then there would be those who would be wanting to fight for, or wanting to go down there and destroy, as you say, the very last remnants of it, right? Okay. So they'd be allied to Duke Otto Van Saar the 22nd.
22nd, yeah. Or maybe not even allied to him at all. They might be an Adeptus Mechanicus kill team who are going down there because you're trying to resurrect thinking machines. No, thinking machines are against the will of the Omnissiah. We must destroy them. There you go.
Yeah. But what I'm really sort of highlighting here is it'd get really confusing. I fight for Otto. Well, I'm fighting for Otto's ideals. And it just gets a bit muddy.
Yeah.
You would need
it gets good, though.
It would... Obviously, it'll get very good. But I think... Look, I'm trying to be a bit funny there, but I think it would be a really cool scenario to play out if you could get some Van Saar gangs together, but then by throwing in another gang of, say, Goliath, who have just been, hired out as mercenaries, basically, and say, go down there and smash. And so what you have them led by, or you have as a house, not a house agent, a hanger-on for the gang, is an actual Van Saar tech merchant or something along those lines.
Oh, perfect.
So they bolt on, and the new stuff from Secundus would be ideal for that. So having a House Van Saar like tech merchant or tech guide or something like that bolted onto the gang as a additional hanger on that all non Van Saar gangs get automatically. It's sort of they become the guide into the underworld sort of thing. You know what I mean? So we're going to show you all where the booby traps are and all that kind of thing. And without that hanger on, then the gang would suffer some sort of penalty, whether it be, booby traps being activated once they try to move around. And not in games, this would obviously be post or pre-game. Maybe loss of credits or loss of
credits,
communication.
limited access to the trading post because,
Yeah.
oh man, that is a great little way to do it.
And so you can actually incorporate having more Van Saar in the gang. And because you get the scenarios where you randomly pick which gangers are going to get, that hanger-on might unfortunately be one of the ones that gets drawn in, gets killed in the scenario, gets 66. And then you're like, uh-oh, now we're in serious trouble. So then you need to, I don't know, maybe take it like you need to go find another guide, or you need to go back up to try and find where you can get a guide who's going to be on your side to come on board with you. Or you could even have it that the guide, once they die, a signal is sent further up saying, this guide is dead, we need to send another person down to assist.
And you've just got to hire another one.
Oh yeah, you hire another one, or you might have to wait 2 game turns until one arrives. So you have the choice of hiring them for some inflated cost, or you wait 2 campaign turns to actually have somebody arrive and get them on the free. But then obviously they start with 0 of everything. So, but yeah, I really like your idea of a Necromunda campaign that is very Van Saar centric.
Yeah, it also gives you an excuse to build a bunch of like weird robot Griblies and like feral servitors and
Yeah. So you'd do a lot of Zone Mortalis, that kind of stuff would be going on in this very tight, claustrophobic type fighting.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, sick. So there are 2 sort of characters from House Van Saar, and then there is a couple we'll sort of mention afterwards, but the 2 we're going to be talking about this episode, if it's okay with you, oh mighty owner of episode.
I'm surprised you're speaking without permission. But
there is Lisbeth the Iron Angel, a bounty hunter that can only be recruited by House Van Saar, or there is Von Buren, the rogue archaeotech. Once again, a bounty hunter that can only be hired by House Van Saar. So, who are you interested in talking about there?
Oh, look, I want to talk about the one who struggles to fly. The Iron Angel. It's a weight-based issue, mate.
Gotta hollow those bones.
Exactly. Should have just gone with aluminium, or for our American audience, aluminum. Aluminum, I know. Technically speaking, it's the correct way to pronounce it, but...
No, it's not. Where's the I? Aluminium.
Minum.
Yeah, it's aluminium, not aluminum.
I can't even do it. I don't know how they do it on a day-to-day.
Aluminum.
The other word that kills me is... What do they say instead of caramel? It's...
Caramels. Caramels.
That breaks my soul, that one. Anyway, back to Lisbeth. I think we're getting a little bit long in this episode, so let's let's get
Lisbeth the Aluminum Angel.
Yeah, that's the one. Lisbeth was only 16 when she first climbed into the harness of an arachnirig. As a young clanner, she and her father had joined a group of Van Saar green hivers heading for a new life in the Underhive. Somewhere down Hive of Dust Falls, they were attacked by multiple raiders, hundreds of starving mutant cannibals pouring out of the shadows to fall upon the Uphivers. Lisbeth's father, a former artisan of the Montari Artifice House, hastened to don his prized arachnirig, but was killed by a stray round. Even as a young Lisbeth hurried up to strap him in. The young Van Saar quickly climbed into the rig herself, and in that first battle found her true calling. When the last mutie finally died howling under her mechanical claws, the battlefield was littered with dead and dismembered raiders, and she was covered from head to toe in their blood. The Green Hivers hailed her as a hero. When they finally reached the promised domes outside the Bone Dry near Rusttown, Lisbeth was already getting offers of work. Less than 2 cycles later, Lisbeth was known in the Underhive Hive Primers as the Iron Angel, an avenging techno-terror that preys upon outlaws, raiders, and monsters of all kinds. She still works primarily for her own kind, joining Vansar gangs if their interests align with her own. Mostly, though, she takes jobs to repair her custom arachne rig or to make improvements to it, all the while hunting down the leader of the raiders who killed her father, a rogue psyker known as Alice Shiver. Alice Shiver.
We know who that girl is.
We do know her. We know her from, I believe it was our episode on the Medinas.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, right. Right, old Alice Shiver, the naughty psycho lady. I mean, if Lisbeth ever gets...
The woman who mentally, throat punched a demon.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The poor demon just like, what am I doing here? I'm so sorry. Send me back. But Lisbeth's a cool character. And do you know what I instantly think of here, straight away, when I think about how cool a character she is all Vansar have a job. You know what I mean? So this poor thing, she's 16. So she may or may not have been assigned a pathway or a job or something along that line within the realm of the Vansar.
I like to think that much like a lot of the Imperium, House Vansar would still run by the mindset of you inherit a lot from your parents. I believe that her father, being a former artisan of the Montari Artifice House, would have been teaching his daughter his skills. And although he's a quote-unquote former artisan, they're obviously...
Well, he died, so
yeah,
he's a former artisan.
Pretty former. But when they were moving into the Underhive, I think that he may have been a... I think she still would have been apprenticed to him, if you know what I mean. He would have been passing on that knowledge, and her role still would have been, I think, helping him fix his arachne rig.
So a little bit of a tinkerer is what we're calling her.
Yes, a tinkerer slash archaeotech slash artisan in training.
Yeah, not quite as specialised as what her father is, obviously.
Yep.
See, that's what I was hoping you would say, because this, to me, makes the character so much more engaging as well. They're just sort of like a bit of a smart cookie who just wants to mess with tech, but understands that their persona, their character, and their future is dependent on their arachne rig.
Yep.
Also, it becomes her true calling, in the sense that, as soon as she started, taking names, she was like, oh, I should have been doing this a long time ago. This is exactly what I love doing.
Yes.
But the notion in there that she has to take care and maintain her gear is very important. I think sometimes that gets missed in tabletop games, of making sure your gear is up to scratch. Like, it's a hard thing to I guess manifest when you're doing a tabletop game, going okay, there's wear and tear on your gear, and you've got to buy the right mechanical components and all that. And in a game like Necromunda, it's all sort of wrapped up in your credits and so forth. But when they mention it directly, and you can see this Lisbeth working day in, day out just to be able to keep that arachne rig going, it gives me the image and impression of an arachne rig that is not slapdash together. It's not got bolted on plates, but it certainly looks like it's been worked on. It's certainly got a few little grinder marks on it, a few extra touch-ups to it.
That's the generic arachne rig. It's a big thing.
Yeah. It's a beast of a thing, and very cool looking piece of model and tech and so forth.
Yeah, I picture hers being, like you said there, very, very different, but very, very streamlined, almost like a racing version of it.
Right. So I'm thinking more Necromundan. Do you know what I mean? In the sense that you would see some exhaust vents on the back, all the Van Saar tech is very clean and very nice. I could see her having to utilize what she can get her hands on. So maybe the claws that she's got there have got different finger ends to them, or maybe a completely different forearm when that's been chopped off, or a different the make and model of plasma gum that she needs to add to the rig. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I like that.
So I don't know if they actually have plasma guns. Well, she's just got a heavy las carbine on there. So instead of looking like a Van Saar las carbine, it actually looks like, the barrel ends have come from Escher las weapons because they're most widely produced. So she's like, well, I can make them work. They won't last as long as my Van Saar ones, but I can easily replace these every couple of cycles or every 3 or 4 battles. I've got a stockpile of these. There's no problems, But things like what else has she got on there? She got the rad gun, right? That is pure Van Saar the whole way. She doesn't skimp and try and save on the bits for that because she knows she can't afford to have that thing going a bit south on her. That needs to be the same tech that Daddy was using, and it needs to be ridgy ditch. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I really like the idea of this character because she's not overly specialised in any particular trait or knowledge grouping from House Van Saar. She's this proper not even imperial, proper tinkerer. A proper person who just messes with machines. Like a regular handyman who just, I know how to fix that, that part of the circuit board, but I also know how to do some of your plumbing. So she'd just know all these different elements and components to her rig, and then you would see that. It would just be even small things that you could do for yourself, like you change some of the hydraulic pistons on the back to different types of pistons. And she's like, well, I've had to use these, but she knows how to do those replacements. And even the character as herself, remember the classic from the 1940s when they had the women going to work and they've got there's a name for her.
Oh, the Riveter?
The Riveter, yeah. There is a name. She has a name, but I can't remember. But yeah, it's like, women working the production line sort of thing. I sort of see her as that, where she's got the, maybe a stolen Orlock bandana as well. Got one around her bones.
She's proper. What's the word I'm looking for? She's proper.
Necromunda.
She's proper Necromunda in that fact. She's just like, well, no. I've killed this guy. I really like those goggles he's got on there. But that's the thing, I'd see her almost, she'd be wearing Van Saar stuff, but she'd have like the welding goggles on there. Her hair would be quite loose. She may have an Orlock boot knife that she's got on there. She's got a rebreather that she took from an Escher gang queen. She's not necessarily stuck down to this mindset of it has to be Van Saar equipment.
Well, she wouldn't have. So from the age of 16, she's not living in that Van Saar environment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? In the sense that by the time she reaches that settlement, where did they say her?
South of, what was it? They were
Bone Dry.
Yes.
Once they get outside the Bone Dry near Dusttown, she's already being offered jobs, right? So she's already divergent from that point onwards from House Van Saar, and it almost like you could create a gang idea just based on that, like the survivors that were with her, if there was the Green Hivers hailed her as a hero. So some of those Green Hivers are like, well, we're just going to tag along with her, and you can almost start to create the core of a gang from this, of Van Saar who aren't really fixated on having all the Van Saar tech and so forth. So they're a little bit more different. Maybe they field a few basic looking shotguns and so forth, but they still have the rad suits and they still have the rad medications and so forth. They still have the data ponytail and so forth. But all of that is the only elements that keep them together. Everything else is a little bit different, a little bit off kilter, and almost having a little bit of that N95 Van Saar look to them, where they looked a little bit more sort of, what would you say, a bit pedestrian. Not pedestrian, a bit more utilitarian in the sense that, I remember there was one model with a big chunky plasma pistol, big chunky chainsword, and it just didn't have those clean, sleek lines of the modern day Van Saar. But that's the way these green hivers would go, following Lizbeth's example.
Yes.
She's rolling up, taking up those jobs. I want to be like that. I want to break away. They're not breaking away from House Van Saar. They're still very loyal, still committed to it. But they're not looking for that total attachment, like plug me in, I'm ready to serve sort of thing.
I really like that.
Very cool character. I really enjoy this character, and has all the hallmarks to build a gang around. But I guess rather than getting stuck on the old Illumina Major, we should move on to the next one. Who have we got here? It is Von Buren, the Rogue Archaeotech. A shock horror, a Rogue Archaeotech. I do not believe they exist.
We, over the last, 6 hours, have not talked about Rogue Archaeotechs at all. Everyone's been very down the line when it comes to following the company sort of mandates there.
Yeah.
But apparently not all old Von Buren. Because ironically...
Yeah, no, sorry, what were you going to say? Yeah.
I was actually going to get into the read. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, I reckon there's probably like a good 50-50 split of loyal and we'll call them non-loyal. No, they're not necessarily disloyal.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
There's got to be. There's so many naughty archaeotechs out there who are just like, I'm going to put 3 double adapters onto this power board and see what it does.
I think it would be foolish to assume it would be anything less than 50%.
Yeah.
I'm when I say 50%, I'm like 50%. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's probably touching over. And the further you get away from Hive primers, the more naughty archaeotechs there are out there. Yeah. Correct. But anyway, get into the read of the naughtiest of the archaeotechs.
Excellent. Well, not all archaeotechs are content to follow the 3 laws, especially when it comes to the innovation of technologies not born of the STC. Among these, perhaps the most infamous of all, is the rogue archaeotech known as Von Buren. Once one of the great minds of the clan house, the archaeotech was a favourite of Duke Otto, and moved among the very highest circles of the House of Artifice. Like so many before him, however, Von Buren's genius became his downfall as he began using the output of the STC for his own bizarre experiments and creations. The most successful of these was the Heart of Iron, a complex Cybertechnica AdSync and power source Von Buren implanted into his own body. Using the Heart of Iron made the Archaeotech almost immune to the exotic energies of the STC, as well as granting him a near limitless supply of energy to drive his weapons and war gear. When the inner circles of the Archaeotechs learned of the invention, Von Buren was cast out, for fear he would take the STC for his own. By the time of his exile, Von Buren had surpassed the limited imagination of his peers and left without quarrel, taking with him much of his research and a handful of his most promising students. Since becoming an outcast, Von Buren has travelled extensively across Necromunda, selling his inventions to gangs, guilders, and lords, and allying with gangs seeking out lost archaeotech. Some of his students have become great archaeotechs themselves, like Lidar, the technomatrix of Ceres, while others have succumbed to less noble pursuits, like Freakstorm Strix, the augmented bounty hunter. As for Von Buren himself, kept unnaturally young and strong by the Heart of Iron, he continues to dig into the past of his clan, perhaps seeking the very secrets of its creation. I have a theory.
I want to hear it. No, I allow you to speak. There we go.
Thank you, Episode Keeper. Now, he was not content to follow the 3 laws, and he invented the Heart of Iron, alright? Not the heart of aluminum.
No.
The heart of iron. And because of that, was no longer limited by contact with the STC, which we know the STC is killing House Van Saar.
Yes.
The Heart of Iron has stopped that. Therefore, he was exiled from the house not for breaking the laws, but by giving himself the ability to be around the STC more than the other Archaeotechs. They were scared that if they tried to match his output and his sort of closeness to the STC, they would die. They were jealous of him being able to do more work than him.
No. This comes from Otto. Otto would go, if he can spend more time there, that means his link to technology becomes greater and stronger, right? And what do they respect?
The link to technology.
It's their knowledge. So he sees Von Buren as a potential contender for his throne. Because if he can spend all day and all night with the STC and just humming and drumming with it, no problems.
Yeah.
How could he not be? How could Otto not see him as a threat? He would say, "Well, Von Buren will come because eventually he will amass a following. He will become the one who is immune to the STC, was the one who is so engaged with the STC that he's no longer affected by it." And you could imagine dozens dying off who were trying to emulate his works, as you say. I could imagine him standing at the top of that pile saying, yes, I am the survivor, and the reason I'm the survivor is because I am the next embodiment of House Van Saar. I'm the next thing that comes along. And so I do agree with you in the sense that there would be those who would be saying, we are jealous of him and he needs to go. But that, I believe, would manifest into saying, Mr. Otto, 21 or 22, we've lost count, you have got a threat on your hands here, and you need to act early. And we have the perfect reason as to why you need to get rid of him. And that is his ticker. It's no good. In the good sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just want to, again, it's not something we majorly focus on, but the war gear available for this character. Armoured body glove, bio booster, filter plugs, light carapace armour, Medicaid kit, photo goggles, respirator. Two things from this. One, this boy is kitted out to go anywhere in the world.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And secondly, the modelling opportunity to put all of this onto a single miniature is freaking cool. Like, it would be proper STC assisted in design, light carapace armour. So there would be a sleekness and an elegance to it of a predated humanity that would just be beautiful.
Maybe an Oris Spira suit?
Perhaps even.
Nah, I think that'd be too big. That'd be too big.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about the aesthetic of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, aesthetic.
But I love the fact you've brought up the gear for this because when hired, Von Buren may choose any 3 items of Cybertechnica worth up to 200 credits in total to be equipped with. This does not cost any credits and does not increase the fighter's value. We haven't really talked about Cybertechnica much because we're not a rules podcast. I'm basically just going to say, like, if you don't know what Cybertechnica is, in a single sentence, it is standard bionics, just a hell of a lot better. Bad arm, cut off arm, replaced with robot arm. Okay, boring. Bad arm, cut off arm, replaced with Cybertechnica arm that comes with built-in las pistols and digital plasma weapons built into the fingertips.
Yep.
Fair?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Von Buren, you hire him for $285. He has all that, like you said, the body glove, the bio booster, the filter plugs, the carapace armor, the Medicaid kit, the photo goggles, the respirator, and then you give him like built-in laser nipples, like the laser nipple Cybertechnica, not actually in the book, but you got to read between the lines. But that's exactly it. Like, he's just so much better than what you're paying for.
Yeah, true, but it fits the character as well.
It does.
This guy would have self-experimentation is his first, second, and third rules. Like, he's thrown out the other rules, and he's just gone, if I can bolt it onto me, if I can inject it into me, I'm doing it. And
yeah, not to mention the Heart of Iron. It's just like, oh, what's that? You shot me with a rad weapon. Come on, let me just roll a quick d6. Oh, I rolled a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6. Not only do you not wound me, I discard a wound.
yeah,
Like,
it empowers him. Yeah, the
Yeah.
radiation empowers him.
Yeah.
Which is again fitting with the character so completely.
Yep.
So imagine something like him, something like this working around the STC, and instead of becoming more and more dilapidated and more drawn down,
he gets stronger.
He gets stronger. So all these other archaeotechs are looking at him just going, this is not good for us. This is terrible. Let me pose another question to you, though, slightly off topic with Von Buren. Imagine if there was 1,000 Van Saar with the Heart of Iron.
They would be unstoppable because they could focus literally all time to the STC.
Now 10,000.
Now 10,000 of them. Now 100,000 of them. Imagine being the head of the House Van Saar around an army, around a nation state that was made more powerful by the particular radiation that your entire settlement is generating.
Now, at what point do they become a threat to the Imperium then?
At about 400. At this point, not even the Adeptus Mechanicus, who, let's be honest, can be distracted with some shiny. Even they are turning around and being like, listen, there's some real weird radiation coming from this part of the hive. We're going to investigate. Please don't investigate. We're already investigating. Pew, pew, pew. We're immune to laser guns now. We're calling in, like, Adeptus Mechanicus, like, purgation squads. So, we're also reaching out to the local, Arbos.
I reckon they're calling the Inquisitors at this stage.
Yes,
They would be deeming them heretics. And
that's the first step, is by calling the Arbos and having them come in and go, no, we're detecting this radiation. The Adeptus Mechanicus is saying they need to inspect this. We are Imperial law. You either do this or it's done. What's that? You've just killed Arbos. That's when the Inquisitors come in. And the Inquisitors don't ask questions. Oh, all of them.
No. It almost like leads to like another department you would need. So you have the Hereticus, which is the mutant, the witch,
It's the traitor within.
Traitor within.
Yeah.
You have the Xenos, which is the alien.
Traitor without.
Traitor without.
Oh, the enemy without. Sorry.
Enemy without.
Enemy
yeah,
without.
so. And then
without.
And then you have the demon hunters. I'm just going to call them that.
It's not going to be demon hunters.
It's almost like the
Malleus.
Malleus. It's the auto. It's the auto
Hereticus.
Xenos.
It's Hereticus.
No, it's Xenos.
Well, there's the Adeptus Mechanicus, I think it is. They work for they try and find like heresy and that involved in the Adeptus Mechanicus. I would love to do an episode on the minor.
Is that no wait? Is there really?
Yeah, man.
I did not know that.
Oh, let's just pause the episode like super quick while hold on. It is the Ordos.
Being my episode, I'm going to allow us to pause the episode, and I'm going to allow you to educate me about the Auto Mechanicus or whatever you want.
Auto Mechanicum, Machinum, Ordo, Mac. The Auto Machinum is an order of the Inquisition overseeing the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are primarily concerned with the reintegration of recovered STCs into the Imperium's armies and the rare adaptation of alien technology into the established Mechanicum protocols. They ensure that the laxness on the part of the Mechanicus does not permit a flawed design to enter Imperial service, and more importantly, prevent a greedy Magos from withholding vital designs for themselves. Inquisitors of the Auto Mechanicum often accompany Mechanicus archaeological teams in distant worlds, monitoring their recovery and analysis of STCs. Thus, they often work in concert, this is for you, with the Ordos Xenos, especially when the world in question has been under alien control or there is any suggestion of non-human origin for the technology the Mechanicus intends to to recover. I would be saying it would be the Auto Machinum alongside the Adeptus Mechanicus going in and basically saying, we've all heard the rumours, you have an STC, this radioactive signature is not something you should be ignoring. We are going down. No, Otto, sit down, or we don't even execute you. We just remove you from existence.
But it would be a fight. Like if you had all of these equipped with the Heart of Iron, the House Van Saar become an open threat to the Imperium. But I would just say very quickly, Auto Machinum, is it?
The Machinum?
Machinum, Auto Machinum. Army idea.
Oh,
holy
okay.
Mackerel.
Would you run them as a Adeptus Mechanicus army?
You would, with Imperial agents added to them.
Yeah,
like
perfect.
out the wazoo.
Perfect.
And they would all be mechanicumed up. They would all be told to embrace the cogitator up the nose, embrace the spotlight coming out of where spotlight shouldn't, sort of thing, because you need that tech to do the job that we need to do, which is police the mechanicum. Yeah, you would have these people who would just be required to embrace the ideals of the Mechanicus to be able to take part with whatever the Inquisitor's doing. But I also had the little tinglings of a gang idea from this, but I might save this one till the end of the show, I think.
Just quickly, I would love to talk about sort of like the wider Inquisition. Some of those minor autos and that, like the Auto Machinum. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, some of that stuff is so cool.
Yeah, I'm on board to do something at some stage with all the minor autos, because they're the fun. Like, they're the fun bits. Even like the minor assassinorium, the minor assassins as well.
Yeah, the minor assassins. And immediately just be like, how can we put these into a game of Necromunda?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing with the minor assassins is they're just so limited in who they kill.
Yeah, because it's just kids.
I was going to say underground workers, but geez Louisius. All right, way to bring the podcast to a new low.
All right.
Good on you, Mr. Cawdor. All right, this is why we didn't let you do the Van Saar episode.
Yeah. All right. Yes. I took that to strange places. So, let's get on to some of the named gangs from House Van Saar.
Actually, I want to interject here. So let's just get on to some of the named gangs from House Van Saar. What's the matter with you?
Yep. No, nothing. Buddy.
Okay. So there are quite a fair few famous Van Saar gangs. Actually, do you know what? I feel like you're itching to want to talk about this. Go on.
So I'm going to read one of these gangs, or would you like to go first? Oh no, I'll let you go first. Okay. Oh, I'm actually going to go first. Yeah.
The Nexus Nines. The Nexus Nines are one of the most well-known Van Saar gangs in High Primus. What happened? Sorry, wait, did I cut you off?
Nope, not at all.
With fighters in Dust Falls, Two Tunnels, Port Mad Dog, and half a dozen other major Underhive settlements. The sight of the tooled-up gangers wandering the shadowy streets, their survival suits glowing in the gloom, is a common one. Their leader, Lucian the Hammer Hagen, has made a small fortune working as a heavy for the Mercator Lux and Mercator Pyros, often playing both off against the other to drive up the price of a job. It has reached the point where the residents of Dust Falls see Lucian and the Merchant Guild as one and the same, especially when it comes to power broking. Of course, this is only a sideline for the Nexus Nines, and their true purpose in the Underhive is hunting down archaeotech for the clan house. Niners like Lars Lightning Hand Rutgear or Lisbeth Darkfinder have all led expeditions into the deep of Hive Bottom, and it is said that no one knows more about what lies in the outlands of some city than the Nexus Nines, except perhaps the things that live down there in the perpetual night of the Great Sump Sea. You may speak. I'm allowing it. Go ahead.
What blows me away is that he's actively playing two guild sections against each other. The Makeda Lux and the Makeda Pyros, who both freaking hate each other.
That's what I got out of it as well.
Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, you want to sell electricity, okay, and you want to sell fire, okay, that's cool. What are you guys offering? Who's going to pay the most for my time today? And then his gang and their enforcers will go out there and just be like, no, turn off the the gas heating and that. Turn on the split system. You're using the electricity today. But then the next day he's going to the same houses. Just knock on the door and then no, turn off the split system, light the gas.
Yeah.
But that blows my mind. That blows my mind that this gang is Lucian the Hammer Hagen, who's obviously once again the head of this almost franchised gang. They're in Dustfalls, Two Tunnels, Port Mad Dog, and half a dozen other major Underhive settlements.
Yeah,
no mention of minor settlements. Yeah, they're a decent size. He then is just like, yeah, but making these gilder idiots pay us all this money is just something we do for shits and gigs.
Yeah.
Because we're mainly going down Hive to find Archaeotech. I love that.
Yeah, what they do to the Makeda guilds is their that's their resources to actually do their job.
Yep.
So
perfect. They're fundraising.
This keeps our wheels spinning. Yeah, it's like bake sale. No, let's play two giant guilds off against each other. That's the best way to do it. So, I could, and going back to what you're saying, I could imagine them going back to the Makeda Lux and saying, "We found some circuit boards that controlled this giant generator. I don't know about this stuff. You would know more." And they were all covered in Promethium. They didn't get to light them, so we were able to repair it and get it all running back for you.
Perfect.
But clearly the Makeda Pyros is up to no good. And they're like, okay, well, you go out there and you make sure you bring your best bottle of water and start putting out their fires.
Yeah.
So you or use a fire suppression system. Just accidentally hit that in one of the great furnaces or manufactoria there. And then when all the fires go out, so the fire suppression system went off because the fires activated the fire suppression system. Imagine if we weren't using these fires. We would be using electricity. And so this game of who to blame and when to blame and so forth. And that's how Lucian would obviously be able to generate his income and going, well, you got to pay me more. You pay me more and I'll go sort out the Pyros and vice versa.
Yeah.
I will say,
I love
that Lars Lightning Hand Rutgear sounds like the name that an apprentice electrician would get in their second year after they've done something really dumb. What's going on, Lightning Hand? Oh, shut up, guys. It's one spark. Yeah, righto, Thor.
It was one spark. You blew out the power for Dome 21C for 6 cycles. So you literally melted the glove of your electrically insulated material. How does that even happen? It's I don't know, guys. That's right. That's why you're called Lightning Hand.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's nothing in comparison to Darkfinder. She literally just walks into a room with no lights turned on. Found it.
Thank you, Darkfinder. This is why the Makeda Pyros hate you so much. They know.
Hey guys, check it out. She closes her eyes. Found it.
Just leave her in a room by herself. She'll be entertained for hours. Why are we sending her down Underhive then? Because trust me, we don't want her around.
Just hang out. Go stand next to the Makeda Pyros idiot over there.
Yeah.
His communicator's gonna go off. Trust me. It's yes, this is Gilda. I'm trying to think of a flame reference. This is Gilda Piror. Yep. I'm just in the... found it. God's the Emperor, damn it, Lisbeth. Stop calling me. Oh, hold on. Yep, found it over here too. Are your eyes closed? Sure are, mate.
As always. How can I get this reputation from nothing? And just like...
I loved it. I love the fact that they're just trolling guilds.
It's like we actually had to send her down hives just because we were pushing the buttons of the Pyros just a little bit too much. So
they were literally going to kill everyone.
Yeah, exactly. They started wearing like hoods and having face masks. We're pretty sure they were coming very Cordorian. But the Nexus Signs are like a perfect example of how House Van Saar would position their gangs in an ideal scenario. Money making,
yes.
Front of house business, which is we take care of the power broking, we do all the stuff to keep everything going. You need us, the people need us, and the people would see it. And it even says that their survival suits glowing in the gloom is a common one.
Correct.
So they're the public face of these guilds. So when they're out there, they're doing their job. Everybody doesn't go. Everybody in the hive doesn't go. Oh well, the guilds are doing that for us. They're saying the Van Saar are doing it. The Nexus Nines are here, guys. Any problems we had with the power or anything like that? Sorted, cool. So they get a lot of rep and they carry a lot of favour with the local populace, right? So when they start going Underhive, and they start going hunting for this archaeotech, if they want to keep stuff secret, they've already got a bunch. And they do want to keep stuff secret. They've already got a bunch of people willing to say, no, we didn't see no glowing suits down here. Van Saar, no, they're not from around here. We deal only with the guilds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so perfect.
This is, as I say, the ideal scenario for House Van Saar. They're playing the good citizen of Necromunda. They've got a steady income stream. They're able to increase it at will by just playing it off a little bit more, and they're able to do primary mission number one, which is provide the STC with more data, more info with that archaeotech.
Perfect. Yeah, honestly, best way to describe them.
Yeah.
I love it.
Cool. Did you want to do another gang here?
I do, yes. And I have actually picked the
Led
Dayglow Dragons.
Day. No, okay. It's my episode. Do what I want.
Mute. So I'm doing the Dayglow Dragons. Now, they are led by Felroth Day. The Dayglow Dragons are splicers of the highest order, melding both tech and biologists. They sell to the tech bazaars throughout the Palatine cluster, often in league with archaeotechs whose experimentation or interests has driven them out of the Primus Hive City, or the upper reaches of other hive cities. Day and his dragons are especially well known for their use of abhumans, and have been seen running with ratlings, ogrins, and even beastmen in the settlements and outposts of the Spider Points, or one of the many underhive holes dotted throughout the cluster. Some of these abhumans even look like Van Saar themselves, such as Day's habit of augmenting them or clothing them in survival suits to protect them from the radiation of his gang's weaponry. Famously, so the story goes, the original Thrug 12 Sparky, leader of the Hive Primus Ogren Uprising, was a member of the Dayglow Dragons. Rumour has it that Day experimented extensively on Sparky, even using cyber cranial implants to boost the Ogren's intelligence and independence, all of which apparently backfired when Sparky killed a bunch of dragons and fled into the Underhive to start his uprising. Day denies that the Sparky he used to own is the same Sparky behind the uprisings, claiming it is impossible to tell one Ogren from the other anyway.
That is bigotry of the highest level, but go on.
That it is bigotry. And one of the reasons I'm glad I read the Dayglow Dragons is a quick shout out to a listener of ours, Dr. Toe, and the amazing glowworms he made, who were actually, a lot of them, former members of the Dayglow Dragons. anyone who's listened to us knows I love abhumans. I love rattlings and beastmen and ogrins and squats and all of these sort of not quite human options that you can put into Imperial Guard armies and Necromunda gangs and that sort of thing. So the fact that two of my favourite things, the Van Saar and abhumans, can come together in a single gang, I think it's awesome. And Dr. Toe, like the Stavros and Pockets, the
stuff.
rattling Van Saar members, killed me. Absolutely killed me.
I'm on board with you with everything you said there. I almost feel like us talking about it though is not a shadow on what Dr. Toe did. Like, for an example of how good that is, and I'm sure you will link it in the show notes, his gang, you can do that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can do
Please do that, because as much as we're going to talk, and we will still have a discussion about it, but what he produced is an ideal perfection of what the Dayglow Dragons would look like and what they would resemble. And just also the lore and the theme behind it. So you've got a few beastmen here, you've got an ogre, you've got a couple of rattlings. You're really just playing into all of those abhuman tropes.
Yes, but it's perfect for what the Dayglow Dragons would want, because they would be looking at it and go, listen, we are Van Saar. We are intellectually superior. We are the best shots in the Underhive, absolutely. When it comes to close combat, we might need a little bit of help. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go and buy one of those Ogryn. We're going to make it smarter. We're going to make sure our weaponry doesn't kill it. And then all of a sudden, we've gone from, finely tuned technological superiority to we have a battering ram in humanoid form.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And you can, and one thing I love about the Dayglow Dragons, one thing I love about the glowworms, it was the abhumans and the humans side by side as a single unit, where they were all part of the same. At the end of the day, they were all part of that same gang.
Yeah.
So it just worked. It worked in the Dayglow Dragons. It works in the glowworms. Like, yeah, I think this is great, and I would love to see it in other gangs. Like, it obviously wouldn't work as well as in Van Saar. Goliath, you throw a beastman in there, and I'd just be like, makes total sense to me.
Yeah, they respect the strength. They totally respect the strength.
Yep.
They go, that is somebody who has matched it with one of our Vatborn, and also one of our Natborn. So why would we not take him on board? Yeah.
He bumped into this beastman in a bar. The beastman turned around and headbutted this Goliath champion before knowing what it was. Everyone in the bar's just like, oh no. The Goliath gets up, laughs, takes a drink off someone else, headbutts that person, hands it to the beastman, and it's just like, I like you.
Yeah. You're my kind of stupid. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're my kind of stupid. Then joins the Goliath gang.
Yeah.
I would not see abhumans within Cawdor outside of extremists.
Yeah, so Ogrins would be the only thing, and they, because of the ability to utilise them, their utilitarianism. Sorry, let me correct that. Because of their utility, is how they could see them being functional.
Yes.
This is something we can add. Yeah, but I could see them across other things. But as much as we talk about Vans, like abhumans and other gangs, I have a question for you regarding this. And it's just from one little part of the read.
Oh, okay.
Melding both tech and biologists, right?
Yep. Cyborgs.
No. Are we talking, like we've mentioned it many times in this podcast, the island of Dr. Monroe? Moreau, yeah. Either way, it's my episode. It's Monroe. Are we saying that the Van Saar are potentially doing the old dibble dabble? Like,
Well, no, they definitely are. They clone new organs for themselves, new sort of to basically replace the sections of their body that have been ravaged by tumours.
Yeah. So it's not much of a stretch to go, let's put a cat head on this person and see if they become a cat person.
No, they would not be doing that. They would not be doing that at all. That is the realm of the Escher, where they're removing your eyes and replacing them with cat eyes, and you were getting cat claws and that sort of stuff.
I'm thinking abhumans that aren't part of the normal genus of abhumans that we know. You know what I mean? Are they trying to...
Are you asking, are they creating
yes.
abhumans?
Are they creating their own abhumans?
Damn.
I mean, you feed the shopping list into the STC, and it tells you, I could make you a crocodile man. I could make you a some croc dude. You know, like it's feasible. You just need these bits.
You've sold me.
Yeah.
You've sold me. Yep. It would simply just be a variation on the Beastman principle.
Yeah.
Obviously,
exactly.
we look at a lot of Beastmen, and we talked about this in our Beastman episode. We look at a lot of them as, what's the word I'm looking for? Goatmen.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. They are the goat-headed bipedal thing.
Yeah. They are basically just goatmen. Whereas, what's to say you can't crossbreed you can't remove like the goat DNA and install some croc.
Exactly.
Why
but
not? Yeah.
But it doesn't have to have a some croc head. It could just be like remember the scalies from Muties?
Do I remember the scalies?
So it becomes like that. It becomes this hulking thing, and it becomes a replacement for your Ogren in a gang. Or maybe they get an Ogren and they smash it together with a some croc, or they
almost like gene smithing him while he's already there. That are like gene therapies. Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Or a Millisaur mashed into a human as well. So like Millisaur half do you know this half snake body, half human torso type thing, but with a Millisaur? I mean, it's disgusting and probably wouldn't work, but that's just where it takes my mind. It's like, if you've got the capacity to go wild with the tech, and we know they do that. Their archaeotechs prove that. They're just like, we'll create a bolter that fires bubbles. Why not? Cool.
The bubble bolter.
The bubble bolter.
Naturally.
A classic.
Great for 40K. Kids and cousins and they grub.
Yeah, exactly. However, unfortunately, it does occasionally fire a hardened bubble. But, it's like a really angry beanbag. So, but, if they're already pushing the tech, right, and they start to dabble into the biologist stuff, the mindset wouldn't change. They'd push the biologist stuff.
Well, it's literally saying that he's often in league with archaeotechs whose experimentation or interests has driven them out of Primus Hive City, or up to the reaches of other hive cities.
Yeah.
What's to say that those experimentations weren't on the biological aspect of sort of House Van Saar versus the mechanical? What if they were trying to create a liver that, while it was inside you and it was dying because of the radiation, it was then growing little baby livers inside you at the same time?
Yes, exactly.
And so when you died, they could take out those livers and put them into 6 other people.
Oh, perfect, yeah. So they create you as an active donor. But I think one of the worst things that they did was create I think it's 5'1.5" rattling, and it was the biologist heresy of the highest order. They're like, these rattlings are like nearly 6 foot tall, and
it's just a short bloke. It's just not a rattling anymore. It's just a short bloke.
It's like no. I'm here to deliver stuff. Look what he's done. He's made him and he's wearing shoes. He's gone beyond the pale. He's allowed the rattling to wear shoes. He doesn't have.
I'm not a rattling. Rifle. I'm just a short bloke.
Be quiet.
Can
rattling.
You stop the rattling? Oh, okay. All of a sudden, he's been press ganged into the Dayglow Dragons, and they're like, "All right, what was your name?" My name is Charles. All right, Chucky the Rattling is going over there. Yeah. So I'm not a rat. I'm a courier. Can someone please sign for this package? Shut up, Chucky. I've had enough of your lip.
Yeah, take a sniper rifle. You better be good at shooting. Hopefully we haven't taken that.
I'm a pacifist. Can you please... Oh, Chucky, more with your made-up words.
Yeah, take the sniper rifle, go run with pockets. He's already stolen your sniper rifle? You were the worst rattling I've ever met. Yeah.
Oh, see, pockets. There's a rattling you can set your watch to, but I can't. You know why? Because he stole the damn thing, Chucky.
Yeah.
Learn something.
Take some
Sick
notes.
of your trash.
Yeah. Show your feet. Show your feet. They're not hairy. You're an embarrassment. Can I leave now? No, you'll never leave here. You're a Dayglow dragon.
You're a Dayglow dragon until the day we carry you out in a box. I'm a courier. I can get you the box.
But yeah, anyway,
poor Chucky. Yeah, I like that. I think, I think the cybernetic stuff, the cyborg style, maybe even I use the term living here as more of a mental living as opposed to physical living. Are they creating living servitors, possibly by grafting, the equipment of a servitor onto a person who still has their mental, cognitive capacity?
Yeah, potentially, and just going, this is where you belong now, and they have those inhibitors where they just hit a button, and it's sleep time for the servitor man,
Ooh,
yeah.
I like that.
So, I think it's a good way to take some of this lore and really go with it if you want to, and go, we can have a dude with hairy tiger arms. Why not? Because this is something some of those rogue architects, some of those rogue biologics would do. They would just be like, let's mess around. The putrid toxins of Necromunda destroy our lungs. So how can we get around that? Well, instead of having to buy a rebreather, we just make you breathe differently. So you breathe from little stacks on your back. So, you need a mouth to feed, but we can change that as well. We can just have you feeding from, a tube. So you don't need a mouth,
Yeah, I love that.
They're really pushing, obviously, again, pushing the ideas of what the Imperium's going to allow. And when I say pushing the ideas, being complete heretics. So when they get the knock on the door from the Inquisition, they're just like, well, you know what? I've got nothing to hide. You got me. I've been doing this for 10 years and I've made some really crazy stuff that I really need to get exterminated for.
Okay, yeah, so mainly Dayglow dragons, awesome. Glowworms, awesome. Dr. Toe, awesome. Techno/biological heresy, not gonna lie, pretty awesome.
With a just a sprinkle of Van Saar garnish on top.
Yeah.
To make
and obviously Escher anti-radiation meds that we all desperately need. So this is my favourite part of the episode, of every gang episode we do. Gang ideas. Do you want to go first with this one?
No.
Mighty owner of episode.
I actually want to hear yours because I'm pretty sure you're just going to steal mine. So I'm going to allow you that first.
All right. Dramatic pause. I call them the glowworms of Freehold. Now,
You're just a pig.
Wait, no, I'm stealing a gang idea from someone again.
You've been called out on this before. Do not do it.
I'm usually stealing the gang ideas from Power Hungry Monkey. Yes. I'm mixing it up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Power Hungry Monkey who repeatedly sends me messages being like, you and me have literally talked about this. We have text messages where we've talked about this. This isn't your idea.
Identity theft is a real thing, Sam.
I actually want you to go first because I think I have one, but I think I know what yours is, and mine kind of feeds off yours.
To be honest with you, I have changed it only recently.
Oh.
Yeah. If you think... I'm going to throw two words out there and you tell me if you want me to continue with this idea. Temple Guard.
Correct.
No, I've changed it now.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it only came about from the Ordo Machinus.
The Machinus?
Machinus, right. So I just...
Because this is where my idea comes from.
The Auto Mechanicus?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
What about the Temple Guard thing?
Literally the Temple Guard version for the Auto Mechanicus, where they're literally tech crusaders.
Oh my word. Okay, continue. Continue if you're happy to continue. My one's very, very different. Yeah.
So when we talked about those Temple Guards and we had them, your idea of having them was basically shield and spear style guards. My idea came to the sort of, we were talking about it just before, the old Titan Guard. I believe you could get them from Forge World, where they had like the mechanical arms and they had like the huge electro goes and the really cool like Adeptus Mechanicus shields. I would do these as like basically the Prime I would do up as an Inquisitor, and you'd have him in classic Inquisitor style, like robes and fanciness and that sort of thing, but he would be quite literally more machine than man, where his relationship with the Adeptus Mechanicus and those Archeo Explorator teams, when they're going down hunting for tech, because of where he has to go, they're going into worlds that have no oxygen, so he has to have artificial lungs, or they're night worlds, so his eyes have been removed and replaced with augmetics. He's just as mechanical as your like mid-rank tech priest, like or Magos Explorator. Now, the guard that he has with him have to be able to combat Skitarii, because your average Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator is going to have a Skitarii sort of bodyguard, right? Now, if this Magos is like, I don't want you to have this piece of tech, your troops need to be equal to or better than the Mechanicus. So I'm sticking with that idea you had before, the long staff weapons that were a close combat, but I'd do the weaponry on top of each of them. And I know I've asked you this before. Are you a fan of Stargate?
You
said kind of because of your life, right?
Yeah.
The Jaffa guards of the Goa'uld, where they have the big stylized animal heads.
Are they the guys who protect those little orange-flavoured chocolates? The Jaffa guards? The same ones? I feel like I've deflated you a little bit here. I'm sorry, go on. I know
you have. You've broken me emotionally.
I'm sorry, go on.
I would basically have them very similar to that, where they're very ostentatious with their imperial imagery, like where the Jafar had the animal heads. They were all armoured very differently depending on which sort of Goa'uld they served. These would be very clearly mechanical men and women with the cybernetic implants and lots of heavy, ostentatious gear, but they would also be very, very clearly imperial aligned by the fact that their lass weaponry, all they've got, that have servo skulls around them, with cameras on them watching everything at the same time, because all that information would be taken back by the Inquisitors. So when that Inquisitor says, we went into this tomb city, which we discovered was a pre-imperial human civilization, and we found this STC fragment, the servo skulls are constantly watching the Mechanicus or the tech priest or the Skitarii to make sure that, okay, why did Unit 217C leave formation here and he stood next to that wall? Why was that? And they're like, okay, we can detect a slight change in the left pocket there, and all of a sudden those guards turn around and it's, what have you picked up? Is it something that is essential for the Imperium, or are you just a heretic? You know what I mean? Like, and
I'm in love with
literally
this.
But your champions, so you're like archaeotech for this, I would have it almost as a I don't know how to a tinkerer. You put that word in my head before.
Yeah.
Someone who is incredibly mechanically minded, but is not part of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
Someone who maybe even is a renegade from the Adeptus Mechanicus, but who has the protection of the Inquisition because they use their skills and their talents to ensure that the Magos is unable to deceive the Inquisitor. And if the Magos is like, oh, I can't get through this door, it's an Omicron Delta K Kappa 4 type lock system, I can't get, and the Renegade's just like, get out of my way, idiot, and plugs in this USB, and then he realizes it's upside down, so he turns it upside down, it's still upside
It's
down,
still upside down, so he tries
again.
it, yeah.
And then all of a sudden the door opens, and he's like, what do you see? Is this what makes a Magos now? I'm glad you kicked me out. To see, and like he clearly hates them because they stifled his creativity, and the Inquisitor is just like, pull your head in, idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We're
Inquisitor.
here
But
with them. We are here with them. We're not fighting them yet.
Yes,
Yeah.
yet. But do them up as, and everyone. The guards would all be identical. You do them identically, except for the ostentatious, like, purity seals. And this guy has a huge servo harness on his back that's holding a big Imperial eagle.
Oh, that's mad.
Very inquisitorial, over the top.
Mate. So you have the servo arm that comes up for like a normal Space Marine backpack or whatever.
Yes.
Remove the claws and it's just mounted to an eagle.
It's just mounted to an eagle. Like, and he has the same weapon in that, but because he performed so valiantly on some battlefield, he gets to carry the Imperial Eagle.
Yep.
And everyone's just like, oh, I wish I was him. But you're looking.
I can still see it being used as a weapon. Like, just
it's still a weapon. Yeah. It just, he just spins around and just smashes into you repeatedly. But that's the gang I would do.
Mate,
I would do them as that Ordos kill team. Plus, because it's Inquisition, you can just do craziness. Like, one of the staffs would have like effectively a plasma cannon on them, or if you got the heretic hanger on, you could do it as like an inquisitorially aligned Jaquero.
Oh,
and
wow.
And put them in with there. Oh, yeah, you could do so much with it.
There's, okay, couple of points. Firstly, the servo skulls, right? So you would have the guards with their own personal servo skulls, but they wouldn't be the same size. So it wouldn't be a human skull that they've used. It's more of a stylized mini skull with a camera attached. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So it just zips around them. It's this tiny little thing, like would fit in the palm of your hand sort of thing.
Yep.
But the main focus is the camera lens that's on it. And so these guys would look so cool having this little thing zipping around them. And there's like, say there's 5 of them. There's 5 of these little camera drones going around, but they look like just tiny servo skulls. Then you could actually add servo skulls to your gang.
I would do them as, then you can get the servo skull add-ons there. But the skulls themselves, because of the size, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, were you talking baby skulls? No. I'm talking the skulls of small animals.
Oh, yes, even better.
Because that renegade is making them out of like squirrels and meerkats and like the Welsh. Like you could get a bunch of like random animal skulls.
My episode, recant that, please. Thank you. I'm watching.
Sorry. Okay. Some people pronounce it squirrel, but it is squirrel. Yes.
It's my fault. It's my fault. I give you quite a lot of room to move there with that apology.
You did.
So, okay, like very much like the Stargate Jaffa guards, right? Their helmet forms over and creates whatever god they're aligned to, right?
Yeah.
You do that with the skull. So each one of those is like whatever creature they're.
Oh.
Maybe they carry that emblem with them. Like you're a, maybe it's a way that they link themselves with something organic so that they don't become like the Mechanicum. So that they don't get lost.
Killing me. That's awesome.
They don't get lost inside the technology. They actually link themselves with something organic that they go.
Because we use the technology to aid ourselves, but you are still human.
Yeah.
Your flesh is his flesh.
Yeah.
We simply adopt the machine to do his will. That is awesome.
And that little skull is something they have to kill, and they have to kill it with their bare hands or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
They can capture it any which way, but they have to kill it with their bare hands. They have to take the life out of it, and then they have to generate and make that thing. And they have to understand that the loss of that blood and that tissue and those sinews was what killed this creature. It wasn't the loss of its biology or its organic nature. It was the loss of what you did to it. So we need to remember that the Emperor exists still in a organic format on the Golden Throne. He has not lost his life.
He's not lost to the machine.
Yeah.
He is still...
Yeah.
He was a man, and now he is our God.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
We are connected.
I love that.
Yeah, we're connected on the organic level. I love this gang idea. That's my gang idea.
Okay. Well, my second gang idea...
No, shush.
All right. So what's your gang idea? Yeah, so that's why I was saying it comes from the temple guard idea we had before.
Oh, do you know that was my original idea there, to talk about more about the temple guard? But after mentioning the automachium, I kind of have an idea for a rogue inquisitor who has seen the STC, right? Has made his way into the Vansar stronghold, into Vansar, into the ship. He knows where the ship is. He's done all that. And he understands what humanity needs to be. Right? He understands that the humanity and the Imperium is not what the humans left terror for. And I ran with this idea at the start of the episode, talking about how Vansar bring the actual human truth of the 41st millennium to the forefront. We get to dabble and taste what it was before the Emperor rose to power. And so this Inquisitor loses faith and touch with that ideal that the Imperium has imparted upon him, and understands that the survival of the STC is the most important thing. And so gets inbred and indebted to Vansar. He becomes part of who they are and where they're going and so forth. But understanding that how dangerous the Mechanicus is, how dangerous the Automachius is to House Vansar and the STC, begins to formulate a gang of rogue architects. And we know there's, millions of
At least 50%.
At least 50% of those available. He finds Vansar who are willing to step outside of their comfort zone, step outside of their ideal of what they're good at and so forth, and really engage anything that's being thrown at them. They are the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor says, we do, sort of thing. So, and their only objective is to protect the STC from these two foreign elements. And one is the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Automachius. So what their overall goal is to ensure that they wipe out, and they're militant, like completely militant, to the point where the Inquisitor becomes almost like a voice box for what has happened in the past. So he's trying to recant the 10,000 year history of Vansar and say, we are here on Necromunda, but your soul, and I always mention soul, your heart, your ideology is of a Earth 10,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago. That is the Earth you need to believe in. That is the humanity you believe in. And he drives that into each of him to the point where they break away from their needing to look like something from House Vansar.
I hate this.
Why is that?
I hate this because that Inquisitor 100% has been in contact with Davos.
Oh, booyah!
Is that where you're going with this?
Oh my god, that is so true.
I'm looking at this because I'm just like, what he's saying 100% has to be the truth. Truth.
Yeah.
Because Davos is obviously, every time Davos comes back, he's like, I need to tell you what's coming. And everyone's like, okay, someone go get the Jew. Oh, he's gone again.
Yeah.
No one asked him what was happening.
Yeah.
We probably should have. Yeah. But this Inquisitor has somehow
That's how he knows about the STC.
That's how he knows, because Davos has told him.
And he has just turned up and they're just like, we're going to kill you. He's like, well, I know this code. Shimmy, shimmy, shake. Shaky, shaky, shim. And they're like, oh, that's the ancient Van Saar code. Let him in.
Yeah. I hate this because this means... And I don't hate this. I love this gang idea. I hate this because this means something has gone wrong in the future or to the left or to the right of our current time period.
Yep.
And Davos has only been able to reach this Inquisitor. He's been able to reach no one else.
Yeah.
Why can't he reach someone else?
Because this
unless he's still in Khorne's throne room, just being like...
Cushions can only be fluffed so much.
It's like, you want
can't do much more.
Can we seriously stop playing Rainbow Road? I hate Mario Kart. And Khorne's just like, shut up, mortal.
Shut up. This is the only game that's good for me these days.
Yeah.
I will take
If you fire that blue turtle shell at me, Khorne, I swear to God, Emperor, I am going to lose it.
Yeah. Exactly.
But so the idea behind this Inquisitor is that he hates House Van Saar for what they've become.
Yes,
So
I love this.
But he understands the importance of protecting this STC. He understands the importance that this is one of the last vestiges of humanity left in the universe, like true humanity, like untouched by the Imperium, not tainted, not broken. And he wants to hold on to that, and it shatters him emotionally and ideologically because it breaks down all the ideas that he understood of what humanity was about. In terms of the aesthetic of the gang, I would have them look as very, very much like a group of gangers who have come together, who he's converting them all at the same time. Like, he sees himself as somebody who needs to create an army in the long run, and that army needs to be of a tenfold Van Saar, all equipped with iron hearts, all able to one day overthrow the Imperium. But at the same time, that dream is not something he will be probably ever see in his lifetime. So the only thing that he can do right now is protect the STC and protect the notion of this humanity pre-Imperium from the Mechanicus and from the Automachium. So it's very much what the Van Saar would be doing, but as I said, he hates what they have become. So he's a self-hater, but at the same time understands the absolute importance of protecting the house. So I will admit, I like your gang idea better. I'm blown away by that. I'm so itching to do these Temple Guard, but I'm not going to make them like yours, but they will be coming. I can state that here and now. At some stage,
I think the Temple Guard would be a very cool one to do.
Righto. Well, that's probably our most successful episode. You're welcome.
You said it was going to ruin our position as the #1 Necromunda lore podcast.
I stand by that, and somehow still our most successful because I ran the show. Ish.
Okay. Yeah, ish. All right. Well.
What are your final thoughts on this episode?
I was going to say, I forget what we do. Do we do final thoughts? My final thoughts on this episode. It has been an absolutely long time coming, and I am stoked that this is the episode to finish, like, I guess season 1? Season 1 we've finished now. We've done all the gangs.
I'd say so. I think that was sort of our projection, wasn't it? Get all the clan houses done, like the big houses, and then look at what our next adventure would be within Necromunda.
And given the timing of it all, man, I would love to talk about Hive Secundus next.
I think that has to be the pathway, considering what we've seen in the last month or so, in terms of all the stuff that's coming out, and it's probably a good start to we'll call it our season 2. Like, there's no really hard and fast like season 1, season 2, but we we like to think of it that way. It gives us a bit of a framework to work to. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed this episode myself in terms of my final thoughts. Not that you would ever ask me, but
I was about to, if I was allowed to finish my final thoughts, but no, fair enough.
No, finish your thoughts. I just found them like a little bit dull, but continue.
You're a bad person. No, that's actually about it.
Oh, that was it. Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's perfect timing for me then. So, from my point of view, I think it's probably a good time to reflect on all the gang houses. And for me, I definitely put Van Saar up there. Is if you want to know more about the lore of Necromunda, and you want to know more about, I guess, the workings and, for me, the day-to-day of it, House Van Saar, House Goliath, and, mate, at a stretch, House of Luck are really important to how the whole shebang functions.
Really, like, I 100% agree with you. I think Goliath, of everything, the episode that has shocked me the most of all of this, House Goliath. House Goliath blew me away with how much I ended up loving the House Van Saar. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Not House Van Saar, House Goliath.
I thought that's what you meant. Yeah, you had a little bit of a crayon moment there.
Yeah. I obviously love House Van Saar. I love everything about it. But the sheer level of what the House Goliath did for me was it introduced me so. I think it was probably our most eccentric episode when it came to gangs, but yeah, I've loved this episode despite you hijacking it and making a mockery of everything I know and love. I've genuinely enjoyed it. I've loved everything about it. I've loved doing this podcast. The gang
signing off?
episodes.
Oh, right.
Huh?
Sorry, I thought you were signing.
No. But like Hive Life, I love doing Hive Life. I think some of the setting ideas in that we've come up with because of Hive Life episodes, and I really want to go back and redo the House Escher episode.
Same, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I really do. Maybe one day in the future we might touch on it. We might even just bolt it onto the episode, but we'll see. We have it like other than talking about redoing it right here and now. That's about as far as me and Sam have discussed it. But look, bringing it back to Van Saar a little bit, they're a vital cog of Necromunda. I'm going to say the vital cog of Necromunda from all the clan houses. And I mentioned that earlier in our read, like many, many hours ago. But they are also a brilliant opportunity for you to dabble in humanity's past. They're a brilliant opportunity for you to really push the boundaries of where you can see a gang fitting into Necromunda, because technology is everywhere. The demand for technology, the demand for specialists and experts is everywhere. That the gangs of House Van Saar fit every part of Necromunda, even in the ash wastes, even in the places where technology seems like a rare and almost forgotten thing. They are still needed out there, and I think that's the strength of this gang, of this house, is that you can realistically picture them almost anywhere, and the only thing they need to bring to the party is a few brain cells. That's it, and plasma weapons, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I guess if that's it for Van Saar, we are going to be closing this bad boy off with a quote, as we usually do. And this one obviously comes from the House of Artifice book.
Sorry, what are you doing? Are you quoting?
Doing the quote.
You're doing the quote on my
Yes.
episode. I'm doing the quote on my episode. Thank you very much, sir. And I think this quote really reflects who and what The Van Saar are, yep, they use us like hired help. But they've got something we need. So today, we're hired help. That is Uther Andras, Coldfire Cabal, House Van Saar.
And that was our latest episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. I am Spamuel, and on behalf of the Lorekeeper team, thank you for listening. Please follow us on our social media pages available in the show notes, and don't forget to follow and review us on your preferred podcast platform. As always, if you have questions, complaints, corrections, or if you too would like to find out how to turn your toaster into a rather complicated and very effective plasma heavy death weapon, please reach out to us at underhivelorekeepers@gmail.com. Thanks.